It's an unfortunate
Meanwhile,
incident.
according to him, they cleared his account. They cleared his account.
Yeah, that brings us to the Nigerian factor. Very unfortunate incident. In fact, when you were speaking now, I just remembered one that happened in France many years back. A young man climbed the building to save a child who was, I mean, there was a fire incident, and he climbed and he got citizenship for that heroic act, and then he trended on social media. Heroes don't, not all heroes wear capes, and the rest of them, So, but you see, another thing here is, to further address this issue that you mentioned, is the lack of CCTVs. I mean, if we have CCTVs in relevant places, even alleys, street corners, it will better explain some of these issues and may have exonerated this young man, because they would have seen this the point where the young man, the person probably slumped or had an issue, and then that would have explained when this other person came to intervene and the rest, and that would have exonerated him.
Well, we can't have CCTV because at some point, you recall. CCTVs. No, we don't have. Okay. At some point, you recall that we paid a whopping $4.6 million to put CCTV in Abuja, and up until this moment, we don't explain tire because we don't get evidence. We don't get evidence.
Oh my. Oh well, let's move on to another story now. The National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, has suspended its planned nationwide protests against the new Tax Reform Act after a series of high-level engagements with key government institutions, including the Nigerian Revenue Service, NRS, the Department of State Services, DSS, and the National Assembly. Now, the protest, initially scheduled for January 14, 2026, was aimed at halting the implementation of the law, pending public sensitization and an investigation by the National Assembly. In a communique issued at the end of its maiden expanded National Executive Council meeting, NAN's President Olushola Oladoja said the association was fully briefed by NRS, that's the Nigerian Revenue Service officials, and lawmakers. I mean, this association was briefed by lawmakers as well on the objectives and provisions of the law. After extensive deliberations, NANS concluded that the Tax Reform Act was not targeted at the poor, but rather designed to ensure equitable tax contributions across income groups. NANS said the association would now partner with the federal government and the NRS to support public enlightenment on the law's provisions. It also passed a vote of confidence on the NRS Executive Chairman, Isaac Adiliji, and praised President Bola Tinubu for what it described as student-friendly policies. When NANS, National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, said they were going to go on strike, I just laughed. Is it not the same? Is it not NANS?
Is it not NANS?
is it not the same NANS that has pledged support for Sheyi Tinubu a number of times? I mean, is it not the same NANS that one Atiku Isa or something came out from? He was a factional leader of NANS and said, he was giving monies to campaign for Sheyi Tinubu, and then the allegation of him being beaten came up. He was arrested and then later recanted, said no, it wasn't like that. And then this same Oladoja, dissociated themselves from, a lot of things have happened with NANS. I mean, when they talked about going on strike, it was just to draw attention to themselves again, to just give the impression that yes, they are interested. I mean, you don't need to have meetings with the National Assembly for somebody to explain to you the nitty-gritty of the new tax act. I mean, explanations have been going on. There have been town hall meetings. A lot of organizations have organized some sort of enlightenment training in this regard. I mean, the other time I attended an event, and it was an event for premium bread bakers, and someone from a tax professional was called to enlighten people. So these enlightenments have been going on. This was just to draw attention to themselves. And yes, it made it to the news, and we're talking about it. But I don't think they ever meant anything.
No, they never. But I think beyond this, what it speaks to is our process of recruitment into political life.
And by the way, why do we have people in their mid-40s and maybe almost 50s in NANS, the leadership of NANS?
If I go back to school now, probably to take a degree in law, I could as well contest for.
We have career students.
Yes, we do have them. We do have them. And back in the days when we were in school, we had two sets of career students. People who had failed and had remained in school and were collecting money from their parents, to go back to school. One set. We had another set too, security agents, SSS. Who had graduated somewhere, came back, registered, and these were the set of people giving information to the government about what was going on in school. These people,
they just hang around the school.
No, they come to class, they register, but they're actively involved in student politics. So at the last minute, when students have planned something, you just discover that, the thing goes bad. And we're asking, who leaked it, what leaked it, and all of that.
But they will still fall within a certain age range.
No, early age, maybe in their late 20s and early 30s.
Yes. Those are the kind of people that should be involved in NANS.
No, times have changed now. Times have changed.
So we have,
like I said, if I go back to school now, and I'm in my 50s.
Would you go and contest for the leadership of NANS?
Well,
how much longer do you intend to stay in school?
If somebody props me up. So that speaks to what I was coming to.
Okay.
The process of recruitment into political life. Now what you see in NANS, it's more like a replay at the lower level of what goes on in higher in society. You see a student union leader. Meanwhile, the system was prepared, to make our recruitment process very faulty. I remember back then, more than 35 years ago, in the years now, you see vehicles branded with number plates, NANS, National Association of Nigerian Students, 002, 001, or 00 that, with police escort and all of that. You saw one in Sokoto State.
Yes.
Where the young man had like 3 or 4 mobile policemen escorting him, opening the students union leader. That's the process of recruitment. So when that person eventually gets into parliament and becomes the speaker of the House of Assembly in his state, I'm not talking about House of Representatives or even the Senate president, you can now understand why he will have a retinue of officers, because he's been cultured all the way down, So he sees himself not just as first amongst equals, but that all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. It speaks to our recruitment process. What do we have now? People that we are looking up to, the future leaders. How do we treat them now? How do we train them? Humility has taken the backseat. It's arrogance. Now, it depends on how many people you are able to suppress to become NANS president. It depends on your affiliation. Oh, well, some people are affiliated to the son of the president. Some people are affiliated to this minister in some way. Some people are affiliated to this commissioner. Moses, do you know that even ordinary students' union president in state universities receive the attention of the state governor? The state governor decides who becomes the students' union president in universities. I can call names. I know a couple of people who became students' union president because the governor was interested. So that's a process. So when we talk about state capture, it's not just at the federal level that judiciary, police, other institutions of government, INEC have been captured. Even at the state level, institutions have been captured, including students' union government, students' union leadership. So it's not different from what we see in NANS. When NANS said they were going on strike, I knew that it would be feeble. It wouldn't amount to anything. Like some people believe, well, they were just trying to show. Because if you show, at least the government will recognize that you are there. NANS cannot pull off. Days are gone when NANS was able to pull off very strong and impactful protests. Not these days that everybody is looking for. In fact, some of them are looking for to brand NANS so that they can pass police escorts on the road. That is what it has happened. They have called off the strike. So I wasn't expecting anything to come out from it.
Oh, well, let's touch on another story now. Justice Ahmed Mahmood of the Federal High Court, Sokoto, has convicted and sentenced the trio of Ahmed Abdullahi Buhari, Jamilu Bello, and Yasir Muhammad Bala to 5 years imprisonment for naira mutilation. They were jailed on December 10, 2025, after pleading guilty to a 5-count charge bordering on the offense of naira mutilation, contrary to Section 21, subsection 1 of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007. The court sentenced them to a jail term of 1 year each, with options of 100,000 naira fine. Justice A.G. Mahmood further directed that all the convicts must depose to an affidavit of good behavior with the EFCC, which will be signed by either of their parents or guardians. These are young men. But lastly, the judge directed that all the convicts shall undertake community sensitization in any secondary school against the effects of cybercrime and other fraudulent offenses within their community, which will be supervised by any designated EFCC official. Yes, this is something that we have spoken against a number of times. The financial crime. Okay. Well, we've said, look, stop abusing the naira. It's an abuse of the naira. When you spray it in the air, it lands on the floor, people trample on it, and the rest. And it's an abuse of the naira. It's a Nigerian thing, and we have exported it. I mean, you attend parties abroad, and they now do that to the dollar as well. They spray it. You know, even those that are not from Nigeria also see it as a way to show off. No matter how you feel about it, if you feel, oh yes, it's my money, I made it, so yes, I can spray it around, it's bad. But jail term, I think we should be trying to decongest the prisons. There are other things, yes, community engagement and the rest, but there are other punitive measures that should be given as against jail term. Because to jail for 1 year, would you have them reformed when they come out? I don't think so. The way our correctional centers, even though I still struggle with that word, correctional center, the way they are designed is that when people go in there, they come out worse off because they mingle with other individuals and their mindset is, becomes warped at the end of the day. So they come out more hardened criminals than they went in. So I think we should. And then we also talk about the fact that our prisons are congested. So I think the issue of jail term, we should simmer down on it and look for other punitive measures, community engagement, other things to punish people that err with things like this. But EFCC's involvement in all of this.
It's a financial crime.
Financial crime.
Well, I think if the prisons are congested, they should build more prisons. Before
we shouldn't be building prisons.
No, they should build more prisons. If you commit a crime, you go in for it. When Buhari was leaving, that was one of his passing gifts. He said, look, this correctional facility that is in the exclusive list, let's dematerialize it and bring it down to the concurrent, where both the states and the central government can legislate on it. So any state, if you have a lot of criminals in your state, governor, please do build correctional facilities so that we can send people there.
Can you imagine?
That is one aspect of it. Another is the fact that
training grounds. And
the problem I see in this thing is that, look, these young men, have been arrested, prosecuted, and sentenced. But we also saw some big names, that were spraying the same naira. And what happened? We saw Cubana chief priest, one.
He pleaded not guilty.
He pleaded not guilty.
The case was on for a while.
Well, okay. We also
they pleaded guilty.
They pleaded guilty.
Yes.
Okay, maybe because
Brisky also pleaded guilty.
Guilty, and he was sentenced.
Yeah, he went in for it.
He went in for it. Okay, beautiful. It's good that. Now, what this brings me to is the fact that, look, I don't like the way Nigerians treat our naira. To be very honest, let's be sincere. Have you seen a dollar that is manhandled like the naira? And even when you tried, we have this culture, attitude of, oh, it's dollar. No, handle it with care.
Sacred, yeah.
So when you see dollar, when you give somebody $1 or you go to bank to collect dollar,
it looks crisp.
It looks crisp. And the way the recipient, the person that has collected the money, the way he will line it
is the value.
The value of
it.
The value
you look
of
at it and say, oh, we are the ones. This is what 10,000 in Naira. But then you look at Naira and say, oh, this 1,000 Naira.
This one cannot even buy bottled water.
Once I buy one bottle of water now, it's useless.
It's gone.
So there's no value.
It's the value. It's the value. So
the value determines how you treat the currency.
You see Nigerians, when you give somebody like $1,000 in a bank, he lines it up inside his wallet, carefully bends it. But if you give him Naira, he'll just simply squeeze it and put it inside his pocket. So it speaks to how we value our own currency. So it's good that people are going in for it. But I don't
it's like most currency itself.
Like Moses, no. Apart from value, Naira is not the worst currency in the world. I don't see other people treat their currencies like the way we treat Naira. You know, you see a market woman, you know, she has this her collector here, and any money you give her, whap, any money you give her, whap, and all of that. So it's good that let's treat the Naira fairly. The value itself, there's the value we place on ourselves as well, because it's our national currency.
All right, then. Okay, let's quickly run to the papers now. Daily Independent has these headlines. The winner headlines: Q3 2025, discos generate 570.25 billion naira, remit 381.29 billion naira to electricity market. Lassa fever claims 206 lives as Nigeria records 1,119 cases. Lassa fever. Jonathan assures PDP of support ahead of 2027 election. Party says it doubts independence of INEC. 2027, call for me to step aside, betrayal of Nigerian people. Atiku. Ekiti 2026, there wouldn't be election without Oluyede. IPAC warns. Tinubu names Odusote first female DG of Nigerian Law School. Northern groups warn Wike's conduct threat to democratic governance. And also we have we also have Nigeria's 100 trillion naira market cap. Regulation, confidence, reform, rewriting equities market story. And yes, the bottom strip there, IGP redeploys DIG Gumel, 17 commissioners of police. Well, those are the headlines there.
And quickly, from the Nigerian Tribune, window headlines. 19 banks meet new capital requirements ahead March 2026 deadline. New tax reform won't lead to tuition hike, federal government. That's the Nigerian Tribune. Tinubu names Odusote first female DG, Nigerian Law School. Now the big story. Plot to destabilize ADC will fail. That's coming from Atiku Abubakar. With the riders, says APC won't choose for our party. No aspirant will step down in our party, he adds. Accuses APC of standing alone by default, not by merit. ADC says no agreement on presidential candidates. Hints on consensus candidacy. Niger killings. Reps minority caucus calls for national security reset. Condemns wave of violence across the country. Ekiti Goba. PDP members protest exclusion of candidates. Opposition parties threaten boycott. Another big headline there. Jonathan PDP leaders meet over state of party. Ex-president remains card-carrying member of our party. Promises commitment to Raki. Jonathan keeps mum. That's it from the Nigerian Tribune.
All right, and that's pretty much how far we can go with newspaper headlines. We'll dive into the review of these headlines much later in the day. Now let's dive into our very first conversation. Residents panic. Police begin probe. A suspected U.S. missile warhead found in Niger village. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Join us again.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now let's dive into the conversation. Residents of Zuguma in Mashigu local government area of Niger State were thrown into panic earlier this week following the discovery of a strange missile-like object in a bush near the community. And according to local sources, the device, believed to resemble a missile warhead, was spotted by residents during routine activities in the area. Alarmed by its appearance and potential danger, the locals quickly alerted security agencies. A community source who spoke on condition of anonymity said that the object was suspected to be a missile component, with early speculation linking it to a Tomahawk missile, possibly fired by the United States recently to the northwestern part of Nigeria. However, authorities have not confirmed this claim. While confirming the incident, the spokesperson of the Niger State Police Command, SP Wasiu Abiodun, explained that police operatives from the EB division immediately mobilized to the location, cordoned off the area, and restricted access to prevent possible harm to residents. The explosive ordnance disposal and chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear units, specially trained to handle potential explosives and hazardous materials, have since taken custody of the object for detailed examination. Abiodun said investigations were ongoing to determine the exact nature, origin, and how the object ended up in the community, Niger State. Oh well, we have with us in the studio Mazi Amobi Iheburu, a political affairs commentator. Well, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We also have Barrister Darlington Agumwo. He joins the conversation this morning. Good morning to you, Barrister.
Good morning, Moses. How are you?
And thank you very much. Fine. Thank you very much. Now, joining us from Oka is Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesiobi, an economic policy analyst and public affairs commentator. And also from Benin City, Comrade Christopher Ojekere will be joining the conversation. Let's x-ray the possibility of this being the missile or part of one of the missiles fired by the United States. Will they? I mean, they did say it was precisely hit its target in Sokoto at the time. And then, if you look at this, coupled with the fact that another warhead was found in Sokoto some days back by some young men, something they played around with and took to their homes at the end of the day, with defense intelligence from the DHQ saying, please, we beg you, return it to the nearest police station because it might be harmful to you. Let's x-ray these happenings, the December 25, 2025 happening, and what we have seen, afterwards. Mazi Amobi.
Thank you very much. I think the citizens needs to be sensitized about the American intervention in Nigeria, because we've not had it like this before.
When you say sensitized, what exactly do you mean?
Sensitized in the sense that they need to understand a whole lot of things. That when you see an object, you don't touch. And then when you should also be ready to abide by instructions, because Nigerian government made us to understand that they are working in tandem with the Americans. So if they are working in tandem with the Americans, it is very imperative that the government should be able to also let the people know what this is all about. You can recall that in Lagos, I think in 2001 or 2002, thereabout, when we had that bombs, explosion in Lagos. Yeah, about 20, 21 years ago or thereabout. It was obvious that Nigerians did not understand what a bomb is. And just like you said, people go about fiddling with it and all that. So there is need for Nigerian government to sensitize the Nigerian people, particularly those that are within the vulnerable areas, that you don't just take an object and begin to fiddle with it. It can be very, very destructive. I think that is one thing the Nigerian government should do around for now, that it is obvious that the Americans have come to intervene.
Okay. Barrister Darlington,
Yes.
when that incident happened in Sokoto State, we were made to believe that it was in conjunction with the Nigerian military forces, and one would expect that such an activity in conjunction with the military forces, Nigeria, of course, will provide the boots on the ground, because I mean I don't think it will go well for the sovereignty of our nation if America provides boots on the ground. And then, if you talk about boots on the ground, shouldn't we have seen an immediate assessment of the strike site and then retrieval of whatever debris might have been left behind for Sokoto, as against what we are seeing happen much later? And then, could you possibly hazard a guess as to how this particular warhead might have found its way to Niger State?
Now, propaganda is in the offing now. With what has happened, these people who never wanted to give up the terrorists, they are going to use all manner of gimmick to embarrass America. They will tell the whole world how America have planted IED and is killing their people. They will tell the whole world that the bomb America brought to Nigeria is killing their people instead of the terrorists. So I am not amused, because ask yourself, how did the bomb get to that place? Did America fire anything in Niger State? Please tell me. Did America fire anything in Niger State?
Are you alluding to the fact that this might be some this
is
might
it
be
not
a play?
obvious? How did he get to that place? Did he walk on his legs to Niger State? Did he walk? These are the issues here. Propaganda. This thing that these people are doing, they think that they are. No, they are not. This thing is deliberate. How did the bomb get to that place? That's the question.
No,
if you have a military that is very, very circumspect, a military that is very active, none of these things would have been hard. They would have mopped up everything after the bombing.
Barrister, when you say propaganda at work, are you saying that, look, what we are seeing is not a bomb that is found somewhere in Niger State? Or are you speaking to a possible complicity that, look, you recall that after that incident, the Nigerian military told us that they had cordoned the place. And they sent pictures. I even saw pictures of Nigerian soldiers walking around that place. Is there a possibility, could there be some form of complicity that, look, they took the bomb and now in the process of, because recall too that Nigerian government said they were monitoring the movement of the terrorists. So if they were monitoring, could there be a complicity that this bomb found its way through some form of arrangement between Nigerian people, Nigerian government, Nigerian soldiers, and the terrorists, and probably they want to use it in parts of Niger State? Is there a possibility?
If there is truth in what they told us, that bomb wouldn't have gotten to Niger State. If there is truth that they cordoned off the place, they would have mopped up everything there. Is that not true? They would have made sure that nothing leave that particular spot.
And that's my question.
So
having mopped up, and now we found this bomb.
They didn't now. That's what I'm telling you. That's where the lie has been exposed. Because a bomb cannot work except you take it to one particular place. A bomb cannot work now, Mr. Okoro. From Sokoto to Niger, somebody made the movement now. Okay. So who is that person?
And that's the question.
So the military should tell us. Because something is not something you pick on the road or whatever. It's not. So the thing is that by the time this thing starts exploding in people's house, they will now call America. They'll tell the whole world, it is American bomb. Oh. Look at it. Oh. Look at where it came from. It is American made. Oh. You know that kind of thing. By that time now, they will embarrass America and say, look at the one they came, they did not even bomb the terror, they are bombing our people. How will you explain that? Or you think they don't know what they are doing? It's deliberate. It's deliberate, and that's what I'm saying here. There is no way that bomb can move from Sokoto to Niger State. It's not possible.
But Barrister, after that, the Sokoto bomb, we discovered that states that are contiguous to Sokoto State, talk about Zamfara, Kebbi, that parts of them, that they were also affected in the process. Is there a possibility that probably Niger State too?
Look at Niger, look at Sokoto.
Okay.
Look at Niger, look at Sokoto. Are they too close?
Okay.
No, please tell me, are they too close? This is where Nigerian people should not be deceived here. Mr. Okoro, ab initio, the federal government of Nigeria never wanted these things to stop. And so if somebody is coming here to stop it, they won't be happy. They feel embarrassed. Especially our Nigerian military, who have not done the needful over 15 years now. Over 15 years, Nigerian military couldn't stop this thing. And somebody is coming all the way from it. You think they'll be happy? No, tell me, you think they'll be happy? If you think they are happy, then go and read how the last chief of army staff was murdered. Go and read it. Is it not the military that carried out that operation? Tell me. And that's the man who wanted to stop this thing. So how can I sit down here and clap for them that they are doing well? If they are doing well, America wouldn't have come here to help us.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington. Let's go to Benin City, where we've been joined by Mr. Chris Ojekere. Mr. Ojekere is a political affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Ojekere, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Good morning and Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Happy New Year to you too, Chukuma and the others, please.
Okay, very well. Now, Chris, I'm sure you have followed this conversation. We are having issues here after the bomb incident in Sokoto State. The other day, like a few days ago. Meanwhile, in parts of Sokoto State, we saw young boys, young men, fiddling with something that looks like a bomb, apparently confirmed that it's a bomb. And we saw young men fiddling with it. And at that point, the authorities said, look, we need to do more to sensitize our people. And a few days after that, we now hear that in far away Niger, away from Sokoto, we see another bomb. Something that looks like it anyway, and it's been confirmed by police authorities. So how do you explain, can you help us make sense of the fact that something happened in Sokoto State, far away, and in Niger State, which is not even contiguous to Sokoto, and we have like 3 other states, before you get to Niger. How did it get there? Could you help us? As how they get,
In a bit, it's going to be a bit because this is by no means a professional point of view. But I know it for a fact that the bomb that was used in Sokoto, the Tomahawk, has a mechanism of self-operation. And if it's flying from a particular destination of launch to its target, it drops several things along the way, depending on the distance. I know from where it was launched in the Gulf of Guinea to Sokoto, it's about 1,000 kilometers. So as it's going, it's self-regulatory. It has a self-regulatory mechanism. And in the process, it uses some canisters and, things that look like bombs and IEDs and all of that. When it has used it off, it drops it. You even found one in Kwara. They picked up something in Kwara, not just in Niger State. So it drops it. It refuels itself. It's able to go further. We have not been told specifically what this thing is, whether it's a bomb.
If I understand you clearly, if I understand you clearly, Dr. Christopher, I beg your pardon, Christopher Ojekere, you're saying that the bomb, when it was launched, had parts of it dropped before it got to its final destination.
It's not bomb. The Tomahawk itself is self-regulatory.
Okay.
If it's going on a very long journey, the mechanism it uses, there are some it burns off, and then it
just like a rocket
itself.
would.
Like a rocket those things it burns off, it drops them, and then it renews itself. That's how it is designed. You can
All right,
read
now,
it up.
would it be easy or would it be difficult to locate areas where it might have dropped off some parts of itself before getting to the final destination? If
Well,
it's easy,
it will not have been difficult if it has a ground, like you said, if you had the military here putting their boots on the ground and they have their flight route and they have their mapping, then we should leave that to experts who would have been on ground to know, such targets, because it's just a self-regulatory mechanism. So as I said earlier, they found a piece of canister also, not this big, in Kwara State. So what we don't know for now is that what we have in Niger, whether it's a bomb or one of those used canisters that he dropped on his way to Sokoto. However, I do not completely discount the theory of the barrister, because these bombs seem to have been placed to be found, whether it's a bomb, I shouldn't call it a bomb, a canister, whatever it contains, seem to have been placed to be found. And if you watch the response, strategy of in fact, the entire story, somebody found it, told the local government chairman called the police. If the police were this responsive in other issues in Nigeria, then we could say it's normal. For me, this response mechanism and this serial analysis of how the bomb was found by a farmer through the local government chairman to the police is too smooth for me. So it does look like something that was dropped to be found. And as the barrister said, if you have a government that is opposed to external help against terrorism, the government will want to discredit the work that was done by the Americans. That work must never and can never be discounted. We are hoping for more of such work. So whatever it is, the government needs to come out. They say they want to check and study it. And I'm surprised that they have to take such a long time. They could have been able to tell us it's a bomb that was not detonated and whatever. But if it's ever that it's normal and natural that it happened, it must be one of those used, disposable canisters by the Tomahawk. If not, we don't have a further explanation.
all right, and well, let's also go to Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesiobi, who joins the conversation from Oka. Doctor, we're basically just postulating here because we don't have, any military personnel to give us the actual fact as to how this might have found its way to Niger State. But what are your thoughts really on all of this? And if it's some sort of propaganda, to what aim, if I may ask you?
Well, thank you very much. This development is quite a further embarrassment on our own part, because instead of handling this kind of information in a very sensitive manner, we are only trying to, continue to watch our destiny in the public, because I see no reason why, as a country that is having this kind of challenges, we should be allowing this kind of information to fly around. And you will not be wrong to join those conspiracy theories now that we want to align with the argument of the barrister in the studio, that these things are a way of setting things in motion to discredit the intervention that we are getting from the international community. Because over the years, we've been trying every means possible, domestically, internally, to try to address this issue, this security threat, security challenges, but we've not, made considerable success. Then when this help is coming, though belatedly, we are now trying to create opportunities where we can now puncture holes into the intervention. So for me, I would say that we should keep our focus on, sustaining the effort, maintaining the tempo. Because yes, I'm no security expert to know what was discovered along the way. But somewhere along that, I used to remember back then, they tell you how some explosives were found long after the Nigerian Civil War, and the stories they now try to spin around after it. So, but in our own case, in this case, our military should continue, our security forces should continue the acknowledged cooperation they are already having with the United States security authorities in trying to know or to confirm the source of this, either is a bomb or is a canister or whatever explosive device, whether active or engaged or dormant or deactivated, how they can follow up on this so that we don't have a repeat of something like this that can put the neighboring communities in harm's way and maintain the tempo of fighting these insurgents.
Okay, now, Dr. Ekes will be talking about fighting the insurgents, talking about fighting terrorism. I don't know if you listened to the chief of the new Minister of Defense talking about Christopher Musa. He said in an interview, I think that was the day before yesterday, he said, anytime the moment we are trying to, make success, somebody pulls us back. Now, he was chief of defense staff. He experienced all of that. He is now in the Ministry of Defense, more like supervisory. Supervises the army, the police, the intelligence, and all of that, defense minister. And he's coming out to say, look, anytime we try to make success, somebody pulls us back. Does it look like it's already becoming overwhelmed, just months, a few weeks, of being appointed Minister of Defense? A lot of people expected that with his experience as Chief of Defense Staff and now Minister of Finance, he will be able to, aggregate all those experiences and now push these people back, but he's now complaining. So what do you see?
Challenges did not, like I said, did not start today. Even if he has been directly or indirectly involved in the counter-terrorism efforts so far, but this is the first time he is coming face to face with the policy side to see that yes, there is a different perspective or different dimension as to tackling security challenges from what you find in the field, in the battlefield, and what you find in the conference room and boardrooms. So maybe he's speaking from the benefit of hindsight, that yes, that there are persons in place who they are stuck in trade is to sabotage the security efforts of the government. Now it is left for him to now take it a step further and summon that courage, the political way we always talk about, in trying to identify who these persons are, where these threats are coming from, and trying to neutralize them. He is now in the position to give the order, to call the thoughts. So he couldn't succumb to that narrative of always, joining this.
Complaining. This is where the problem is. This is where the problem is.
Now that he knows where the problem is, is to tackle it head on.
All right.
And as somebody who has the experience and the background, he should go ahead and do so.
All
and
right,
show us. Nigerians are tired of this continuous explanation and the narrative as to excuses.
Okay.
We should go ahead and give us results.
All right.
Just like
thank you very much.
Give us
thank you
results.
very much, Dr. Ekesobi. Thank you very much. Now let's come back to the studio. Barrister Darlington, I don't know if you listened to Chris Musa saying, look, anytime we try to make progress, something pulls us back.
I am not surprised that they're coming to give us excuses. I said it here. I remember the day this one was appointed. He said, you know what pissed me off? He said he's going to put up a panel to investigate who gave the order to withdraw the military before the security agency, before they kidnapped those guys. I said, are you serious? So such a thing is what you are going to set up a panel for. Abi? Something, a phone call, 2 minutes phone call, can give you the name and the person, and you want to set up a panel. That was when I knew that they are not going to do anything. And I said it here. I said it. The day this topic was brought here. So more excuses are coming from him. Even the president who ordered those people to leave, that, did he get answers? Nigerians, please, did he get answer? A whole president of Nigeria, go and try it with Trump. Try it with Trump and see what will happen to you. So these people are not ready. I don't like coming people to deceive me. Look, I don't want it. Every day we discuss this thing. Meanwhile, we know the truth. Nobody wants to say it. So why are we talking about it? Somebody don't want to play my intelligence and I am playing along, that means I'm a fool. How can you tell me that up to now nobody knows the solution to this problem? Meanwhile, the people that are controlling the levers of this security are walking about in government circles. In government circles. You tell me you are fighting. Arrest them and put them where they belong, and this thing will end. Nobody wants to do that. Then what are you saying? Please, what are you saying? It's just that I had to do this. If not, I would stop talking about this insecurity because Nigerian government has not told us what they are doing.
We can't stop talking.
Then what is the need? What have we not said, Okoro? Tell me what you have not said. Tell me what excuse.
We'll keep talking.
Talk in this matter. We follow Donald Trump method. It would have solved this problem. Okay. Talking is not. You don't talk in this particular.
Now, if you were not talking, you would not prefer this prescription. Now, you have given us a prescription. Now, let's come to Mazi. Mazi, I want to ask you. I know you have a few things to say, or even a lot. I want to ask, between policy and politics, where should we locate our problem? I ask that in the light of the fact that in policy, we had a chief of defense staff, who reported directly to the commander-in-chief, and we are looking for political will embedded in the military command, and we couldn't find it. Policy. Now, in the politics, as Minister of Defense, he's still complaining. So where should we look at our problem?
It's politics. You locate your problem in politics. Very unfortunately, though, when he was, appointed, people also complained, just like Barrister is saying, that there is qualitatively a different ball game between operations and policy making. And some of us have been proved correct in that direction. I think what Musa should do is to I don't know whether there is a monster in this whole presidency thing. When you get there, you begin to also prevaricate, as it were. You don't say it the way it is and all that, because there is an over, bearing influence of certain things and all that. This problem needs no, sugarcoating. And that is why I strongly believe in what America is doing. Because if left alone, Nigeria cannot take that vital decision to exterminate insecurity. That is my problem. The problem is located in politics. Until we have a leader that can eschew politics from insecurity, this problem will be solved in the next 2 weeks, 3, 4 weeks. Otherwise, we'll still, play along. Recall that after the American invasion, the tempo has died down because they are now finding ways to continue what they are doing. I think what America should do is to step up the tempo and then get these people subdued, and then we can now move forward. Left alone, the Nigerian elite, political elite, to my mind, does not seem to have what it takes to, stop this insecurity. A lot of things has happened, and then you continue to tell the people that want to help you that there is this, is that. You have hands-on knowledge of what is going on, and yet, in your acts and utterances, you are not doing what it's supposed to do. So I think the problem can be located very well within the political structure of this country. That's my take.
All right, then. Well, if that be the case, it doesn't seem like it's something that we'll deal with and sort out anytime soon, does it?
If we have the much-touted political will, we can deal with it.
Asking, where can we buy this political will?
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Just take a madman, in quotes, to get this thing done. A madman. Just get a madman momentarily.
Is the president not mad enough?
I do not think so.
The example of his attitude, the example of his attitude
I do not think so.
In the midst of all this thing will tell you what is going on. Where is he?
First, when the president when he came into office and he moved major CBN offices from Abuja to Lagos, and some individuals in the north complained. Some people, down south and down east were like, yes, this is what it takes to make laws. I mean, the president has also pushed for local government autonomy and some other things, and he seems to be getting his way. Why is that of dealing with insecurity different?
Because from the look of things, there is an agreement. They said it openly. especially when this movement of offices happened. The North said that they have not been treated well, but this is not the agreement they had when they gave him 60% vote. Didn't you hear it? Didn't you hear it? So there was an agreement. And now Tinubu is in a dilemma how to implement that agreement because of second term. That is what is going on here, nothing else. Look at how he cleverly excused himself out of Nigeria. In the midst of what is going on. Does it show you that this president is serious about ending this matter? Tell me. In the midst of what is going on, he just left. No talk, nothing, you know. And then, so of all the time you have to go on holiday, it has to be this time, Abi. All because you don't want to make a statement and offend those you had an agreement with. I have asked you here, tell me the truth. Since Tinubu came into office, have you seen any time he made a statement directly to these people causing this problem? And call out their names because we know them. Have you seen any time he made a statement calling them based on security report that your nonsense must stop? You have had enough. I can't tell you know.
But Barrister, when you say call them out directly, the president has been very, vocal in saying, Chief of Army Staff, IGP of Police, go after these people. At a point, he even asked the Minister of State.
Who are the people? Who are those people?
So does he know them?
Who are those people?
Okay, you have started. He doesn't know them, Abi. Security report have not told him who they are, Abi.
The names of people involved.
He doesn't know. When he went to Benue, the 13th had to tell him this is not farmer header class.
Okay.
Is that not enough information?
And he asked, would these people have they been arrested?
Who are the people?
You see, Mr.
Every time you cleverly avoid mentioning names.
Mr. Koro, the information available to Mr. President is so humongous that you don't even have it. All the issues, all the parameters that he has to take decisions are with him. The point is, how can he take this decision?
Okay.
You understand? He left for Europe. Where is Europe? Is Europe a country?
All right.
Tell us exactly where Mr. President is at this particular point in time. And before they now came and told us he went to France and all that. You see, they are not serious.
We are not seeing him.
They are not serious. The issue of insecurity is much more than even when you put it on a scale. For me, it weighs more than the politics. Of course, if you don't have a country, you don't have politics.
Indeed.
But they are joking with the whole situation.
All right. Now we'll have to let Barrister go, and then I would like to ask Mr. Christopher Ojekiri this question, and Dr. Ekesubi can also respond to the same question. Does it seem like the commander-in-chief is not really the commander-in-chief in Nigeria? Because something as little as withdraw escorts from VIPs has not been implemented. Something as little as that has not been implemented. We still have disciplinary committees being set up. We still have, some looking out for those policemen that are still playing the role of escorts for VIPs and all of that. Is that a bigger problem in Nigeria beyond what we see and what we talk about? And how can we solve it? Is it a change in the leadership? Will that solve the problem? Or what exactly will solve the problem? Especially if you also consider the fact that countries like Saudi Arabia have dissociated themselves from certain individuals that have played a role in the insecurity going on in Nigeria. And names have been given to the government of Nigeria, but nothing has been done. In fact, we've heard the National Security Advisor, the office of the NSA, giving guns to bandits.
Implicated.
Giving weapons and vehicles for logistics to bandits in the hope that these bandits will help protect the forests. How confusing is that, really? And what is the bigger problem, and how can we solve it? That's my question.
What is clear is that our constitution still guarantees all the powers that are allocated to the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He is the President, Head of State, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. But what is not clear, or what we have been unfortunate not to have, is that we have not had a president that have been voted by Nigerians into that position in the past 4 years. President Bola Tinubu was not to be commander-in-chief of the armed forces and head of state and president of Nigeria. His election was fraud. And because of that flaw and fraud, we have a president who is a fraud. That is what the Nigerian people know. The books may be saying differently. Now, if you are an unpopular president, you won't get the cooperation, the support of the people to be able to solve the problems in the land. Because you will need the cooperation of the citizens from all cadre and categories of citizens to get information, to get advice, counsel, and even technical expertise, professional inputs, and so on and so forth, to deal with all problems of the land. So we must ensure that we go back to the electoral process. When Nigerians are allowing themselves to be manipulated or bribed or bought to produce the wrong president or the wrong leadership, this is what we get. There is no country that can solve its own problems if the people of the country are behind the president. So when you have a president who came in through a flawed and fraud, system, he'll be dealing with people who are fraud and flawed. And then they will give advice and they will give directions to satisfy that interest. You just heard the barrister say something about covenant. There are so many covenants made. I remember when he was campaigning, one of his closest aides, I think Aja Hajatu or something, left him. And the reason why she left him is that he went to the president to say, what is your policy on security? What is your plan and policy for the North? And the president said he has no policy on security. He was very plain to her. He said he doesn't have any plans and policy. If I go too much after these people, they might even remove me from office. I mean, it's a public news. So the president has no plans for all the things you are asking him to do, because he came there with an agenda, a category, cabal, and interest, and he's there to serve that interest. And that interest goes beyond Nigeria. It goes as far as the international community. Why is the president bringing France, for instance, to come and take over our tax system? He's fulfilling an IMF, World Bank policy, whereby they bring those people they call taxes or tax officers beyond borders to come and take over your financial system, and they are getting remittance to pay for the debt that you owe, so that you continue to remain a debtor and continue to borrow from them, continue to service the debt. We should investigate that. No, so the president himself is serving an interest. That interest is not the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that is why issues that concern the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he doesn't know how to deal with them, because those who are well-intentioned, who should help him to deal with them, he's not at the same page with them. So that is the problem. So to answer your question directly, we should ensure that we get it right in 2027, because there's nothing we can do right now, and ensure that it is the person Nigerians vote for that will be president of Nigeria, so he can solve Nigerians' problem.
All right, then, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Christopher Ojekere. Well, let's get concluding thoughts from Dr. Chukwunonso Kesiobi, and then we'll wrap up this conversation. Doctor, please, if you had the question, go right ahead, react to it, and then give us your concluding thoughts as well.
I think my concluding thoughts on this will be this. We have seen instances where very strange, or will I say an overreaction on the part of the presidency and the president. For instance, when the issue that came up with River State that made him all of a sudden, from nowhere, declare the state of emergency, when we've had, even worse situations in other states and the governors were left untouched. So if we could be that proactive, that forceful in the case of Rivers, for instance, why can't we be that decisive as far as addressing security situation in the country is concerned? Look at that. If you can revisit that tweet by the United States president confirming the attack in Nigeria, he said, "At my direction, as the commander in chief, You see, we need to start taking responsibility for certain things that are going on in this country. The president is the commander-in-chief. He is the minister of petroleum. If you look at these sectors that are directly under the command of the president, you see that there are still some lingering issues that needs to be addressed, and the buck stops at his table. So he needs to spare us most of these emergency consultations with the security chiefs and the rest, and begin and move straight into action. We are tired of all the noise, all the excuses, and get the security situation addressed. Whether there is
Thank you very much. Nigerians are indeed tired, and they want
that is business
to the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesiobi. Now let's dive into another conversation. Now, politics, major politics. Atiku finally breaks silence on stepping down for other ADC aspirants. Oh well. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has spoken out on the growing debate around the 2027 presidential race under the African Democratic Congress, ADC. But Atiku made it clear that no aspirant in the ADC presidential race will be pressured to step aside. He said every qualified contender is free to pursue their ambition within the party. He made a clarification in a statement issued on Tuesday by his media advisor, Paul Ibe, while the statement also warned Nigerians against what he described as deliberate attempts by the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, to weaken the opposition ahead of the next general election. Atiku's reaction follows growing speculation that he is under pressure to step down in favor of a southern candidate as the ADC prepares to challenge President Bola Tinubu in 2027. In the statement, the former vice president argued that the real person who should step aside is President Tinubu. He described the president's leadership as a burden to the country and blamed his administration for worsening economic hardship and democratic decline. We still have in the studio here with us Mazi Amobi Ihebo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi, for
Thank
staying.
you. Thank you.
And from our Benin and Oka outstations, we have Chris Ojekere and Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesiobi. Gentlemen, thanks for staying with us. Let me start from the studio here. Mazi, now on how the cookies crumble. We hear articles say, look, nobody is going to step down. Nobody is going to step aside. We don't want APC, to start manipulating and dictating for us as a political party. And we hear Rotimi Amechi say, look, I'm not going to deputize for anybody. P2B has entered, and when P2B entered, Atiku Abubakar said, Obi's entrance is a turning point in coalition efforts in 2027 to oust Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We hear the same ADC say, well, we are trying to arrive at probably a consensus candidate. But nobody should tell us that the presidency should go to the south and all of that. Maz, I want you to capture the whole essence of what is happening in the ADC and tell us the possibility of ADC producing a candidate that will be able to challenge what looks more like a hegemony of the APC in 2027 general election. I want it to be very broad.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Koro. When Obi entered, declared his political allegiance to ADC, people felt, okay, probably the skirmishes have been resolved. Because just like Rotimi Amechi said, that it's too presidential to be a vice president. And Obi did not also mince words when he said he cannot be a vice president to anybody and all that. So with his entrance, and that probably delayed his declaration. So when he finally declared for ADC, people thought that issue has been resolved. Not until Paul Ibe now issued a statement from his principal. What that tells us is that the earlier ADC sorts out this issue of where the presidency will go to, the better for them, so that they can begin on time to strategize on how to, face that octopus called APC. If they continue to dilly-dally on the matter and all that and begin to play politics, it is not going to be well, or it is not in their overall interest to begin to delay. Time is of the essence. The whistle has been blown. The politics has taken over. Governance is now at the back seat. So what we are now talking about is politics. So they should get their ass in order.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. And the odds favors a Southern presidency.
I was coming to
it
that.
Favors a Southern presidency at this point in time.
Do you think that this statement, should we take the statement for a statement, or should we take the statement for a decoy? Because Atiku Abubakar also is, and members of the ADC are afraid that, look, if they narrow it down, if they zero down their candidate to a particular person, that the federal government or the APC, as a matter of fact, might as well come after, not just that ADC, but after the person. So should we take the statement for a statement, or should we take it for a decoy?
You ask me, it is in their own overall best interest to have a candidate by now. Okay. Tinubu was, given a clean bill of health over 1 year ago, when every other person stepped down for him, and he has been coasting. So it is better for ADC to have their own candidate now, so that the federal government, if they want, they can throw the tantrums, they can hit the policy, the system open, so that the person will begin to absorb whatever. And if you ask me, a Southern presidential candidate will be more favorable, in the present political ecosystem of this country now, to grabbing power from the APC. So whatever, I think probably they are playing a little more politics, but this is January 2026. They should take that decision very, very, fast, okay, so that the person, they can go to work.
All right.
There is a lot of work to be done to begin to upset this albatross called APC.
All right, there's a lot of work to be done, according to Mazi here. Let's go to Benin City, where we still have Mr. Chris Ojekere. Now, Mr. Chris, you are a top member of the ADC. So let us into what is going on in your party, the presidential ticket. Are you guys rooting for a Southern presidential candidate or what? And if you bring your candidacy, your ticket to the South, we have a situation where we already have the incumbent here in the South talking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And you bring your candidacy, your ticket to the South, where you have probably a Rotimi Amechi or a P2B, and slash the votes of the South into two. And you have somebody from the North, comes out with a ticket, and the North throws their weight behind the person. How is it going to work out? So let us into your plans for 2027 as a political party.
Let me just say to you that there are many things going on behind the scene that you are not aware about. What you are finding now in the public space is narratives spewed by the APC, who thought that they could derail this process of this coalition that God has blessed Nigerians with. We are aware of their strategies, we are aware of their manipulations. And so we have made up our mind long ago in the ADC that we are not going to allow APC dictate our pace. No,
but it's not the APC that is speaking now. It's Atiku Abubakar of the ADC. He's the one speaking.
Yes. I'm coming there. That we're not going to allow the APC. You see, they go out to the press, and what Atiku was responding to did not originate with the ADC. It originated in the press, and we know those who put it out there in the press, trying to stampede our party into a premature, organization. We said it ab initio that we are going to conduct a primary. Because if we are going to be ADC, we must do things differently. We cannot appoint, as the APC did, we cannot appoint a presidential candidate. We cannot, by fiat, name any individual as a presidential candidate. We are going to do our primaries. We have our own strategies. We have our own timetable. We are well aware of INEC's timetable. So the ADC will do a primaries, and then whoever emerges as the winner of that primary will be acceptable to Nigerians, because in the primaries is.
Do you think whoever, as you put it, emerges will be acceptable to Nigerians when Peter Obi and his supporters, the obedient movement, have said, look, if he's not the flag bearer, if he's not gunning for the presidency under the ADC, we will not even support him?
No, they didn't say that. You see, that's part of the narrative.
They did say that.
No, it was Pat Utomi on Channels Television.
No, some of the members of the obedient movement also said that. You are referring to a particular interview. I'm referring to some conversations. Excuse me, please. Excuse me. I understand the interview that you are referring to, but I'm referring to conversations that we have had with members of the obedient movement that have said, look, it's either Peter Obi is contesting for the presidency or nothing else. And if he's not contesting for the presidency, if he's going to be a running mate to anybody in the ADC, we will not support him. These are coming. This is coming from
where Humphrey. You should take our official statements. Yunus Atanko is the head of the obedient movement worldwide, and shortly after that, pronouncement by Pat Utomi, Yunusa made it very clear to the world that the obedient will away, even if Peter Obi does not get the presidential ticket. We want to keep them in their suspense. We are going to follow our processes and will produce our presidential candidate. He will be acceptable to Nigerians because a primary, a national convention, is itself a mini primary. It is what you may refer to as a mock election before the real general election. And that's why we're insisting on the primary. Because we don't want to make the mistake that the APC and other parties are making. Okay. We want to ensure that Nigerians sees that democracy was put to play and that we had a primary, and then we arrive at a candidate and we'll present that candidate to Nigerians, and then we will sell the candidate across the country. If it's from either part of the country, we'll sell him to the other side. Right now, we are the most balanced party. We have gladiators from all parts of the country.
All right. Yeah. Freely and fairly conducted primaries. And we know how primaries that have involved Atiku Abubakar has, we know how these things have gone. But if that's the position of the ADC, let me find out from Dr. Chukwunonso Ikechebe what he thinks about the workability of this position if Nigerians will run with it. Dr. Chukwunonso, please. You've heard a member, and are you also a member of the ADC? Okay, we've lost connection to Dr. Chukwunonso Ikechebe. Well, Mazi Amobi, this position, does it sit well with? Are you a supporter of the ADC? Because I know you're not a member of the ADC.
I'm not particularly happy with his postulations, because history has taught us in this country that when you are pretending, just like what is it called, PDP did, you now know what is left of PDP, because they were saying let's go to the primaries first, whoever emerges, and blah 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 and all that. You can see the remains of PDP. In fact, by the end of the January, I don't think PDP will have a single governor. And that is it. So PDP has gone into oblivion because of what they should have done, what they needed to have done, they did not do. So I am also saying that ADC should take a cue from that and have a position. I'm not saying you should name a president, have a position so that people can run with it. People can build on it. So that by the time your candidate emerges, you begin to, it's no longer news. People have already taken positions and all that.
But his position is following due process.
I agree with you. Which type of due process? You see, constitutions are written, some are unwritten. As at now, we have an unwritten understanding that the presidency should remain in the South for the next 8 years. Tinubu has gone to and. You understand me? What of the remaining leg of the distance? It should come to the South. In 2031, it will go to the North. So when you make your policy statements and all that very clear, it leaves lesser room for ambiguity. And then people will run with it. That's what I'm saying.
People are asking.
Because just like you rightly pointed out, we know how primaries are conducted in this country.
Okay, I'll come to the primary state. But people are asking, what if Atiku Abubakar had won as a PDP candidate in 2023? It would have truncated the arrangement. And would there be any problem with that?
It could have truncated, but he didn't.
No, but assuming they create a what if scenario. What if Atiku
could have
won?
Truncated it because Atiku could have gone these 8 years. And then by that time, the South will come back again.
No, what I'm saying is that at that time, a northerner Buhari was living.
Yes.
Now, Atiku came and he was first runner-up with over how many 6 million votes or so, or more than 6 million votes. If he had won...
The sentiment could have also counted. The part of these sentiments of north-south dichotomy could also counted. So what we are saying is that in a fair contest, let us adopt this thing. Now that we have adopted it, let us run with it. It's an unseen thing.
So if we have adopted it, then we shouldn't see a northerner, run when...
Well, at an individual level, they said you are inalienable right to contest any election. You understand me? But as a matter of policy, there must be rotational presidency. What is left is trying to enshrine this into our constitution, which we have, for too long shied away from, because it is undemocratic, like they say. You need to shut out some people's rights and all that. But democracy should be homegrown. Democracy should be, what you think is democracy. You see, in your family, the way you run your family, qualitatively is different from the way I run my family. You understand me? And both of us can get the same results. So democracy should be domesticated to suit the, understanding of the, if, for instance, in Ghana, they don't have this rotational thing. In Nigeria, we have it. It works for us. We run with it. And I think the people that crafted this north-south thing now means well. So that, because politics is along ethnic line, along geopolitical line, and along every other line. So if we divide it into the north-south, it makes it easier. It makes it easier. So when you come to the south, you begin to politic. Who comes where? Of course, when you come to south, the easterner will tell you, okay, the westerner have had their own. The southerner will tell you, okay, this, that, another. And you have a consensus, and then you run with it. So what I'm saying in effect is that ADC should come up clean and make a bold statement, and very quickly too, because time is running out. APC has already taken position, and there is a time when you come into the race, it becomes difficult to dislodge such political, pillars that they have erected. So the time to act is now. Even if you are not, it's not time for you to pick a presidential candidate, you can make a policy statement to the effect that the party has zoned into the south. That's what I'm saying.
This is the direction we are traveling.
Yes.
Okay. Now, and a lot of people, this arrangement, it's working for Lebanon. Lebanon has this arrangement where they rotate their presidency and vice presidency among the major ethnic groups, religious groups, and it's working for them. Abacha tried to do that in Nigeria, but unfortunately we lost it, when he died. Let's go to Oka, where we have Dr. Chukunonso Ekesobi. Dr. Ekesobi. Oh, okay. I understand that we've lost connection with Dr. Ekesobi. Let's go to Benin City, where we still have Chris Ojekri. Chris, I would like to get your final word, your final thoughts on what is going on in the politics of ADC presidential ticket. What should we expect? What do we expect from your party?
There's going to be a primary. The guest you have at the studio there is speaking to rotational presidency. Unfortunately, ADC already has a constitution, and then we are bound to abide by that constitution. Zoning is not a constitutional matter. It's a matter of convenience and expediency. That will be discussed sometime, later. But for now, let's stick with the constitution. The time is short, as he said.
Okay.
And let Nigeria know that there is a party that follows internal democratic process. So we follow our constitution.
All right.
We do a primaries and we produce a candidate.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Ojekere. Now we'll go for a short break, and when we return, federal government inaugurates committee to train 1 million Nigerians in digital skills. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The federal government has inaugurated a Joint Implementation Committee, JIC, to plan a national digital literacy conference and oversee the training and certification of 1 million Nigerians in digital and emerging skills as part of efforts to attain 95% digital literacy by 2030. The committee was inaugurated in Abuja on Tuesday by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, who was represented by the Permanent Secretary, General Services Office of the SGF, Mr. Ibrahim Kana, at the launch of the Clergy Wealth Digital Skills Nigeria Skill Up Initiative. Now, speaking at the event, Kana described the inauguration as a significant milestone in the federal government's deliberate and strategic commitment to deepening national digital literacy, strengthening human capital development, and promoting inclusive digital transformation and priorities. Kana also stressed that the program, which is being implemented under the future-proof economy model, is fully sponsored and executed by Clergy Wealth Cooperative Society Limited, without any financial commitment from the federal government. Oh well. But the federal government basically has spoken at this event that it's not exactly financing. But now, let me start off with you, Mazi Amobi. 1 million Nigerians. We've had a lot of this. Does this give you any, do you feel this would be any different? We've had a lot of empowerment programs here and there, employment to be given. And then, especially in a society where Nigerian youths are quite tech savvy.
Yeah, I'm not particularly amazed with, especially when government is involved, because before you say Jack Robinson, you begin to see partisanship in whatever. Some people might be asked to go and get a letter from your ward, state chairman or whatever. Then that will make nonsense of the whole thing, because every other person in Nigeria is not a card-carrying member of the ruling party. Having said that, they said Clergy Wealth Cooperative Society and all that in conjunction with federal government. Have we, looked into who are the members of this Clergy Wealth Cooperative Society to begin to see clearly what the agenda is all about? I think government is not particularly entrenched to, creating jobs, or, the government should give enabling environment for jobs to be created, for skills to be upskilled, and all that. They should not directly be involved. That is our problem in this country. A lot more, in retrospect, if you check government activities in terms of, this line of thought, you find out that it has not worked. At a point in time, a DG will come and say, another, and the whole thing will scatter. If this government goes out, a new government comes in, they will not really support that initiative. So what I'm saying in effect is that the government should put on their thinking cap, think deeply on how to, do this and all that, and begin to, actualize it. This government thing, because you have had some people that were employed 8 years ago in certain agencies were asked to leave in this country. And as at that time, they believe that they have gotten a job, only for a new administration to come and then say they are, asking them to leave and all that. We had that experience in this country. So, against that backdrop, I'm saying that it is not in the place of government to begin to do what they want to do. Their own is to give enabling environment for people, for issues, companies to thrive, and then provide security of life and property. That is the major aim of government. Our society is capitalist in orientation, and then people will zero in on the favorable environment created by government to begin to create jobs. That is what we're saying. It is not in place of government to do this. Okay. Government should give enabling environment, make the society very safe and all that, and then you are not daft, I'm not daft, a lot more Nigerians are not daft. People have ideas, but one thing or the other is inhibiting them. Okay. Talk about this tax thing. Some people are even looking at the whole thing again. You do this, you pay tax. You do that, you pay tax. The government is not providing the enabling environment. There are certain things that government should look away from. It is not, tax is not just the only way government can generate revenue.
Well, this basically
you must have to produce first before begin to tax.
Well, this basically is speaking to digital skill acquisition.
I agree with you. I'm talking about, skills also. Now, I have raised an issue. Who are those people that will be part of this digital skill upscale?
Members of the Clergy Wealth Cooperative Society.
And in terms of Nigerians, who are they? Are they going to be recruited? Is it going to be another scam? You saw what happened when, during it's not a senator, Abba Moro, when he was a minister for interior or something like that. You saw the pandemonium that occurred during the recruitment process of one government agency or the other. So what I'm saying in effect is that, this type of thing are just to gain political mileage. That is the way I look at it. If government want to do this, they know where to do it, how to support even the existing ones to be able to do. But government cannot come, just like they said, it's clergy wealth cooperative, they are not involved, they are not financially involved. Before you say Jack Robinson, somebody is dipping hand into the cookie jar of the government to support this.
All right, then. Let's go back to Mr. Christopher Ojekiri. What are your thoughts on this one? 1 million Nigerians. 1 million Nigerians to be trained. Skill acquisition. Is this? This is not the first time that we are having things like this being said or being put out there. What's your take on this one? And is this the kind of thing that ADC will also do? It's similar. Will they do something like this?
That clergy work sounds very much like something that can emanate from Redeemed Church. Clergy work foundation sounds very much like a religio-political organization. But is it not strange that, according to the story, Clergy Works Organization is 100% responsible for the funding and training and everything, and yet it is the secretary to the federal government of the federation that is the face of what a private entity is running. The secretary of the federation is the face. What would have thought that Clergy Works would be the face and government would express its support from the background? So that says the face and the one driving the publicity and driving the initiative, in the public space. The government cannot tell us what it's telling us. The truth of the matter is that when you say digital skills, what do you mean? Which category of people have been listed as those who are to get the digital skills, and what exactly are you teaching them? In Edo State here, the past governor of Edo State, Goodluck Jonathan, when I went to the secondary schools and the primary schools and initiated digital skills training through the schools. So we know the categories who were involved in the digital skills training: secondary school students and primary school students. Now, who are the people who are members of this cooperative? Are they going to pick them off the streets? Are they running it by the school? What exactly are the skills to be taught? Because, the information was so scanty. What exactly are you going to do? What are the packages? What are the digital packages you want to teach? And how do you intend to project it and, prosecute it? So I believe that this is another arm of government hiding under a very unknown name. And that's why you see that government is so excited and its own secretary to federal government is the one driving it. And it's probably to single out a group of people that will eventually be, some of them will be employed to man INEC, election booths later, that they have been trained on digital skills and they can man INEC polling booths and all that. We are going to watch out for all of that. I do not believe in that skill. I do not believe in that project. I believe the government is involved and it's using the surrogate to front it. That's just what it is.
The vital point that you've made now, individuals from this being recruited into INEC to man the operations of the beavers and maybe IREV as well. But
yeah.
Okay, let's have your reaction to that point that he just raised.
Yeah, that is what we have when you have limited information. Just like he rightly pointed out. I raised that issue that clergy wealth corporations, who are they? Who are they? And their face is unknown. Let me paraphrase what he said. Their face is unknown. Who are they? Of course, when we now know them, we begin to attach credibility, levels of credibility in what they want to do. And you see, in this country, a lot of things happen. A lot of things happen. So if Ojekere is talking about these people after graduation comes into government will absorb them, it's a possibility. You see, because the present administration has demonstrated, obvious interest in. They said 2027 is a foregone conclusion. If Nigerian system works, you cannot be talking about 2027 being a walkover. Rather, you do certain things to be able to win the loyalty of Nigerians to vote for you. So a lot of things, anything is possible in this country. That's what I'm saying. And then the people that will be left over, are you going to give them startup packs? Are you going to the secretary to the government should have come up with a comprehensive idea of what they want to do. Are you going to give them startup packs after the training, or you're going to leave them like that after the training and all that? What is the recruitment process like? And who are the clergy wealth cooperative society? These are questions begging for answers in this country. You see, the level of trust deficit in the Nigerian system is so much that we need to interrogate whatever thing that comes out from government. That is the level we are in. Does it amaze you that the spokespersons of the government are not talking too much again? Before now, they were all over the place talking. Now, the ecosystem is very, very difficult now. They find it difficult to explain certain things. That is what we have. If not, you could have seen them all over the place, talking about this and talking about that and all that. So the important thing is that I am not very amazed with this policy. What they should do is to ensure that insecurity is reduced abysmally to a bearable level.
All right then.
Our people are very, they can do business. They will venture into areas where they can get returns.
Right.
Yeah, that is the Nigerian spirit.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mazi Amobi Iheboro. Thank you very much for your contribution. And also, we've been speaking with Mr. Christopher Ojekere, who joined us from Benin City. And from Oka, we had Dr. Chukunonso AKCOB. And earlier on, we had Barrister Darlington Agumbo joining the conversation. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and your thoughts. Newspaper review comes up next in about a few minutes. We'll be looking at the papers and making sense of the headlines there from the dailies. We'll see you at 10. I am Moses Humphrey, and I do expect Mazi Amobi to stay with us into paper review. See you at 10.
I am Chukuma Okoro. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the top, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas. 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. This is VOP, VOP This Morning, newspaper review. Looking into it, I have my producer, confusing me, Manfred. Oh, well. Welcome to the program. Now we go into the papers, look at the headlines, make sense of it all, and we do have, Chukuma is very much with me. Chukuma Okoro, very much with me. He doubles as an analyst on this part of the show. And also, Mazi Amobi Iheburu is also in the building. Thank you very much for staying back.
Thank you.
All right. Now, let's dive into it. We'll be joined later by Dele Fanimo also, as we go into the papers. Now, we do have The Punch, The Guardian, This Day, and a few other dailies also. We'll be looking at these headlines. And the big story on the cover page of The Punch, let's start off with that one. It's the big story on the cover page of The Punch newspaper. And it says, power drain. Electricity subsidy nears 2 trillion naira yearly. Consumers pay 1.13 trillion naira for power in 6 months amid outages. Rising electricity subsidy sparks fresh fears. All right. It's the power sector.
Yeah. The critical nature of electricity cannot be overemphasized, in terms of developmental strides of this country. We have said it even at the expense of redundancy, that government should take electricity very seriously. In the past, a lot of things has happened, and Nigerians are also growing with electricity hike. Now, electricity payments are not within the average Nigerian's reach, particularly for those in Band A. They are not within the Nigerian reach. It's very sad that it's happening that way. But what government should do, as a matter of fact, is to ensure that all these subsidies they are talking about, are reflected in the tariff structure. Our problem is that they are not. And each day they tell us a new strange of structure, a subsidy. Just like in the petroleum subsector too, we are being told that subsidy is still there by some people, that in spite of the fact that government has removed subsidy, they still say that there are elements of subsidy. So now that the government has also is touting the idea of electricity subsidy, I do not know. What it means is that it will translate into hike in electricity tariff, which will not be too good for the average Nigerian. Because you can't talk of development without electricity.
Of course, yes. Of course, yes. Chukuma, please.
Yes, the electricity tariff and subsidy it's something that is concerning to all of us. I recall that you and I, we did a little bit of arithmetic. I think that was on Monday, about how we have progressed between 2015 and 2025. And I recall that as at 2015, when APC came into, when the administration of the PDP ended, our kilowatt rate, for a unit of electricity was 18 naira. No, yes, was 18 naira. Yes, 18 naira at that point. But since 2023, between 2023, now depending on the band, it moved between 87 to 200 naira per unit of electricity.
And depending on the band.
Depending on the band that you are, ABC. And so it speaks to how electricity generation has become part of a problem, in our bid to industrialize. There is practically nothing anybody can do without power. It was, apart from the steam engine, that rode, apart from the industrial revolution that saw the world, progress from one form of historical development to another, it was actually at the backdrop of power generation. There is nothing practically, in our daily lives now, there is nothing that you can do without power. Absolutely. You wake up in the morning, the first thing you do is to pick up your phone. And if your phone is not powered, it can't come on. And if it can't come on, you can't check your bank balance. You can't even call your family if you are not with family. You can't make business calls. So it is power. And so when we go to other subsectors of the economy, you discover that power is the structure that every other structure is built upon. So if we are grappling with this and we are talking about industrialization, like I keep telling, the first time I heard the word diversify was when we were doing economics, primary economics in the secondary school. And at that point, how it came into focus was because it was the argument that we need to diversify away from power, away from oil. And that's about 40 years ago plus, and we are still, at this time, we are still talking about diversification. And in all of this, we are still grappling. At a point, the partial disturbance, in the national grid dropped our collective consumption, so our collective output to 50 megawatts. That is strange. Very disturbing, deeply troubling. And so every other business that is built on electricity is not thriving. I keep talking about a certain telco CEO who came to Nigeria and said, look, Nigeria is my best business, but I will have doubled, tripled, or quadrupled my earnings if I was not running two companies. And I asked him, which two companies are you running? He said, I run a telco, I also run a power generation company. Meaning that in all...
Run the power to power
his telco. So he has two big generators in thousands of base stations across the country, permanent on 247, because they cannot rely on the national grid. So that is one person speaking. And I don't know why it is difficult. We talk about turbine, we talk about independent generation. These things are, nobody is asking us to go and build a turbine. Other people have built. Why can't we just buy and install? So why is it a big problem? It's like you going to a market in Europe, and even if it is not Shell, you can book. Within 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, they can produce one for you, come and install, and give your people power. So why is it so difficult for us? Now we are talking about 2 trillion naira. Before we came on air, Moses did a calculation. If you have 1 trillion naira to spend over time, and they say spend 1 million naira every day, it will take you about
2,740 years.
2,740 years to spend 1 trillion naira if you have to spend 1 million naira per day. So 2 trillion naira.
And no human being has lived up to 1,000 years.
Except in the days of Methuselah.
Even days of Methuselah, they didn't live up to
1,000.
Up to 1,000.
It was 900.
900 and something.
You are my scholar. You are my biblical scholar, so you can tell better. So we can, and countries that we started out with, countries that we've moved up before them, talking about people like Vietnam. We can discountenance Egypt. Egypt is an ancient civilization, but how about Vietnam?
Malaysia.
How about Malaysia? People that we started out with. And we are still struggling with 13,000 because when we want to fantasize...
13,000
No, 13,000 megawatts. When we want to fantasize...
When do you start generating 13,000?
No, they said that is what we have generated.
And how much is being willed to the national grid?
Exactly. That is... No, I say when we want to fantasize about how well we have done.
Well, you've heard the voice of Dele Fanimo. He joins the conversation. Welcome to the conversation.
Sorry, I had to jump the gun because I can't even...
No, I had an argument. I had an argument with a guest that he insisted that it was 13,000. And as a matter of fact, when I checked it up, it was actually 13,000 that we can do. But how many have that we have done? That's the much that we have done. That's the highest that we have done.
Now,
but now the question is, how much of that have we willed to
the national
the national grid? And Moses the other day brought it to our attention that TSN has been unbundled. We have NISO, we have the other one, but what's still owned 100% by the federal government. So where are we?
Let's break it down to the actual reason why subsidy is being paid.
Okay.
We are paying for waste. Let's assume, without considering, that we have generated 13,000. As of today, the national grid cannot sustain 5,000.
Which is what brought me to TCN being unbundled.
Now, what that translates to is, let us assume, because I know that the national grid as of today cannot even take 5,000. But let's just agree that it's taking 5,000. Well, remove 5 from 13. You have 8. That means 8,000 megawatts.
It's been allowed to go to waste.
It's been allowed to go to waste.
And that's what we are paying for.
That is it.
That's what we are paying for.
It's so simple. If you manufacture and government takes the responsibility of saying, go ahead and do, and we are going to be off-takers, and you don't have anywhere to utilize this particular thing, and government is paying for waste. The same way, government is servicing salaries and wages in NNPC without any contribution to the national economy.
Now that you brought NNPC,
why do we waste 8 megawatts?
Because the national grid cannot carry it. It will collapse.
Take more than 5.
And why is 5 megawatts?
Because it's ancient.
The equipment are old.
Because it's ancient.
No,
just like
didn't plan.
Is ancient.
Yeah. We didn't plan to upgrade. We failed to plan. We had national development plans. We had rolling plans.
Now,
and in all of this, we knew that the population...
What does it take to upgrade the national...
Let me give you a story. Yeah. Let me give you a story.
I'm going somewhere.
I was directly involved at some point. You see, the national grid does not take rocket science to increase the intake to the national grid. But vested interest, just like in NNPC, will not allow it. Vested interest includes labor union, includes importers of generating sets that are bribing the labor unions to make it impossible for the upgrade of the national grid, and then vandals that compromise this infrastructure. Now, in 2010 or 11, when Jonathan was in government, he attempted to bring Manitoba from Canada to come and upgrade the national grid. Do you know that it was this same Ajero that was the General Secretary of NUI, National Union of Electricity Employees, that stood against it? That it took the federal government some level of manipulation that I was also involved in, that made Manitoba to have inroads. But they didn't allow Manitoba to succeed. Now, during Buhari's tenure, they brought seamen from Germany
that have been successful in other countries in trying to upgrade their energy infrastructure. But up till today, the subcontractors that were employed, that were foisted on cement to upgrade these things, took money from them and bolted away. No law to catch up with them, for them to come and do their job. Today, if cement JAG, Germany, is still in Nigeria, they are just trying to round off without any noticeable achievement to the national grid. So it's a complex thing. Now you allow private sector to play in the generating aspect of this electricity chain. They are ready, they are pushing, they are generating, and they are saying they are generating 13,000 megawatts. 13,000 megawatts would considerably improve energy. Do you know that Lagos State alone can absorb 2,000 megawatts? But because most big companies, manufacturing rail sector, part of this Lagos State economy, they run on alternative energy. That they see PACN, whatever it is called now, as just a backup. Instead of being the main
source.
And so what we are paying, the 2 trillion that they want this government to pay is payment for waste. That's why I said it is like NNPC.
Okay.
Today, NNPC, the salary in NNPC is enough to pay half of the entire civil service in this country.
With these few points of
and
view,
they are not.
I hope he's been able to
convince me.
Well,
it's very pathetic, really. Very pathetic.
Okay, now that you brought NNPC into it, I was going to mention something also in the papers. It says Nigeria's fuel crude importation concern defies price war. And then, let's put up the Guardian newspaper. That's the big story on the cover page of the Guardian. And it says petrol imports soar to 1.8 million metric tons, highest in 12 months. Crude intake from local refiners fell from six-month average. Petrol prices hover between 920 naira and 739 naira, despite an ex-refinery price reduction to 699 naira by Dangote refinery. And, that's the breakdown here. And when you flip the pages to, I think the big story is on page 6 itself, the writers to that says, refining capacity plummets. Petrol imports soar to 1.8 million metric tons, highest in 12 months. Petrol imports. Stakeholders list expectations for new heads of NMDPRA and UPRC.
Why is all this happening in critical sectors of the economy?
You see?
Critical sectors of the economy. Electricity subsector, oil and gas, there's petroleum subsector and all that. Why do we allow this type of thing to happen in critical sectors?
Because people are benefiting from it.
How do we arrest these issues?
When I look at the story of Venezuela, the fact that they have the largest deposit of crude oil and they have, rare earth minerals and the rest, and the country is where
the poorest.
The poorest, where it is. And then I relate it to our story here in Nigeria with how rich our soil is with oil and the other things that we have. I think these things are a curse.
Okay, I'm sure you have heard about resource costs.
It's a curse.
That's what it is.
Because without them, we would have been thinking very well,
this year,
clearly.
How about this year? The same thing.
Singapore with nothing is doing better.
Israel with arid land, arid region, desert region, doing very well.
Better. So companies that have what the world is looking for are the most poorest. How do you even explain it?
You just explained it now. It's cost.
Yeah,
it's a problem of leadership.
Individuals in those countries are wealthy, but the country itself is poor.
Individuals or governments?
Or government, that is individual. The elites. The elites, they are. It's just like what is happening in Zamfara axis. where they mine gold or other solid minerals. The government is not getting anything from there. But the individuals are making, a hell of money. Helicopters will land, comes in there, pick these things, and go away. And people are richer, but the country is poorer. That's exactly what is going on. So how do you now check? And once these people come in there, pick this thing and go and sell, they make more money, they become more emboldened, they have more connections. If you talk, they say, I will remove you from there. Moses, I will remove you from VOP. And then you find out that they can do that. You understand me? So they are empowered. And once you are empowered, you are connected. Once you are connected, we are capable of doing anything. So the onion lies in government to begin to take a look at what happened when they said people should come for licensing in Zamfara area. Federal government says they should come, license them so that they know you are there and all that. Even the locals, who are the people, down there mining the thing, felt that their livelihood is threatened. And they begin to do one or two things to ensure that government agenda is not realizable. So what it means is that government should step up its efforts, in terms of getting most of these resources to come in, the largesse coming from most of these resources to come into the government coffers. That is the only way we can survive. I do not know. I think one time the Minister for Solid Minerals did say how much we are losing in that solid mineral space, and that government should be able to get it and then plug it back into, to support the oil money too. I think it is high time that thing is done to be able to rake in much more revenue to the government instead of taxing us to stupor.
You see, for me, I consider that story a sponsored story.
Which one about?
On NNPC, on fuel import and all that. It's a sponsored story. Because it's at variance with what Dangote is pushing out. Dangote says, today, it pushes out 50 million liters of petrol on a daily basis from its gantry, and that anybody can come in to verify. And our daily consumption hovers between 40 and 45 million. And he also says he has 28 days stock in case there's a disruption, that it will stop free flow for 28 days. Now, why are we now saying import is higher? You see, you need somebody who understands the depth of some of these stories. Don't believe everything that newspapers shun out. I'm sorry, I'm a product of The Guardian, and I understand all my life I've always been in the media. I've never known any job. And I've played at the top. You see, this was the same thing that happened when a newspaper, I don't want to mention the name now, came up with, petrol will be sold before December at 120 to 1,200 to 1,500. I was saying that if I was the editor of that paper, because that reporter relied on just emotional sentiment to churn out that particular story, that story is not true. And I gave analysis of why it is not true. Today, how much are we buying fuel? 739. Now, this particular story negates what the sole refinery that is pumping out fuel is saying, and nobody has controverted that. Now, this story is likely to be sponsored by independent marketers, just to give that feeling that they cannot stop importation of fuel. And some of them, they are already moving on to Dangote to lift petrol from Dangote. Yet you are saying importation has soared. Where is it coming from? Okay, imagine if Dangote is saying it can feed local consumption effortlessly. The ones they are importing, to what end are they importing? That's the question you ask. Until this story extrays the position of Dangote and what Dangote has been able to do, if it is true or not, then you cannot believe that story. For me, I am not going to believe that story.
I think the issue is that the industry was taken by storm when Dangote came in. And then it changed the landscape of that sector. And people that have been, vegetating on, that industry begin to feel the pinch. I think it's a reaction to what Dangote is doing. Right. Ordinarily, even 2-3 years ago, when Dangote was still under construction, we were told that it was a game changer in the Nigerian oil subsector. And then Nigerians were very hopeful that this change, they can't wait for too long. No sooner than Dangote entered the fray than, a lot of things started coming up and all that. So it is all about change, people are reacting to change, differently. I think that with time, they will come to terms with the reality on ground and begin to do the normal thing.
All right then. Okay, let me take a few political stories, and then we'll just lump our analysis, react to all of them together. This day has this story here. It's big story. It says, Jonathan, despite many defections to ruling APC, PDP alive and strong. Party blasts APC over Wike on Rivers crisis. Says it can't cry foul now. The Guardian has APC has no right to complain about Wike, says PDP. I will not step down for no one, Atiku vows, 2027. 2027, Jonathan pledges active role in PDP, says Turaki. These are quite interesting stories.
Like I said about 2 days ago, Wike should better watch it. His bravado has ended with the coming to APC of Fubara and the 27 lawmakers. And the earlier he understands this, the better for him. That's one. Because right now, either he likes it or not, Fubara is the leader of APC in Rivers State. And I keep saying one thing. The sitting president...
Before we continue, there's a video that was out there. Let's play that video and let's hear what Wike had to say. I'm sure you've seen the video, but for the benefit of our viewers.
And do tell them to come out. Not be to talk cha. No be whoa. Yes, so we can our leader. No be cha. No be we can our leader. No be whoa. No be whoa. Yes, so we can our leader. No be cha. Yes, so we can our leader. If I don't say this, let me warn those who come to Rivers State because you have heard about 600 billion. You come here, you collect, and you open your mouth, you talk anyhow. I want to say it. When you are doing something for the interest of everybody, some people will come out to make sure those things don't work. I say it here, Victor, I want to say it here. Take this message. Tell your national secretary, leave Rivers State alone. Leave Rivers State alone. Go and ask those who have tried it before. Go and ask those who have tried it before. Kapinta, Bidikila, Owa Pondole, Kamanga, Wokandolewa, Owa Pondole, Kapinta, Bidikila.
Brought the state chairman of both parties together, that of PDP and APC. And he says, look, who can do this? Nobody else can do this. Only Wike can do this. Bring state chairman of two parties together, and he's here and there. He's now the octopus. The octopus Wike.
The game is over for Wike. If you ask my candid opinion, the game is over for Wike.
Wike also did say in an interview that look, nobody can use and dump him.
It's possible. It's possible the federal government can dump him. So possible they made him what he is. They can also dump him.
Will there be consequences?
There were.
For the federal government.
No consequences.
In Rivers State.
No consequences.
2027.
No consequences. Tinubu has already gotten an inroad in Rivers State. So Wike's influence in Rivers State vis-a-vis relationship with Tinubu has come down. You understand what I'm saying? So if
has some structures.
No, which structures does he have? Similarly, Fubara has inherited such structures. If there is any that Wike left.
Local government chairmen are his.
It is not. Things are going to change. You see, politics in 24 hours is a long time in politics. Once the people now know that Fubara is aligned to the federal government, to Abuja, that is it. That is what they need to swing loyalty. The moment, assuming tomorrow Wike is relieved of his ministerial appointment, that will be the last straw that will break the camel's back. Of course, he will not have any pedestal to stand to begin to do what he knew best how to do. So what I'm saying in effect is that Wike has gotten to his zenith, his apogee, as political apogee as it were, in Rivers State. It's now coming down. He will stabilize a little bit there and then nosedive. That is what it's going to be in Rivers politics. I think he has done his job for Mr. President. Mr. President has appreciated him for doing a job, for destroying PDP and all that. PDP find it very difficult. Don't forget about what Jonathan is saying.
What if he moves into the APC? What if
ADC?
No, APC.
Let him move now. Why is he not moving?
Officially.
Why is he not moving?
You have qualified it right.
Why is he not moving? Why is he not moving? If he moves, what difference will he make?
No, he has to remain in PDP.
He already, the governor has moved.
If he steps out of PDP, the inner caucus meetings, he will not be able to attend.
No, but
and he will not be able to do maximum damage.
He still has his men.
He still has his men there.
No, having your men is different from when you are within. You fight more when you are within than when you are without.
The PDP is destroyed already anyway. The governors PDP is destroyed. The governors that have left the PDP, they will not go back.
They won't come back. PDP is more like a skeleton.
You don't understand what I'm saying. A half-dead snake can still strike.
No, now the point is
you must watch that snake until it dies.
At the stage that PDP is now, do you think that if Wike leaves, that it could be revived?
At the stage it is today.
Going by what Jonathan
it's not
is
going
saying.
to be. No, Jonathan.
He pledges active role in PDP.
No, I know what I'm asking.
Jonathan has only emotional attachment to the old PDP. That is the carryover from those days.
For making him the deputy governor, vice president, and president. He was very thankful to PDP. But PDP becoming relevant in 2027.
I don't see it coming.
Yes, to
your question.
Yes. PDP is still alive and strong. That's what
PDP is still alive.
But not strong.
Okay. And the best approach to decimating PDP is to have moles there. And the head of the moles is who we all know. So moving from that position, it may not have inroads.
Exactly my question now is, if he leaves now, as PDP is constituted, if Wike leaves, is there a possibility that PDP could be revived to become strong again?
It could happen.
Not in 2027.
Okay, not in 2027.
It can be relevant in 2020.
There's a question that you asked. I think it's you that asked it, or you said something. What if Wike moves to ADC?
Yeah, I asked.
Yes. If he moves to ADC.
If he moves to ADC,
will ADC accept him?
No political party will want to.
Even if you go to
even if it's the devil, they will always accept you.
The one thing is to accept you. One thing is to allow you to
play your game.
Play your game.
You understand? they will accept
I
him.
do not think ADC
at
will
least
accept
to
Wike.
spite APC.
For now. I do not
Okay,
think
Dele
they will
said
accept.
something. They might accept him to spite APC.
They may
because
just
they're already
accept him.
talking. PDP is already saying, blame yourself, for what happened to you.
Yes.
By allowing Wike to play your game for you.
I don't think ADC will accept him.
No political party. No political
that will
party
not be
will
accepted.
No.
But before they accept him,
APC will not accept him if he decides to defect.
APC?
Yes.
Will not
accept Wike.
Why?
Why?
APC did not even accept Jackson Adeleke, where he wanted to defect.
No, that one
is what?
He
wanted to defect. They did not accept him.
You see,
They didn't make it easy for him.
There was no time.
That was why he went to a court.
There was no time. Because APC in Osun State, they have factions on the ground that could work against Adeleke as candidate of APC. So that's why they pushed him to a court. And I can assure
the
you,
same thing.
after the election this year, it will move to APC.
So we are saying the same thing. So if Wike now says, already we are having, big players.
Moses, what we are saying is in principle, no party, you won't go to your ward to register, and the ward chairman will say no. They will let you in, but they will not allow you to play the politics. So if they had allowed Adeleke to come in, when Adeleke knew full well that they will not allow him to excel, to play the politics of Goba election in 2027, in 2026, then there was no need for that.
The important
so what
thing
we're saying is in principle, no party will reject you. But in practice, they will put entry barriers, stumbling blocks for you to, operate.
You won't be allowed to excel the way you want to excel, either negatively or positively. When they know that you are likely to be a problem for them. So the whole idea is Wike will not leave PDP until 2027, except if the people that prompted him and promoted him to this level says we are done with you.
Which they are saying in everything.
Already they show him the card.
If he's having,
but it's not smart.
If he's having skirmish with the secretary of a party, Moses go and tell the secretary that and all that, and having this banter and all that. So it's very, very, very. It's a red sign for me that the game is over. That is why I said the game is over. When probably Baba comes back, some of these things will be placed on the table for him and all that. Of course, before now, some APC members were having some feelings that this man is becoming overbearing and all that. Baba should try and do something to tame him and all that. So these arguments will come up again, and I think moving closer to 2027, if you begin now to weigh the options like will a Wike, will it be favorable for you to have a Wike or disfavorable for you to have a Wike in terms of Rivers politics? Because it's like a whole lot of things. It's becoming more complex than it was a year ago. Okay. You understand me? In Rivers State, it's becoming more complex than it was because now that the governor have moved to the ruling party, it's now 001. Wike said it cannot be. And some people are equally supporting that 001 status of the governor. You don't even, he's talking about agreement is agreement. You don't even know what agreement Fubara and Mr. President has gone into. Because the genesis of Fubara moving to APC. When the governor of Imo State and all that, the scuffle between, power right and all that. Now, the governor facilitated Fubara's entrance into APC, probably to spite Wike and all that. So you now see big wigs lining up behind Fubara, as it were. And those people will not let him go because Wike, in his attempt to get to the top, has also stepped on toes. So the problem is becoming more complex. Assuming Fubara was still in PDP, then you cannot say that Wike will have an upper hand, will be holding the longer end of the stick. But with Fubara in the ruling party, Wike's power has been abbreviated.
All right, then. You don't want to add anything to that?
I know.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's take a few more headlines as we coast home now. Troops arrest 8 terrorists linked to Gambaroo Market Square suicide bombing. Chief of Army Staff. Inadequate training undermines operational effectiveness. Army to deploy more troops to Niger, other states to crush terrorist acts. All right? And then we also have, the rest are in the same political stories that we just...
This is not the time to make excuses.
Inadequate training. What do they mean?
What does it mean by inadequate training? If they bring out the budget for training of these soldiers, you will get stunned. A lot of money has been voted. What of defense budget? Every day, every now and then, every year, you see humongous amount of money budgeted for defense. What are they used for?
We hear that a lot of it go into overhead costs, overhead payments of salaries.
I stumbled on somebody, a policeman, saying they are going for training. I saw him with a rubber bucket, a 6 inches mattress, and all that. I said, why? He said they are going for training. I said, why? This is not provided. He said, you're on your own. Of course. Nothing.
You provide your uniform.
You provide everything. And meanwhile, you cannot tell me that the federal government can organize a training without the basics. If you like, you can provide it. After the training, you pack it to somewhere else. Then you can reuse it and all that. But now, the people that are going for training are providing essentials for themselves. And if you don't go for that training, you will not get promoted. And if you don't get promoted, you will not advance in your career prospect, as it were. So what the man is saying that inadequate training and all that, who will train them? No excuses. Emergency has been declared an insecurity. So you don't have any excuses. Just like the Minister of Defense is talking about, they know them, the people are doing this, that. This is the time to walk the talk. It's not the time to begin to express sentiments or begin to express inadequacies or incapacity to deal with the matter. That is what is, annoying a lot of people that now make it seem as if they don't have sympathy with government when they talk, when they say that they are not, government is not alive to their responsibility. You cannot have a government that has declared emergency and insecurity, be talking about lack of training. Or the minister will be talking about, people that are, don't want the policy to work. If you know that you know people that don't want the policy to work, you crush them along the line and bulldoze yourself through. There is no need for excuses, my brother.
You see, I'm so annoyed at the way people in the security circle shun out information without processing before they shun out. Is it my responsibility to come and train soldiers or policemen?
I know.
Is it not part of the state's responsibility to train armed forces and other paramilitary agents? How could you tell me that that training is now an albatross? Are you telling me that there is no vote for training and manpower development?
Impossible.
And is it even not a shame that at this time and age, policemen would have to carry bucket and mattress to training school in the police college and other training schools? Where is the money voted for the Police Service Commission and the Nigerian Police Force? Where is it expended?
You see, the even strange and curious thing is that these people that are not very well trained, when they go outside, they excel.
They excel.
So doesn't that defeat the proposition?
I've had some of these police officers that are gone on peace.
No, I'm talking about soldiers, military now.
Even the soldiers.
Okay.
They bring UN personnel to train them before
to retrain them.
To retrain them, yes, to retrain them. So sometimes you don't have to judge by the fact that they are already...
No, but at least that shows that they are trainable.
Of course.
Because at some point we had people who were not trainable.
I don't know anything about that.
No, you told me the story. You told me the story. So don't leave me in the lurch now.
But the point is, even the modules, for anybody that is going to be recruited into the police force, to be able to have a grasp of modern day policing, the least qualification should be OND, no longer school cert.
Yeah.
Because policing is technologically driven now. How do you impact within 6 months technology, crime detection?
I think they're even employing now. There's an advertorial I saw yesterday calling for recruitment
into
the police force.
They have already approved I think 24,000.
They said so.
You know,
but I don't know the level they are in now.
But the point I'm making
There's an
is
advertorial on TV saying, "Look, come and join."
If the model,
Are people coming?
I don't know.
Of course.
Moses, if the modules employed those days are still what they are going to teach in police colleges, then we are still in trouble.
Why will it not? Why will it not? If you go back to the university syllabus now, you discover that some of the things they taught us, like 35 years ago.
I went to a private university. I took a tour of the mass comm department. I still saw those old-fashioned cameras that you have to put tarpaulin on your head.
There you are. That's what I'm telling you. I mean, if you go through their syllabus, you discover that what they taught us started 5 years ago.
And they have some funny equipment for training them on sub-editing. You still have Pica and all that. I say, wow. I said, is this modern day training school for mass comm?
No, you're talking about a private university.
That's like a museum. That's like a museum. That just shows people this is what they work with.
That is why when they come out, they are relatively unemployable. You understand?
They're not fit
when
for
they graduate, they are relatively unemployable. Unless you need to, train them yourself. And people are getting what I say, in 5 years, 3 years experience. Say, where will you get the experience if not employed? But in private sector, for instance, you don't have that luxury of time to train. You understand what I'm saying? They believe that the university system is working and capable of providing capacity for the would-be employee of their company. So if you now employ and begin to train, who bears the cost? Time lag and what have you? In terms of the training.
I think what most of the private sector organizations they do now is they have their internal training school. So when they employ you, they run you through that.
The bigger ones.
Yeah,
the bigger ones who can afford it. They can do so. But that speaks to the deficiency in the educational system,
primary
the gap
yes.
We have.
All right, one more headline, or maybe two more. Over 140 million Nigerians may become poorer by December
2026.
Yeah. Okay. 2026. Over 140 million Nigerians may become poorer by December. U.S. operations in Venezuela undermined international law. Well, okay. Poor interagency cooperation may stall Joshua's vehicle crash investigation. IGP orders mobilization of withdrawn VIP escorts. Deploys DIG, 17 CPs. Those are some headlines.
So there was no investigation before they took the driver of Joshua to court. That's what the headline says.
Was there investigation before they told us that it was overspeeding? There was no investigation.
No.
And then we are dealing with, maybe it was a bus tire, or maybe this, or maybe that. A lot of assumptions as against proper investigation.
What they would have done is to take that driver to custody, interrogate him,
which they have done actually.
Not just railroading him to the court. On what charges? Is it manslaughter or what?
I want to talk a bit about what the United Nations is saying about U.S. operation in Venezuela, undermining international law. And I asked the question, is there anything called international law? Is it enforceable? Can you enforce it? The first place to start dealing with international law is that we have 157 people sit together in a room, and one man stands up to say, look, I'll veto that decision. So what's the essence of international? There's nothing like international law. We were taught in university that there is called international law and I don't want to pronounce that word. We all know it. So it's we still live in a world where might is right. That's essentially what it is. So, but the UN has said what it needs to say. Because what the UN is saying, 3 people will gather and 5 or 11 of them will take a decision. For 157 people, and one person stands up and says, no, it's not going to work. And that ends it.
Let me put another dimension to this. What was Nigeria's stand in all this? Have we made a statement?
Should we make a statement?
Moses, I'll throw the question to you.
Should we make a statement?
Nigeria must make a statement.
ECOWAS has made a statement.
ECOWAS? Man, so why would they para for another person headache? Like, delegate headache now. Now need to drink paracetamol.
No.
Except you are telling me that
it's imperative Nigeria take a stand.
Except you are telling me that the thing that
unless there are something we do not know.
Okay.
You know, why must Nigeria be aloof? Why must we have silence?
Of our foreign policy? What goes on in America? Either North America, South America.
Why did you go to Benin Republic? Is it part of your foreign policy?
West Africa.
What?
That's West Africa.
It's another country.
That's our neighbor.
It's another country.
It's another country.
What worries me is we can't stay on the fence on this.
Well, ECOWAS has spoken. I don't
understand. What do you mean by ECOWAS?
Let me answer your
question.
Let me answer your question. I just asked you. Now, Dele has headache. I'm the one taking paracetamol.
Don't thank him yet. You thank him too early.
No, except you want to tell me that Dele has headache.
Yes.
Because Dele and I...
You are sitting closer to Dele.
No, that Dele...
So if you take analgesics, it will work.
No, except you're telling me that the beer two of us drank last night is what is causing his headache. That is the only way I'll become concerned, that he has headache. So, analogically, what I'm saying is that except you want to tell us that what is happening in Venezuela is happening in Nigeria, and that the reason why they went to Venezuela...
We are doing analysis here.
Exactly.
Exactly what we are doing. So we want to see how what is happening in Venezuela can also either
may also happen in Nigeria.
Dovetail into Nigeria. Or
so, and now that's the question. Do we have the same problems?
So, as a sovereign nation, being counted as the biggest in Africa, you understand me?
Okay, Moses said we might have similar problems.
The scenarios are,
they are similar.
They're similar.
I think we should, being what we are being played out,
Nigeria is watching.
So that we can now have your voice. Because some other countries, more smaller than you are also watching your own reaction. And tomorrow you can not log it over them.
As a payoff, our foreign policy is couched in what we call concentric circles. It radiates from the inside to the outside. What it means is that we'll take care of what is closest to us, and that is West Africa.
You are doing an explanation.
After West Africa, we'll go to
inability
Africa.
To stand up when others have,
But we still no, that's our neighbor.
That's our neighbor. So that's what I'm telling you. What are the basis of our foreign policy? 3 circles from the inside. So West Africa, Africa, and
the
then
Nigerian
global.
government communicate this to us that we are watching the situation. We don't want to dabble into something that is not ours. Something that will not benefit us.
No,
that is the point I'm making.
They have communicated this to us. We're absolutely out of time. We're absolutely out of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mazi Amobi Ihegwero. Thank you very much for your contribution. We must say a very big thank you to Daily Fanimo and Chukwuma Okoro. Well, Chukwuma makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Barrister Asim Adams. He's a constitutional lawyer, and we're going to discuss the politics of ADC, the politics of P2B and Article, and the politics of what is going on in Venezuela and how that affects and impacts on Nigerian politics.
All right, there you have it. So I'll be dissecting all these issues, and you want to be part of that one. Well, that's it on the show. Sports comes up next. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume.
If you know, increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. More. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. A VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa Cup of Nations right there in Morocco. It is shaping up, and of course the round of 16 games have been played, and of course we still have maybe a set of 2 games to go, and yes, today, and of course, like I said, it is shaping up, and teams are already knowing who they will be facing in the quarterfinal stages, and the Super Eagles of Nigeria especially, they were involved in the round of 16 clash. More like a whitewash for me. That was not really a clash of the Titans. It was like a whitewash. It was like a David against Goliath kind of fixture. And the Super Eagles did not disappoint. And as a result of that, they will be awaiting the results between Algeria and the Democratic Republic of Congo that will be happening today as their quarterfinal opponents. Good morning and welcome to your show, Sports Republic. Of course, on this beautiful Tuesday morning, I am Afiz Ogubanjo. And yes, you know how we do it right here on Sports Republic. For the next 15 minutes thereabouts, we'll give you the gist stories from the world of sports, yes, right here on Voice of the People Television. And before we go on the show today, let us tell you that you can, of course, follow us on all our social media handles. Yes, on YouTube, we have Voice of the People TV and Voice of the People TV Plus. Yes, you can follow us, you can like, comment, and subscribe to the channel, and of course, turn on your notification button, the notification bell, so that you won't miss any exciting updates right there from this show, Sports Republic, and every other show we have on the platform. And of course, where do we start from? The elephants in the room. It was AFCON round of 16. The Super Eagles of Nigeria, the game as all Nigerians have been waiting for, against the Mambas of Mozambique. And the Nigerians, the Super Eagles, the players did not disappoint. Yes, a lot of people, there was a lot of social media rants. Nigeria tackling Ghana and South Africa and all of that. A lot of people were even saying the South Africans should not leave yet. They should wait for the Mozambique national team. And of course, I think they did that at the end of the day because the Super Eagles sent the Mambas packing. They have advanced to the quarterfinals of the AFCON 2025 after a convincing 4-0 win over Mozambique in their round of 16 match in phase. And yes, the Eagles dominated the game with Ademola Lookman scoring in the 20th minute and Victor James Osimhen, yes, doubling the lead. 5 minutes later, Lookman set up Osimhen for the 3rd goal in the 47th minute, and Arco Adams, of course, Jero Adams, yes, who plays for Sevilla right there in Spain. He completed the scoring with Nigeria's 4th in the 75th minute, and the Nigerian team, led by Wilfred Onye Ndidi in midfield, kept Mozambique at bay with a solid defense, including Stanley Wabali in goal and Bright Osai Samuel, Semi Ajayi, Calvin Bassey, and Bruno Onyemechi, of course, in the back four. And yes, we saw the midfield as well. Alexander Iwobi, that man, I don't think he's getting enough flowers he did really, really, really well in that game. Even though I have questions, you know, at the end of the day, yes, after this, you know, maybe after this story, I have a lot of questions to actually ask, and my guest will be joining me really, really soon. And of course, substitutions in the second half saw Paul Onuachu and Samuel Chukwueze replacing Akol Adams and Ademola Lookman. We also saw Moses Simon as well, while Onyeka and Ndidi were replaced by Tom Dele Bashiru and Raphael Onyedika, and Moses Simon also came on for Osimhen. And Nigeria's victory maintains their momentum as they chase a fourth AFCON title. They will face the winners of the match between Algeria and Congo DR in the quarterfinals. For me, Algeria and Congo DR, of course, for me, I think it's the game of the round of 16. And the win marks a successful start to the tournament for Nigeria because they won all their 3 group stage matches to top Group C. And yes, there you have the Super Eagles of Nigeria. That was a brilliant performance. I mean, yes, you can say Mozambique were poor on the night, but the Super Eagles of Nigeria were just too good and they streamrolled the Mozambique national team. Yes, we saw the likes of Jenny Katamo, you know, during the build-up, you know, saying that he could lead his team, but it's going to be a difficult task. And it was a difficult task because you can even say the Super Eagles did not even come out of second gear because that game was just, for me, it was, like I said, it's a David against Goliath kind of fixture. And yes, we saw James Osimhen, Victor Osimhen getting 2 goals. He could have had a hat-trick. He could have even had more. And of course, we saw goals also ruled out as well. Ademola Lookman was spotless on the night. For me, he's Nigeria's man for the AFCON. 4 assists and 3 goals to his name so far. That's 7 goals and assists, 7 goal involvements in just 4 games. You want to give it to Ademola Lookman. And he didn't even complete all the games. Did he even start against the Ugandans? I don't think so. And he still has that. In 3 games, I can say, Ademola Lookman, 2 man of the match awards, 7 goal involvements. For me, that's player of the tournament statistics already. Already, just give it to him. Just give it to him. Even if Nigeria don't even get to win the AFCON at the end of the day, which I want them to, I think what Ademola Lookman has done already is player of the tournament worthy. And of course, he was involved in the player of the group stage 11. He was there. He has to be there. I mean, when you do your player of the group stage, you know, ratings, you do the 11, you have to find a place for Ademola Lookman. Whether it's in the midfield role or in the forward line, you just have to find a place for Ademola Lookman, the Atalanta man. He has had his issues at the beginning of this season, managerial changes, his issues with Ivan Juric when he came off in a game for Atalanta right there in the Champions League, his coach, you know, manhandling him and all of that. I think he has, you know, soared above all of that and has channeled his focus into the Super Eagles, and he has done really, really, really well for himself and also for the team. Calvin Bassey as well, maybe he's not getting enough flowers because he seemed untouchable, you know, yesterday when he partnered with Semi Ajayi right there at the heart of the defense. The Mozambique national team were not even giving them anything to have a headache about. Stanley Wabali as well, he still did his usual antics, but then we will forgive him because that is Stanley Wabali and he's still, you know, manning the post for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Bright Osai Samuel was marauding that right-hand side. Defense attack, he was coming in, delivering the crosses. Bruno Emechi as well was doing that also on the other side. And going forward, I think Bruno Emechi should be the one to be starting on the left-hand side against any opponents because defensively and attacking-wise, I think he's actually better than Zaidu Sanusi, in my opinion anyways. And of course, in the midfield, Alex Iwobi, I think, is the man that is actually not getting enough props at all because he has set that standard for himself that people actually want him to, you know, do more. Not even like if it drops a standard 8/10 performance, people will say, hey, you still have to do more and all of that. I think Alex Iwobi, he ran the show in the midfield. Ndidi as well, did his job really, really well. Frank the Tank Onyeka, also everybody in the Super Eagles team yesterday did their job really, really well. Akol Adams, I think, is actually partnering well with Victor Osimhen up front and Ademola Lookman just behind them. It was just a scintillating performance. And yes, into the quarterfinals, yes, they go as they await either Algeria or the DR Congo. Good game from the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And of course, the top Group C, yes, like I said, they won all their group stage games. And yes, right there, also delivering that one against the Mambas of Mozambique. And the Mambas, they really tried. I mean, looking at their group, Ivory Coast, Cameroon, and Gabon. I think they were even expected to finish last in that group, but they got that win against Gabon 3-2. They were leading Cameroon at some point. In fact, at some point, as it was standing right there in Group F, they looked like they were going to top the group, but at the end of the day, that went to Ivory Coast, who also they are involved in today's game against Burkina Faso. It's been a fantastic round of 16 so far, but for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, I want to say a fantastic performance. I mean, you have to just applaud what they did yesterday. Maybe a lot of people were expecting that victory, but of course, you have to beat what's in front of you, because upsets can happen. We saw what happened between Mali and Tunisia, with Mali getting the red card in the first half, and they still went on to dump out Tunisia on penalties. So for me, an upset can come in from anywhere. I actually called an upset. Yes, personally, I called an upset because this is why we love football. This is why we love AFCON. This is why we love sports generally. There should be upsets. Fine, maybe it shouldn't be for Super Eagles of Nigeria, but I called an upset. But unfortunately, yes, you can put that, because as a Nigerian, I will still take that one. Super Eagles of Nigeria, scintillating performance. Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman, Akko Adams, everybody in that team, even the subs. Moses Simon, he did a Mozambique player dirty. He did it dirty. Maybe in the later stages of that game, he did him really dirty. But that is what we want to see. And there are still some players that want to also come on as well. Eric Chell, he got the tactics spot on. He got the tactics wonders against Mozambique. And going forward, I think you have to study your opponent. I said that when the group stage started in the game against Tanzania. The game didn't really go the way Nigerians really wanted, even though they got the win. I said you should study your opponent, and I think he did that yesterday against Mozambique, and we got the results. Good one for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We await Algeria, we await DR Congo. Anyone, I think at this point you can say bring it on, because this win will actually give them more and more confidence, even though that victory was mad. It was marred by a shocking attitude from a player that Nigerians did not even expect. A player that, this is a player that going into every Nigerian game, every Super Eagles game, they all want to see him. And I think he grabbed the headlines in the wrong way. And I'm talking about Victor Osimhen. I'll be talking about him in a minute. But let's take a short break right here on the show. When we come back, we'll still give you more stories about Super Eagles of Nigeria and, of course, Victor James Osimhen. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Yes, you're welcome back, and it's still your show, Sports Republic. And of course, yes, I think I'm receiving news that my guests are on with me. And of course, David Bola Ahmed, and of course, Pelumi Adeosun. Yes, David, if you are there, yes, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, there was a dominant display. David against Goliath. What a match you would call that one. Well, yes, of course, maybe as a lot of Nigerians would expect, you were also expecting a dominant victory against the Mozambique national team, or you're expecting a close one, David?
Yeah, good morning, Afis.
Good morning and welcome to the show, David.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure being on the show with you again. And beautiful one for Nigeria. We all expect Nigeria to win. We all expect to see the Super Eagles soar, just like the whole days. And again, beautiful performance yesterday, very rampant and dominant form. Everyone played well. 4-0 win. Our first clean sheet in this tournament, and it's quite a good one for us. And kudos to the Nigerian team. I expected the win. I expected us to dominate, and indeed, we had 4 beautiful goals to make a statement ahead of the quarterfinals. Whether we face Algeria, whether we face DR Congo, we are ready. I believe the boys are ready.
Of course, you believe the boys are ready, and of course, let me say, who stood out for you in that game? Because in fact, if you have to do ratings right now, it's like everybody will get a 10. Maybe Nwabali might get a standard 5 or a 6 because he wasn't really disturbed. He had really nothing much to do. But I think everybody will get a 10. Who stood out for you and who also surprised you in a positive way in that game, David?
All right, so I believe the name on everybody's mind now will be Iwobinho. And
Iwobinho.
Iwobinho is the name on everybody's mind at the moment.
Absolutely, deserves that.
If you watch the match, I mean, he made these passes look so seamless. The commentator were like the pre-assist before the assist, and it was those line-breaking passes are what disorganize your opponent's defenders. Once those passes come in, the opponents don't want to touch the ball because when they do, you're either going to cause your own goal for yourself or going to just lead on your opponents too. And it's the same thing. He made about 3-4 passes, and 2 of those passes led to our goals. And Iwobi is going to be my man of the match for real.
All right, David. Yes, I think I'm having issues with noise. Just adjust a little bit, and so I can see you really clearly. But of course, you've given your own. What about Bright Osai Samuel for you, David? In the first game against Tanzania, his crosses were really poor. I mean, going forward, he wasn't delivering enough crosses to the box for Victor Osimhen. Defensively, he wasn't covering up well. Did you think he really put that to rest in that game against Mozambique?
Everyone, like I said, everyone yesterday's game, they played super. Everyone gave in their best. And for Bright Osai Samuel, he was one of the key players I wanted to see playing. He was one of the players I really wanted to see give his best. And indeed, he did. And he played such a very wonderful game. The crosses, yes, they were not up to standard as it would be, but it's something he could learn from. And again, it was quite a wonderful game for Nigeria.
Absolutely. And Pelumi, yes, I have a question. Pelumi, was it a game of the Super Eagles being so good or the Mozambique national team looking so bad, the Mambas this time around? Because I think going into that game, a lot of the preview did not even bring out a big threat from the Mozambique team. Was it a game of the Super Eagles just seeing an easy opponent? And do you think going forward they have to tweak their tactics and their formation? That's talking about Eric Chell now. Or it was just a case of beating who's in front of you and they will still bring the same performance against either Algeria or DR Congo? Good morning, Pelumi, and welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning to you, Afiz. And of course, it's a pleasure to join you on the show this morning once again. And great performance from the Super Eagles of Nigeria yesterday. For me, I think it's a combination of both, actually. I think the Super Eagles of Nigeria did really well. They approached the game very well. They had to get the job done. And for the Mozambique team too, I think it was a below par performance. I think it was a very, very horrible one for a team that made the knockout stage. They didn't really cover themselves in glory. They had barely, I think they were a little above 30% ball possession. They did not even get any shots on target. They had 2 shots in total. I think it was an abysmal performance from Mozambique. But then I think if we consider the two teams, player to player, I think they are not on the same level with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So we kind of expected that one to actually happen. I don't think every game would be like this for Nigeria. I really don't think. I think this is our easiest game so far in the competition. And it is coming at the knockout stage. I even think that the Ugandans did better than what Mozambique actually did.
Absolutely. I think they scored. You can give it to the Ugandans. They scored a goal.
And they even scored with 10 players. So because their goalkeeper got a red card.
Yes.
So for Mozambique, it was a very, very terrible performance for them. But we cannot expect performances like this from our opponents in subsequent games. I think that he might get that as it goes forward because we're going to be facing either Algeria or DR Congo. So I think that's going to be a sterner test than what we faced in the game against Mozambique. So once again, I think it was a combination of both. The Mozambique team did not do very well. They didn't give the Nigerians a run for their money. Most of Nigerian players had a free day. As at the second minute, we already found the back of the net that was eventually ruled out for offside. And within 20 minutes, Nigeria got an under goal again. So I think the Mozambique should have actually done better. But kudos, I think big kudos still goes to the Super Eagles of Nigeria for getting that all-important victory.
All right. I mean, maybe the popular saying that says that the higher you go, the tougher it becomes, because I don't think Algeria or DR Congo, I don't think they are going to offer this one. I don't think they're going to make it so easy, just like the Mozambicans also did last night. Yes, from that one, of course, we are celebrating that victory, but something happened in that game, and of course, a certain player has been receiving heavy criticism, after his display against the Mambas yesterday. And if this was coming from a Stanley Wabali, of course, Nigerians have been complaining about maybe his antics and all of that. If it was coming from maybe any other player, but from Victor Osimhen, it's like Nigerians have been saving something for him. And finally, they got to open it up last night with that outburst, because Nigerian football fans are criticizing Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen for his angry outburst at teammate Ademola Lookman during Monday's 4-0 victory over Mozambique in the Africa Cup of Nations round of 16. Osimhen was seen yelling at Lookman in the 63rd minute after Lookman missed a chance, when Osimhen was open for scoring a goal. He was open for a scoring opportunity, and the incident sparked widespread criticism on social media, with fans questioning Osimhen's attitude despite the team's dominant performance. And Lookman, who had already created 2 chances for Osimhen himself, including a direct assist for his second goal, he wasn't looking so happy at all. And Osimhen's reaction was met with boos from the fans as he was substituted off the pitch, with Moses Simon replacing him. And fans took to social media to express their frustration, with some describing Osimhen's behavior as silly and unprofessional. David, I want to bring you into this one this time around. I mean, looking at what he did, his captain trying to hold him back. You can't smack the hand of your captain. That's number one. I'm not even going to what he did to Ademola Lookman now. For the fact that was even happening within the game. It was not even after the game. Your captain is trying to hold you back. There is a reason why he's wearing the captain's armband. He is the captain. If he tells you sit, you sit. Because he is the captain. He should be the one to go and face the referee for anything or whatever that is going on. He is the face of the team. For you to smack your captain's hand, that is really, really unprofessional on the part of Victor Osimhen. And for me, I am calling for something really, really big, but I don't want to say it now. I want to hear from your own side. What do you see about Victor Osimhen's? He got 2 goals for himself. Yes, people have been calling for him to score goals. He got 2 goals. I think the Mozambique national team made it easy for him, but he got his 2 goals. I won't take that away from him. But at the end of the day, his attitude looked like he was just trying to grab the headlines, and he grabbed it for very, very silly reasons, David.
Right. Thank you very much, Hafiz. And again, Osimhen, he just like you said, it's somehow like the Nigerians had something saved up for him, and they were just waiting for probably a slight mistake or a silly mistake from him just to throw out the outburst. And just like I told you off camera before now, I said I have a very different view about.
I want to hear that. I want to hear that view, David.
Right. So, first of all, we are both on the same page when it comes to you smacking the hands of your captain. That is very, very unprofessional, like from Osimhen. You don't smack the hand of your captain. But the confrontation with Ademola Lookman, personally, I do not see anything wrong in that. And I'll cite a number of examples in football where players, strikers, have gone out against their co-colleagues on the pitch just because you didn't give me a pass. And now, very recent, Cole Palmer versus Nicholas Jackson at the Club World Cup. Nicholas Jackson, Cole Palmer was open, well open. I mean, that pass has gone into Cole Palmer's path. And that's, I'm trying to remember the match now, but Cole Palmer was well open. If Nicholas Jackson had passed to Cole Palmer, it would have been a goal. But Nicholas Jackson, trying to find his form and all of those things, thought to score. And he hits the side netting. And we all saw how Cole Palmer reacted. I mean, he reacted so bad that he even had to use his leg to strike the opponent's goal post. And he was shouting at Nicholas Jackson. Away from that, Cristiano Ronaldo, in some palaces, he is the greatest of all time. But about 3-4 years ago, Cristiano Ronaldo himself, the captain of the Portugal national team, threw his armband, showing that he is the captain. He threw it on the floor just because he's dissatisfied with his team's
But David, these instances you gave, these players were called out for that. They were called out. Jackson was called out. Palmer was called out. Even Ronaldo was called out. So I see why. I see no reason why Osimhen shouldn't be called out for his attitude last night too.
Calling him out is not my problem, but
Okay.
you saying that a striker should not be able to vent when he hurts. Why is it the striker? A striker is on the pitch to score goals, and when a striker's mentality, I have 2 goals, I have 3 goals, doesn't matter. If I have the chance to score 20 as a striker, I have to score. And if you see me open, just let the pass to me and let me score. Let me help. This is why I'm on the team. I'm not putting on the number 9 jersey for fluke. I'm not putting it on just for my name being there.
But you've got 2 goals. You've got 2 goals at that point, right? You've got 2 goals at that point.
You have 2 goals. Scored 3 goals in a European final.
Considering the maybe trying to get a hat trick, for me, I want to bring Pelumi into this one. Pelumi, you have gotten 2 goals at that point, right? Don't you think thinking about the hat trick is becoming something like a selfish attitude? Because if your player is in a good place to also try to get a chance, that is something that Victor Osimhen himself can do. So, but even aside of all of that, you don't go to your player and just try to point him out, trying to ignore. Your captain saw what was coming and he told you to calm down. You smacked the hand of your captain and you went on to the player to, try to point a finger in his face that even the opponents were even trying to draw you back. Away from all of that, you left the pitch. You asked to be changed. You asked to be changed just because of that one. You were not nursing an injury. You asked to be changed. You left the pitch while others were on the pitch doing their usual prayers after the game. You left. You went to the dressing room and you left before anybody. For me, that's warrants for him not to even start the quarterfinal game. Whatever wants to happen should happen, in my opinion. What do you say about that one, Pelumi Adeosun?
Yeah, well, honestly, I don't care whatever angle anyone says this from, but I don't think you can actually validate bad character. No matter how you look at it, nonsense is nonsense. That is the height of indiscipline. There can never be a right way to do a wrong thing. It is wrong and it is wrong.
It's wrong.
The way you have said it, yes, look at the way you said it, that with the way he did, and he didn't even end on the field. He asked to be substituted. He didn't wait for the team prayers. He went to the team boss immediately after the game when other players were still in the dressing room. I think it's totally uncalled for. Like, it's completely unacceptable. Now, David cited instances of Cole Palmer and Victor Osimhen and Nicholas Jackson. Ronaldo. Yes, say we have seen cases like this. I think we should probably understand something. I don't think it is something that we can actually compare. Cole Palmer and Nicholas Jackson's situation was a bit different. Nicholas Jackson wanted to score. Cole Palmer was clear on goal. If Jackson had passed that ball, Cole Palmer would have probably passed it into an empty net. The pass that Victor Osimhen was clamoring for, it was not even a clear chance for you to score. It was a chance for you to shoot.
That's my point. It was not a clear chance. I think there were like two Mozambique players in front of Ademola Lookman, and he just saw his space and he tried to go for goal.
Exactly, and it is not something bad. It is not something very bad enough. Yes, Bruno Oyemati, we should not forget that Bruno Oyemati's shots that actually caused all of this.
Yes.
Because Bruno Oyemati decided to shoot instead of passing to him, and that was when Victor Osimhen flared up in there. Ademola Lookman went to tell him to calm down. You scored 2 already. And then Victor Osimhen started putting his hand on his head, telling him that he used the pidgin word that no try him again. Don't tell me that kind of thing again. You can imagine, to your team players, and in that process, you smacked the hand of your captain. I think that's a disrespect to the captain.
That's the height of it.
A disrespect to your teammates. You're not the one feeding these guys, for crying out loud. Everyone wants to impress. Everyone wants to score. You already scored 2 goals. And not to also forget that this same Ademola Lookman that you probably will have issues with, he has assisted all of your 3 goals in this competition. Every of your goals in this competition, Ademola Lookman has assisted that one. Okay, it's a normal thing for a player to be displeased because his teammate did not pass to him. But then I think he should end on the pitch of play. And I think Ronaldo's situation, throwing the armband on the floor, I think it was against the referee when they said he scored
it was
a
against
goal.
The referee, yes. Not even against his fellow player.
It was not against his teammates, but Victor Osimhen was against his teammates. And I'm even surprised that you said that this was shocking. Because Victor Osimhen, we have seen it time and again, since the beginning of this competition, he was either complaining or nagging or getting into offside positions. Yes, you can be passionate, you can want to score, you can want to help the team, but then you need to calm down. You need to understand that these guys are also playing. Like I said, it should have ended on the field of play, and then you asked to be substituted. That was the height of it for me. You were not injured, you asked to be substituted, and you stopped playing with the team. You stopped joining the attack and all of that. Who does he think he is? Honestly, I think it's a behavior that
I want to bring this back. I want to bring this back to David. I want to bring this back to David Akpelumi. David, you mentioned something about the job of the striker being to score goals and all of that. You should be giving passes and that. Let me take you back to 2018, France and the World Cup, right? Olivier Giroud did finish that tournament without a shot on target. He was the number 9. He was given that trust by Didier Deschamps. He was right there. He wasn't complaining when his teammates were through on goal, the likes of Kylian Mbappe and Antoine Griezmann, even Matuidi, Kante, Pavard getting goals. He wasn't complaining. Instead, what he did was to bring them in with his hold-up play. He didn't raise his hand at anybody, even when he saw chances they were supposed to pass to him and they went for goal themselves. That is what they call professionalism. And I want to also say this to you, David, that I will ask you a question real soon. I think Victor Osimhen is actually not playing at a big team in his prime now. He's not playing in the top 5 leagues just because of this kind of attitude. Because trust me, football is not just about what you play on the pitch. Football is 90% psychology, and maybe the rest 10% on the pitch, because what happens off the pitch also determines what will happen on that pitch as well. So for me, you don't know who is looking at your attitude. That Finit the Judge outburst, we didn't hear anything after that. It has not seen the light of day since that time. We didn't even know if he tendered an apology and all of that. This one, for me, I think he should not be allowed to get away with this one. And maybe, like I said earlier, I don't think he should be starting in the quarterfinals. He can come in from the bench, but I don't think he should be starting. Maybe you have a different opinion about that one. And also, going forward, how do you think the Nigerians should tackle either Algeria or DR Congo in the quarterfinals?
Right. Thank you very much. I believe we all have various, perspective about this. But to Victor Osimhen, there's a difference between emotion and character. And football is a game of emotion. So Victor Osimhen is an obvious emotional player, and the emotions most times supersedes, or his characters most times supersedes his emotions. And one way or the other, he has a different way of venting all of these things. Let's not forget that this same Osimhen was the one who had, let's say, back and forth with an ex-international who was once the Nigerian coach also, in name of Finit the Judge and all of those things. Also, I think this is not even more than 2-3 years ago, all this back and forth with Osimhen. Talking about the international, in his prime, playing in a big club, I really think it's for him to decide where he wants to play. Where he wants to play is for him to decide. He had chances to go to the Saudi League. He said no, he wants to remain in Europe. So where he wants to decide depends.
David, you don't want us to start that conversation. So he rejected the Saudi League for a league in Turkey, and you think that is an improvement?
He's playing in Europe.
Okay, I don't want to start that discussion. Okay, so going forward, David, what do you think? How do you think Eric Schell, should handle this situation? Of course, he is the coach, right? And I'm sure he's going to put an end to this one. He's going to handle the situation. Going forward against Algeria or DR Congo, yes, sir, because it's going to be Algeria against DR Congo, in the round of 16 today. How do you think Eric Schell, should turn out his squad quickly?
All right. So last night, after the match, Eric Schell himself was giving his post-match conference, and he said it's his team and it's his management, and his management to see what's best. So saying whether Osimhen should start this in the quarterfinals or not depends on the coach and how best. And I mean, we've seen players coming out. As Lookman himself, Awazim also came out to say they've settled the whole issue. Yeah. Everybody's fine. Everybody's cool. So I just believe we Nigerians should sit back and just let Rachel and the management sit out what's best for the team. It's a 7-game tournament. We need all our players on par. We need all our players playing at their best performance. So I just believe Rachel will do what's best for the team, and he's been able to lead this team 12 games now, competitive games, without losing any. So he's doing a good job where he is, and we just want to see Nigeria win the AFCON. So against Algeria or DR Congo, let's not forget it's a tricky one here. DR Congo knocked us out of the playoffs, the World Cup playoffs, and if we'll be facing DR Congo, I bet it's going to be a thing of a blood battle, because Nigeria will want to qualify and head into the semi-finals. DR Congo will want to show that we've done it against you before, and we can do it again. So, and against Algeria, we have a bit of history with Algeria also. So
2019, yes, you can remember,
So I just believe we can do this. I want to see Nigeria win. I mean, they hold this to Nigerians. They hold the AFCON 2025 to Nigerians after the shambolic World Cup performance. So let's just hope for the best.
Okay. You mentioned something about the players coming out to say that there's no issue within the team and all of that. I mean, what do you expect professional players to say? I don't think they're going to throw their colleague under the bus. Of course, they're not going to come and tell you that there's a fight in the dressing room. But I really hope all this, is found out, because we need to get our heads together. And because, like I said earlier, as it goes up, it gets tougher. And of course, yes, we mentioned the Super Eagles of Nigeria up against Mozambique. There were other games. Egypt, of course, also did well, and they have also booked their quarter-final place with a 3-1 victory, and they did really well. Mohamed Salah also getting a goal for himself. I mean, a lot of people also expected Egypt to, get out of that one on skates. They did really, really well for themselves as well, the Pharaohs of Egypt. Yes, the round of 16 has been fantastic so far, and there will be games today. Algeria, yes, will be taking on the Democratic Republic of Congo, and yes, Ivory Coast will be up against Burkina Faso. We have seen upsets, yes, in the game between Mali and Tunisia. I mean, the Tunisian team, after Super Eagles defeated them, I don't think they've gotten themselves properly. This was a team that did really well. They were spotless in the World Cup qualifiers. They got 22 goals and they conceded none. And in this one, they played a friendly game against Brazil. They took Brazil to the cleaners. They really did well for themselves up against Brazil. But in the AFCON, they've been really, really, really bad. And of course, like I said, Mali got a red card very, very early, but still dispatched Tunisia on penalties. And yes, this should be the match of the day. Algeria up against the DRC. This is a game that should be happening, let me say, in the semi-finals, because DRC, that's talking about Congo, they've done fantastically well. They took Senegal. I mean, they gave them a run for their money in their group, of course, and they finished on the same point. I think it was maybe a goal difference of like a goal or 2 goals. And I think DRC, they will ask questions of Algeria today. But let me quickly, who are the men to watch in this game? Obviously, Algeria, they have a certain Riyad Mahrez. As long as it's on the pitch, something magical can happen for Algeria. And of course, on the DRC, they have Wan-Bissaka, they have Bakambu, and João Kakuta, who I'm going to credit the assist of the tournament. I don't think I'm going to see a better assist than that one. He got 2 goals and an assist in his first start. That's in their final group stage game. Who are the men to watch for this big game between Algeria and DR Congo today?
Yeah, well, just like you said, I think that is the game of the day. A game that a lot of people are looking forward to. And as Nigerians, we will also have our eyes fixated on that one, because the winner of this game obviously will play against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the quarterfinal. And I love the way DRC have put themselves in this competition. I think 2 or 3 years ago, no one would have fancied a certain DR Congo to be like a team to reckon with in this competition. But because of what they have achieved for themselves, like the way they have turned out against some of the big teams, and that is why a lot of people are talking about them now. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting game. And I think it's going to be a game of flair against physicality. I think the Algerians have got flair in their team, the likes of Riyad Mahrez, Ibrahim Maza, Benacia, Amura, all of those guys.
And Isaac Musa, Feyenoord too.
And of course, exactly. And now they will be facing the physicality of the likes of Chancellor Mbemba, Swanzebe, Kayembe, Wan-Bissaka, Bogonda, a lot of physical players in that DR Congo team. But then I think if you're looking at the guys to watch out for in DR Congo, one of the guys for me would definitely be Noah Sadiki. I think that guy has been very,
He's been fantastic in the midfield, the Sunderland man.
Exactly, has been very, very decent. We saw what he did against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in that game as well. And it was also really instrumental in their 3-0 win over Botswana, their final group game. So I think he's a guy that they should definitely watch out for. Yes, the Algerians, they have a very, very good defense that they have not really considered. But then we should also forget that the quality of the opponents that the Algerians have been playing against. I think they are very lucky that they've been playing against, should I say, lesser oppositions, the like of Sudan, Burkina Faso, Equatorial Guinea. I think they've had it very, very easy in that game. So I think the game against the Algerians is going to be a lot more different. We should not also forget a certain Meshak Elia, who scored against the Super Eagles of Nigeria as well. Yes, I think he has also been decent for this DR Congo team. So I think it is a game that we should watch out for. I don't know, but then my crystal ball is telling me that DR Congo will find their way against this Algeria team because they are very physical. They know how to play for 120 minutes. It might even go into penalties. I think they might stretch the Algerians really, really so that the Algerians might not really have the tenacity to go with them until 120 minutes or after penalties. But the DR Congo team, they can actually do that. They've got the physical players, they've got the energetic players that can actually run through more than 120 minutes. So I think that's going to be a very, very big plus for DR Congo in the game today. The only way Algeria can get this over them is probably if they get an early goal. Then maybe the early goal weakens the DR Congo team. But trust me, if it remains
I don't think an early goal will weaken them. I mean, Nigeria scored first against them as well in the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, of course, we scored first, and then don't forget that I think they scored back. I think it was in the first half that they even scored back. Yeah. So I think they were able to equalize again. But then if the first goal it spanned for a long time, I think it might weaken them, and it might even make them want to come out desperate to get a goal because it is a knockout stage, and they might get it on the counter. But the moment it gets to goalless, the Algerians become more desperate, and then the DR Congo team become more stronger right there. So I think that should definitely be a plus for the DRC side.
Absolutely, because I mean the last time we also saw Flair up against our strength, it was a Cameroon, overcoming South Africa, because for me, South Africa, they had everything in their hands to defeat Cameroon. Or at the end of the day, the way those Cameroonians play, I think it's even going to spell trouble should they meet Nigeria at any stage in this tournament, because those guys, I mean, how we call it on the streets around football, they are very, very, very good at it, and they can hit you on the counter. They are a fantastic side. I was talking about the likes of Brian Mbumo and Christian Kofani, who has done really, really well for himself as well. The Bayer Leverkusen youngster, he has done well for Cameroon at this AFCON so far. And of course, we saw Morocco up against Tanzania. A lot of people were expecting Morocco to roll over Tanzania, but Tanzania, they had chances, especially in the early minutes of that game. They should have taken the lead. But of course, Brahim Diaz, who is doing well. And a lot of people have also been saying that maybe it was Victor Osimhen that was chasing Brahim Diaz. That was what got him angry, to do what he did last night. And I'm still calling for him not to even start that quarterfinal up against Algeria or DRC. Let's move on quickly and let's talk about Manchester United, because they are searching for a new manager after sacking Ruben Amorim on Monday. And under 18s coach Darren Fletcher has been put in temporary charge, with the club reportedly keen to appoint a caretaker manager for the rest of the season. And several candidates are being linked with the job, including Oliver Glasner, who guided Crystal Palace to their first major trophy by lifting the FA Cup, and he also won the Community Shield. Enzo Maresca, funny enough, he parted ways with Chelsea last week, is also a contender for the job, and the 45-year-old Italian who won the UEFA Conference League and the Club World Cup in his first season at Chelsea he has been linked with the job at Old Trafford. And we are also seeing potential candidates like Gareth Southgate, Unai Emery, and Thomas Tuchel, who is currently in charge of the English national team. For me, David, quickly, how do you see that sacking of Ruben Amorim? Is it like a ticking time bomb? Is it time up already that has been spelled a long time ago? Or do you think it's unfair on the part of the Manchester United team, because they seem to be getting grips, under Amorim's tactics recently?
Much, Afis. it is a ticking time bomb. It is a ticking time bomb. I wrote something yesterday, and I was trying to, juxtapose who are one of the, worst Manchester United managers in recent history, and we have many of the Jack Robson and all of those. But I had to go deep down and research about Ruben Amorim's game. The approximate win rate for Ruben Amorim is within 36 to 39.7%, and he has the lowest win percentage post-Ferguson era. I mean, as a manager in this era, post-Ferguson era, if you're having the less win percentage, he has lost more matches than he has won, and even his draws, they are not so convincing enough. So it came in with enough enthusiasm for Man United fans. After all he did in the Scottish League and with Sporting Lisbon and all of those things, but he came into Man United. I believe he was not settled enough, and sometimes managers need time, but for a big club like Manchester United, that time is not what they have, and they are going down. I mean, they finished last season below middle team, about
towards relegation places.
Yes,
I think they finished about 15th or 16th.
And this season, they are literally in the same position. They are just hovering around the middle team. So, them sacking managers come and go, the club remain, and the club is obviously bigger than any manager. So, them sacking the manager is just a ticking time bomb, and it was waiting to happen. It was just hoping to happen.
All right, Pelumi, just like David said, managers come and go, but the club will remain. And yes, Chelsea in London right there, a manager has gone. That's talking about Enzo Maresca, and the manager is set to arrive. That's talking about Liam Rossini, the Strasbourg manager. Do you think Enzo Maresca should now look at it and say, okay, I've been replaced, and I shouldn't stay out of work for too long? Let me get a job at Manchester United to still even remain in the Premier League. And of course, speaking of Manchester United, Darren Fletcher, I don't think they are going to stick with him towards to the end of the season. Who do you think, who is the name quickly, that aside Enzo Maresca, who do you think should take up that Manchester United job? And how do you see Rossini's appointment at Chelsea?
For now, I don't think that any reasonable manager would want to take the United job, honestly. Because if the job that put most of your career at this particular point in time, you look at the caliber of players that they have in that team, they are not bad. But I think the results are not forthcoming for this certain Manchester United team. The fact that you had 13 managers in the last 10 years says a little lot about the level of decline in this particular team. We need to coaches, but I don't think that out there that really big match for this United. I've always said that to some manager is not the most important. To get a reliable replacement.
Pelumi, you seem to be having issues with the audio right there. But of course, let's quickly move on, Pelumi, because Manchester United, yes, they've had 6 permanent managers since Alex Ferguson's departure in 2013, and the club is eager to find a successor who can turn their fortunes around. And well, quickly, let's see if a manager we have the likes of Xavi, who is still, out of job at this point. Maybe Xavi Hernandez, the former Barcelona manager, can also look at this as an opportunity. Roberto De Zerbi is also a name, in the list. We also have the likes of Oliver Glasner. Yes, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, who has managed Manchester United in the past. Maybe it's time for a comeback. And maybe the likes of Frank Lampard, also who is doing really well with Coventry, can also take up a big step and go on to coach Manchester United. Time will tell, because of course I don't think they are going to stick with Darren Fletcher for so long. Let's quickly move on. Time is going out on the show. Let's quickly move on and let's talk about this Nigerian boxing sensation, Elizabeth Oshoba. She has climbed to the world's 4th ranked super lightweight boxer, of course, and according to the latest rankings, and of course the 26-year-old WBC silver featherweight champion, has been on a roll, maintaining an unbeaten record of 9 wins with 5 knockouts. And Oshoba expressed her gratitude and ambition, saying, "I'm grateful to God for this achievement, and I'm not stopping there. And my eyes are set on the top 3 and ultimately the #1 spot." And Oshoba's rise in the rankings follows a stellar 2025 campaign, including a historic win against Italy's Michela Braga in January 2024. And of course, making her the first female Nigerian boxer to win a world title. And she now holds the IBO female super featherweight title, won via unanimous decision against Martina Rigi in November of 2023. And the current top 3 in the rankings are USA's Alicia Baumgardner with 17-1, Belgium's Delphine Persson with 50-3, of course, and Australia's Mel Motu with 23-1. And Oshoba is confident in her ability to continue climbing the rankings, stating, "Every fight is a step closer to my goal. I'm ready to face anyone in the top 3 and prove that I belong at the very top of the division." It's good to see a Nigerian, rising to the top of the boxing rankings. And from one Nigerian to the other, yes, this one might be, let me say, a rather sad one, because we've known what happened to Anthony Joshua. And of course, he's considering retiring from boxing after a fatal car crash in Nigeria that killed 2 of his close friends and team members. That's talking about Sina Gami and Lateef Ayodele. And the 36-year-old boxer informed his family of his decision following the tragedy, citing the emotional toll of his career. And his uncle, Adedamola Joshua, expressed relief at the possibility of Joshua leaving boxing while he is still at the top. I mean, can you recall that he earned a massive payday, when he defeated Jake Paul? But all that, is in the past now, because all that, to be honest, does not really matter at this point, when you lose 2 close associates. And Joshua's friends, Gami and Ayodele, were killed instantly when their Lexus SUV collided with a stationary truck on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. And Joshua, who was in the backseat, survived with minor injuries and has pledged to support the families of his deceased friends for life. And he also attended an emotional funeral service at the London Central Mosque on Sunday to pay his respects. And the driver, of course, he has been charged. That's talking about Adeni Kayode. He has been charged with causing death by dangerous driving, reckless and negligent driving. Of course, driving without due care. And let's see how that one is going to come out of that. Maybe Joshua might still go on, but if he decides to retire at this point, I don't think anyone is going to fault him for that. And also moving on, let's talk about a big man in tennis. Yes, of course, Novak Djokovic. Of course, he has stepped down from the Professional Tennis Players Association, the PTPA, the organization he co-founded in 2021. And the 24-time Grand Slam champion cited concerns over transparency, governance, and representation as reasons for his departure. Djokovic expressed pride in original vision of the PTPA, which aimed to give players a stronger voice, but felt his values are no longer aligned with the organization's direction. And in a post, Djokovic stated that his focus will now shift to tennis, family, and contributing to the sport in ways that reflect his principles. And the PTPA was created as an alternative to existing tennis governance structures, and he has been advocating for player welfare. And the organization has been involved in legal action against ATP and WTA tours, alleging anti-competitive practices and disregard for player welfare. I mean, for an organization that you set up to tackle the WTA and the ATP, now you are leaving the organization because there's lack of transparency. That's really a funny one coming from Djokovic. And of course, he should be participating in the Australian Open, but he has decided to leave the Adelaide Open. That's talking about the warm-up tournament to the Australian Open. He's citing that he's not physically ready yet, but I think he should be back, for the Australian Open, as he aims to break the record for the most Grand Slams. 25 is targeting. Let's hope he will get there. That's talking about Novak Djokovic. And of course, with that, we'll be wrapping up on the show. Sports Republic this morning. It's been a fantastic ride with Pelumi Adeosun and of course David Bola Ahmed. I want to say massive thanks, and I also want to say thank you to those behind the scene that has made sure that this show has been a fantastic one. The midday news is coming up next. It's been Sports Republic, and I am Afiz Ogubanjo. Have a wonderful end to the day. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Promise Nkwachuku Kalu. Well, I'm from Abia State, Bende local government, Item, to be precise. I'm able Item. Well, it has always been my joy to do music technology. When I talk about music technology, the aspect of repairing, sound installation, and sound programming, and also singing. As early as 8 years old, I joined the choir in the church to enable me enhance my voice and do more when it comes to the music aspect. Like I do the secular music, I do the classical music, and I also do, when you come about the spiritual gospel music. So I'm working as a sound engineer in Aoka Online Limited, a company where I want to grow more into technicalities. When I talk about technicalities, I'm talking about doing repairs, doing installation in churches, in lounge, in mosques, in anywhere that requires me going to install, I will ever install. Audio installation is a thing of joy because for me it's all about working with passion. Now when you talk about audio generally, it has to do with the implementation of gadgets like the mixer, the amplifiers, and the speaker management, installing, having to climb the roof. And it's not easy because most times being scared of falling and a situation whereby the ceiling of where you're installing is not firm, you can be endangering your life. So it's something that we are very, very careful, but we work with perfection, and everything I do by the grace of God is 100% perfect. For a layman, the first thing you need to know to become an audio engineer is music. I studied music in school, then I went into the technicalities of music. For you to become an engineer, you must know what sound is basically. So sound, which is a practical thing, you must have the ears to identify good sound. And if you are capable and able to identify good sound, that means you can as well tag yourself an upcoming audio engineer, because that's a basic point for you to start from. When it comes to my profession, I put a limit to it in terms of working duration. Like for each day, I map out time and say, this is what I want to achieve. This is what I want to get done today, and make sure it doesn't collide with going out with the family, going out to, with my wife, and also enjoying myself, because work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And that's where I could make Promise a dull boy also. So I make sure combine both of them. One isn't taking the other one's time. Most times, as an engineer, audio engineer, we get most of our perfect sound during night, where you have most people asleep already, because you need the calmness of everywhere, of any particular place you are, and you need to concentrate, because wherever you are that you're mixing, especially when you come into the live mixing and you start getting any little noise, it could interfere in what you're doing, because if your ear is not well trained, I think you'll be battling with more than one problem, because unable to identify that. So the night is very, very precious, and it's not easy installing sound in Lagos and doing the mixing and mastering when it comes to the audio production part of it. There are a lot of guys, there are a lot of professionals who are yet to be recognized in this industry. For the ones who are there now, I would say they are doing fine, but there's always room for improvement, because when you talk about what they are doing, for every movie I watch, for every music video I watch, the first thing I put into consideration is the sound. I listen to the sound, I talk more about the production, I venture myself into categorizing every aspect of it, what is not properly done there, because I love criticizing things a lot. So the more you criticize, the more you have room to improve, and you see possibility of doing it in a better way. When it comes to audio, I'm very comfortable with everything, but like for the mixers, the speaker, the amplifier, digital mixers and analog mixers, microphones, yes, and speaker management. Why I'm very comfortable with them is because it's something that I like taxing myself. So anytime that I have difficulties, I make sure that I see myself overcoming those difficulties, and I like those tough gadgets, so they give me more time to improve. My favorite color, well, I like all shouty colors, yes. Anything bright, everything glowing, I like it. I don't have any particular one. So let me say yellow and pink. And my favorite food, I would say, I have two, yam and egg sauce and okra soup. Yes, with Gary. So hey guys, it's Promise Nkwachukalu. I'm a professional sound engineer. Keep watching VOP TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Ibifa Dokubo, please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Who you, sir?
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news with the midday news with the headlines. Consumer body flays tariff policy as subsidy nears 2 trillion naira yearly. Revenue Committee assures tax acts to benefit economy citizens. Johesu slams criminal retirement in health sector. Opposition threatens Ekiti poll boycott over PDP exclusion. Atiku Abubakar vows no stepping down for anyone in ADC. Court grants Malami son wife bail of 1.5 billion naira. In business, Nimasa bars a non-compliant vessel from Nigerian waters. In the world of sports, Cote d'Ivoire seals last 8 with 3 goals past Burkina Faso. In entertainment, NITDA, Future Map partner on Kannywood Film Studios. Now the news in full. The Nigerian Electricity Consumer Advocacy Network, NECAN, has taken a swipe at the federal government over its service-based electricity tariff policy, stating that the adjustments have failed to reduce subsidy payments and rather deepen the power sector inefficiencies. This comes as the federal government incurred a total of 1.98 trillion naira in subsidy obligation from October 2024 to September 2025, with 458.75 billion naira incurred in the third quarter of 2025 alone, according to the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission's quarterly report released on Tuesday. NECA National Secretary Uket Obonga said the introduction of the Band A tariff regime, which government officials justified as a pathway to subsidy reduction, had delivered the opposite outcome. According to Obonga, it is more baffling that the revenue collected by the distribution companies, that's the DISCOs, is almost at par with what the federal government now pays as electricity subsidy, thereby raising doubts about the policy's effectiveness. The body accused the DISCOs of benefiting from poor supply while continuing to collect tariffs from consumers, adding that the original objective of the service-based tariff regime had collapsed as the structure of electricity demand in Nigeria is fundamentally flawed. Meanwhile, Chairman of the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee, Joseph Tegbe, has described the Nigerian Tax Reform Act 2025 as a more sustainable fiscal framework, saying that it will significantly strengthen the economy and protect citizens. Tegbe explained that by broadening the tax base, simplifying rules, and improving administration, the reform will create a more predictable environment for businesses and households, thereby encouraging compliance and investment. Citing countries like South Korea, Singapore, and Rwanda, where effective tax reforms have driven development and improved living standards, Tegbe said the policy direction aligns with global best practices. According to him, a key focus of the acts is the protection of low-income earners and small businesses with measures including zero personal income tax for individuals earning up to 800,000 naira annually and the expansion of zero-rated value-added tax items in critical sectors such as healthcare, education, and agriculture. Away from that, the Joint Health Sector Unions, that's JOHESU, has warned that the federal government's recent review of the health sector retirement age, which it said selectively favors one cadre, threatens equity, teamwork, and effectiveness in healthcare delivery. In an open letter to the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, JOHESU expressed concerns over what it described as a discriminatory implementation of a policy that was originally conceived to benefit all health workers. According to the union, healthcare delivery in Nigeria is multidisciplinary and any policy that elevates one group We sincerely apologize for that technical difficulty. Still moving on with the Johesu story. In an open letter to the Office of the Civil Service of the Federation, Johesu expressed concerns over what it described as a discriminatory implementation of a policy that was originally conceived to benefit all health workers. According to the Union Healthcare Delivery Nigeria, is multidisciplinary, and in any policy that elevates one group above others undermines equity, teamwork, and system efficiency. It accused the federal government of health and social welfare of hijacking its demands for an increase in the retirement age of all health workers from 60 to 65 years, with health consultants retiring at 70 years after the approval to advance a selective retirement age extension that largely benefits physicians. Meanwhile, the National Association of Residence Doctors has dismissed claims that its planned industrial action was politically motivated, saying that it had become inevitable following doctors' deteriorating welfare conditions, shifting of government positions, and weeks of unmet promises. NAD also rejected claims that its memorandum of understanding with the government, which led to the suspension of an earlier strike, had been implemented. According to NAD President Dr. Mohammed Sulaiman, none of the agreed demands, including the reported 90 billion naira allocation for health workers allowances in the 2026 budget, had been fulfilled since the signing of the MOU. Sulaiman, alongside other union leaders, told newsmen in Abuja that the association's stance was driven solely by the need to safeguard the welfare and safety of members rather than the partisan consideration. And to some legal matters, the Federal High Court in Abuja has granted the former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami and his son Abdulaziz bail in the sum of 1 billion naira. In a ruling, the trial justice Emeka Nwite equally granted Malami's wife and defendants in the case, Bashir Asabe, bail in the sum of 500 million naira. Justice Nwite directed all the defendants to provide 2 sureties, each in a like sum, who must be owners of landed properties in either Asokoro, Maitama, or Gwarimpa districts of the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja. The court further ruled that aside the submission of title documents of the properties for verification, the defendants must surrender their travel passports, while the sureties must submit 2 of their recent passport photographs and depose to an affidavit of means. The court warned that the defendants must not travel outside the country without permission and adjourned the case till February the 17th for trial. And to some political matters, some opposition parties in Ekiti State under the umbrella Inter-Party Advisory Committee (IPAC) have threatened to boycott the state's June 20th governorship election over the exclusion of the People's Democratic Party (PDP's) governorship flag bearer Dr. Wale Oluyede from the official candidate list. Joining the PDP's peaceful protest and meeting at the Independent National Electoral Commission headquarters in Edo Ekiti, IPAC State Chairman Owola Daramola said the opposition parties would not participate in the election with any party or candidate excluded. Daramola told newsmen that IPAC in Ekiti wants to establish a free, fair, credible, and inclusive elections narrative in the state, noting that the PDP conducted its primaries according to the rules and its candidates emerged duly. In the meantime, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has vowed that neither he nor any other aspirants will withdraw from another of the African Democratic Congress ahead of the party's primaries for the 2027 presidential election. Atiku's opposition, in a statement by his media aide Paul Ibe, followed recent comments by Peter Obi's allies, including Professor Patu Tomi, activist Aisha Yusufu, and the coordinator of the Obedient Movement, Dr. Tanko Yusuf, that Obi would not be a vice presidential candidate in the coalition. Atiku rejected any suggestion that he should step aside, describing such calls, whether overt or covert, as dangerous for Nigeria's democracy. According to him, any call for Atiku to step aside is a gift to authoritarian ambition and a betrayal of the Nigerian people. Meanwhile, he accused President Bola Tinubu's administration of shrinking the democratic peace and deliberately weakening opposition parties in a bid to impose what he described as a creeping de facto one-party state. Still talking politics, the Coalition of United Political Parties, that's the CUPP, has described as a national disgrace and proof of the federal government's failure to protect citizens the recent massacre of defenseless citizens in Kazuwan Dachi community of Niger State by suspected bandits. No fewer than 42 villagers were reportedly killed and several others injured when suspected bandits opened gunfire on the Kazuwan Daji community over the weekend and further abducted a yet-to-be-verified number of villagers. Condemning the incidents, the CUPP National Secretary Peter Ame said in Abuja that the attack was a profound disgrace to any nation that professes to safeguard the lives of its citizens. He regretted that in spite of these and many similar sad incidents, President Bola Tinubu has shown absolutely no compassion or empathy for those who suffered in this horrific atrocity, but rather acts like those slaughtered in broad daylight were not citizens of the Nigeria that he leads. Meanwhile, the coalition of Northern Groups, that's the CNG, has accused the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, of intimidation, repeatedly overstepping the boundaries of his office and interfering in matters beyond his constitutional mandate. Citing what it called Wike's meddling in matters concerning the Bauchi State Governor, Senator Bala Mohammed, the group said it is imperative to publicly address these issues as they not only threaten the integrity of the political landscape, but also undermine the principles of governance and accountability. In a statement, its national coordinator, Jamilu Charanchi, expressed concerns that Wike's tenure has been marked with a troubling pattern of behavior that includes unwarranted encroachment into territories beyond his jurisdiction. According to him, his blatant disregard for the boundaries of his office is alarming and lacking of his expected responsibility to uphold the principles of federalism and respect for the autonomy of state governments. Terenchi added that Wike's actions suggest a troubling inclination to interfere in the affairs of political parties and to muscle opponents, thereby crossing the red lines of tolerance essential for functional democracy. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us right now is Barrister Darlington Agumo. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News.
Good afternoon, David, and Happy New Year.
Same to you, Barrister. It's good to have you on the Midday News.
Yes.
All right, then. Also joining us virtually is Mr. Bola Taiwo. Mr. Bola is Executive Director, Africa Bridge Initiative, and also a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Bola Taiwo, once again, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to be here today.
Thank you so very much for being here. Let me start off with you, Barrister. As it stands, questions are being raised, and of course, conversations are being raised as well over the interference of the FCT Minister, Minister Nyesom Wike, with some political matters across Nigeria. As it stands, the coalition of northern groups has clearly come out to accuse the minister of meddling in affairs that, according to them, is against his jurisdiction. First off, what's your position with the fact that Wike presently is being accused of these kind of functions, of course, and not within his jurisdiction and powers?
When Wike started this is a political rascality, I knew he would end up like this because no evil lasts forever. Besides, a man who is neither in PDP or APC, I don't need to be told how his story will end. Because at the end of the day, he will be neither here nor there. And that's what is going on now. So Wike, whatever he's doing now is like a dying horse. You know, a drowning man catches as a straw. Look at it yourself. Is there anybody Wike is not quarreling with today? All APC member, PDP member, National Security Advisor, APC leadership. So, he's a gunner.
Now, Doctor, so on this part of his interference, there are questions that are being raised about federalism firewall. In other words, should Nigeria legislate a ministerial non-interference code with personal sanctions for breaches, particularly on the part of maybe travel bans, fines, and removal of office, should any minister go against his jurisdiction? Should this be something the Senate should legislate upon? Because this kind of interference and, of course, conversations surrounding Nyesom Wike is not what his functions as a minister of the FCC should be.
Look, you don't need to legislate on this type of matter. The thing is that Wike was being used, and he was not wise enough to realize it. Are you telling me that if Tinubu and APC did not give Wike the audacity to do what he's doing, will he try it? The answer is capital no. Now that they have finished with him, and Fubara has become the leader of APC in Rivers State, I don't think Wike should be making noise again. If he continues to be too rascality, if he continues to play this rough fight, EFCC will knock on his door. Because from what he's saying, he has already indicted himself. All the things he has been saying since yesterday and all that. The man gave a history of how he stole money, how he did this, how he did, so he has confessed. It's just for the EFCC to pick him up and say, okay, you did all these things, and you are still making noise. So this feeling above the law, it will soon come to an end. Telling the APC he must choose the next governor of Rivers State. Is it the owner of Rivers State? If not for the support given to him by Abuja, Will a Wike can even spit? Not to talk of insulting people in this manner. Is it not because of the cover and the protection given to him from Abuja? So if they withdraw it, what will he do? No, tell me, what will Wike do? Nothing.
Okay. Well, interestingly, we have also joining us virtually Mr. Paul Oluwatawo. Once again, thank you so very much for being here. Still on the same conversation, Mr. Paul Oluwa, what's your position about the fact that Minister Nyesom Wike seemed to be having issues with almost everybody? And the same person a couple of years ago did say, when it comes to godfatherism, it can never be found in Rivers State. How much of do what I say against not do what I do should Minister Nyesom Wike take into consideration whenever he's talking?
Right. For the Nigerian political space, especially talking about the pre-2027 general election cycle, the game is on from different political quarters. But one thing that is very clear from every political leader that we have, especially in this Fourth Republic, is that we have not been able to identify a structural ideology from any of the political leaders that we have as of today. And that is why we are having the challenge with the likes of Barrister Nyesom Wike. Is a legal practitioner, but his activity within the political space is not sounding like somebody who has a legal background. But beyond that, we must also understand that when you have no ideology politically, then everything can come out of your mouth. And everything will always go on well with you, because we believe that everything can always be done with money. And that is why I always have that kind of ideology, that a nation that celebrates materialism above humanity is going nowhere. So that is why we're having this kind of conversation. If not, we are not supposed to be wasting energy on the likes of current Minister of FCT. Is a political figure without a political feather. Is a public office holder without any political party backing. And that means he's a toothless bulldog. The only thing he has now is money to waste around to the media, calling media chat every month. But that is not politics. Politics is not paid on the pages of newspaper. There's so many political juggernauts in Nigeria who are not on the pages of newspaper. So if he thinks he wants to play his own politics on the pages of newspaper, well, it should continue. Like Barrister Daliti said, only time will tell for him to understand that truly the gods are not to be blamed. But that is if the gods knows their onions. So if they don't know their onions, I'm afraid the gods might be blamed this time around.
Oh, well, that's another conversation that we should be having sometime soon. But I want to stay with you, Mr. Paul Oluwatawo, particularly in the fact that the Coalition for United Political Parties clearly has ascribed as a national disgrace and proof of the federal government's failure to protect citizens the recent massacre of defenseless citizens in Kasuwan-Daji community of Niger State by, of course, suspected bandits. Because you would recall no fewer than 42 persons were killed in that particular incident in that Kasuwa-Daji community. What do you make of these kind of conversation about the fact that the presidency clearly did say that they have on-hand report on their part and they are carefully looking at the situation, and of course the perpetrators will be brought to book? That's, of course, according to the federal government. What's your position with these kind of statements that are not laced with actions and results like Nigerians would see as it stands presently? Mr. Paul Oluwa.
All right. So, the security challenge of Nigeria is very peculiar. The security apparatus and the architects of Nigeria is porous as of today. We have a gallant officers, both Air Force, Nigerian Army, and the Navy. We have gallant men who are capable of defeating these bandits. But the question is, do we have the political will? Do we have the enough intelligence to destroy the bandits? Another conversation we should be having is that, do we have enough missile to waste like that of America? So these are some of the conversations that will guide our activity, especially from the presidency. I was one of the people that do not blame the problem of Nigeria on Jonathan administration. The same way I will not blame the security challenge today of Nigeria on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, the question is, where are the traditional rulers in each of the states of Nigeria?
But some persons would bet to differ, Mr. Bola Ahmed, because he is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And that clearly is a position no man in Nigeria has, except him.
Commander-in-chief of the armed forces does not necessarily mean that you can command at any point in time. There's a command.
Well, Mr. Bola, maybe you are trying to be correct by half, because the commander-in-chief has every right to do anything when it comes to the military apparatus of Nigeria.
He has every right, yes, but that right cannot be activated at every point in time.
What do you mean it cannot be activated? How do you mean?
It cannot be activated all the time. It can be activated anytime, but it cannot be activated all the time. Now, clearly, don't forget the issue of genocide. When Obasanjo came on board, he was able to level some areas in Bayelsa. You and I were crying foul of genocide. Now, Buhari came in. After Buhari, Tinubu came in. If you want to level the entire Niger state, if you want to level the entire Sokoto, you can see what happened recently from USA. That is another conversation. Now, one thing you must understand is that whatever is happening in my local government, as of today, I would be untruthful to blame it on the presidency. To be sincere with you, I will be untruthful to blame it on Aso Rock. If I have gallant men in my local government and they have enough equipment, the question is, am I giving them the right information? Then another conversation is that, who is in charge of every state? Where is the conversation of the state governors? I'm sure the next question you'll be asking me has to do with state police. But before we get to state policing, who is securing each of the local governments in every area in Nigeria? We have 774 local government areas in Nigeria. Who is securing each of those local governments? The answer is not presidency. The answer is not Aso Rock. If each of the local governments are ready for security to be settled in their area, the solution will come out. Because if I'm to be in Aso Rock and I'm to command my troops from Niger to come over to Lagos, before they leave Niger to come down to Lagos to secure Lagos, what do you think will have happened to my citizen in Lagos?
Mr. Bola, before we go further, before I come to Barrister, I'm going to ask you a very direct question, and I need maybe 1-2 sentences for your answer. When the presidency declared a state of emergency in Rivers State, was there a major mayhem? And do you think he had top intelligence to have declared a state of emergency in a Rivers State?
And he has exercised that right.
Okay. All right. Thank you so very much. I think you've answered me. Let me come back to this. I'm going to come back to you on this. Barrister, I heard you shaking your head, and of course, your body language was quite different from what was going on. Same question. What's your position?
My position is that we should not be trying to pamper Tinubu in whatever shape or form because of this insecurity. He told us not to pity him, that he prepared for the job. Is that not true? He is the commander-in-chief, and the buck stops on his table. He swore on oath to protect Nigerians. So any Nigerian who thinks that he will not blame Tinubu for insecurity, that person is not sincere. That is the major thing he swore to do. That is the major job. Just like Donald Trump is reacting. Your citizens are your greatest asset. Nobody should tamper with them. That is the truth. Anywhere in the world, your citizen is the first, your first asset, the greatest asset you have, so you must protect them. If you cannot do that, you have failed. No, make no mistake about it. Do you know when I know that Tinubu has failed? It was when one Sheikh Tenshi threatened the Tinubu's wife, direct threat to him that the woman should be killed because she's a Christian. She's an infidel. Tinubu did not even open his mouth and utter a word. He didn't call for that man's arrest. A president. A president. You can't even try that with me. I will call you to go and show me the God that says you should kill my wife first. Me and him will battle it. He will tell me what my wife did. Not to talk of a president. And you are telling me, please, let nobody say this in again. Because you are trying to pamper Tinubu.
On that part,
and that is not fair to us.
On that part, Barrister, the part of the wife, don't you think the president also was just trying to be a bit understanding, not to even overreact based on what was said?
What are you talking about? Do you know that if Tinubu had reacted, in fact, if that man had been prosecuted and jailed, others will learn a lesson.
Now, talking about prosecution,
that is the first thing to do. I don't get the example with president outside here. Donald Trump said that Maduro was producing drugs, and the drugs are heading to US, and they are affecting his people. Did you hear the allegation? I hear terrorists are walking into Nigeria. They are even threatening your authority, telling you what to do in your own country. Some of them took over part of Benue and Plateau, and they are there now. They are there. Your own people are in IDP camp. Please, I don't want to...
Now, Barrister, talking about prosecution, arrest, I'm going to talk about the arrest to justice gap, because this is a bit concerning. And of course, you're a lawyer. Of all suspected arrested individuals for mass killing in 2024, how many do you think have reached the charges and trial conviction so far? Because as it stands, we're not seeing anyone go public about
this. David, the federal government of Nigeria is not serious about this insecurity. If they are, Donald Trump wouldn't have come into Nigeria. In fact, this is the worst of it all. That a foreign country is coming here to help you protect yourself, David. Do you know what is shame? Do you know what is embarrassing? Imagine if APC were in opposition and this type of thing happened.
But the federal government also said they had a coordinated efforts in that particular strike.
Whatever they are telling me now, they are talking to themselves. They should have done the needful before Donald Trump will come here. If they had done the needful, Donald Trump will not come. It is because of the sentiment they brought into this matter. This is insecurity. No tribalism, no ethnicity, no religion should come in. But the federal government of Nigeria is afraid of some people. Nobody even want to call their name out. Nobody want to mention their name. What the hell? Are they the owner of Nigeria? Instead of you to be very frontal and deal with them, you are pampering them, covering them. Meanwhile, other countries are laughing at us, giant of Africa.
Oh, well, let me take this conversation back to Mr. Paulua Taiwo. Again, I want to find out from you, Mr. Paulua, if you're going to rate this administration when it comes to the security situation that has bedeviled us as a nation, how would you rate the federal government as led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, of course, on security?
Administration in Nigeria, as at the last, as at the 2023, early 2024, I was one of the people that spoke directly to the presidency, that the presidency is not serious about the security challenge of Nigeria. and I was very clear about it. But moreover, towards the middle of 2024, now 2025, we have seen different actions that shows that the president has the power to do more. Like you have said earlier, he has the power to do more. And he has seen that his job is at risk, especially towards the second term, because it is only those who are alive that can vote for him. So I'm sure maybe that is why we have seen some strategic move. And don't also forget that as an international law student, I also understand that there is no sovereignty break without any form of collaboration, both internally and externally. So whatever you think, the almighty action that has been activated by Donald Trump still has some internal collaboration. Because if the president or whoever is working with him on security architect are not collaborating with whatever is coming from external, then the whole hula baloo will still continue. But before that, we must also understand that what transpired before my administration, what transpired in the last two administrations, and what is happening in my current administration. We need to weigh in between the two, because it is very easy for me to speak out of Aso Rock, but it is not easy for you to speak when you are in Aso Rock. So the conversation is not the same. You can say that the president has all the power. Yes, I've told you, I know he has all the power. But that you have all the power does not mean that you use the power all the time. There are two things entirely. Because if I'm bringing out a particular architect for Borno State, don't forget, I cannot bring that same architect into Nasarawa State or Yobe State. Why? The territorial gap within those 2 or 3 states are not the same. So whoever is saying that whatever armor I'm bringing out for Niger, I should bring out the same armor for Sokoto State, that person is not a sincere Nigerian.
All right, then.
That person is just trying to be political.
I still want to stay with you really on this security situation, because Nigerians will also want to know better. And of course, as I speak to you, some will be saying that you're trying to speak some truth by half, by their own judgment. But let me find out from you. Are you aware that a former spokesperson, a former assistant to the Minister of Defense for State, has accused him of sponsoring, and not only sponsoring, doing deals with these bandits? Are you aware of that? Even though it's alleged.
That's what? I'm aware that what?
That a former SA to the governor, the former governor, who is presently the Minister of Defense for State, I'm talking about Matawali now, has accused him of sponsoring and promoting these bandits while he was in office.
That is a very good statement, but I leave it to be a political statement. Why was that statement not made when he first got to the office, or when he was still the former governor? You know, you can't be listening to a political statement at the wrong time, trying to save your head because you want to seem to be bold. Why don't you come out to be bold when he was the state governor, for us to understand what is happening?
Okay.
Now, let me tell you, are you aware that Honorable Patrick Obayagbon, towards the 2011 and the rest, he stated clearly that he was speaking against President Jonathan administration. And while he was speaking live, I caught him live on NTA. Immediately he finished speaking, he got a call from the presidency. One of the close aides to Mr. President offered him 11 million naira that he should continue on the national television to speak against Jonathan. These same people that are working with him. So that somebody is speaking like this against a former minister or a former governor, for me, it's not acceptable. It's a political statement. Okay. Where were you when the person was in office?
All right, then.
But don't also forget.
I think I understand the position clearly as well.
Now, don't also forget that there is no security challenge in Nigeria of political actors.
Are you also aware? Sorry, Mr. Paulo Ataiwo. Are you also aware that the same person we're talking about, I'm talking about Matawali now, has said to the state governor, who is his predecessor, that no security movement would happen in that state without his input? I'm talking about the executive governor of a state being told by his former boss. Are you aware of that as well?
Now, you have just answered the question by yourself. You said by his former boss. Yeah. So he has the power, being a political godfather, to speak to his political son. Okay. So he's speaking to his political son, but he's not speaking to the entire Nigeria.
Thank you so very much, Mr.
So it's not left for the political son to be brave and act against his political godfather.
Okay, all right. Let's bring this conversation to the studio. Barrister, I'm trying to make too many meanings to what he's saying, and I'm trying not to assume some of the things he said, but he has clearly spoken his position. I want to move away from this conversation, maybe in 30 seconds. I want you to react to the same conversation of Matawale still being in office after being allegedly accused by his own.
David, without looking at it from any angle, what is fueling this insecurity is what? Sentiment. Either religious, party, ethnic, or tribal sentiment. If these things are removed out of the equation, we'll fight this in headlong. Nothing else, nothing. All right. Because from the way we are talking and the way we are looking at this thing, we are looking at it from the angle that it suits us, our person, our person, and Nigeria is sinking. Imagine what will happen with the allegation against Matawali. Please, do you need to ask him to go? Do you need to ask him to leave office? At least let us verify what they are talking about. But because Matawali is in their good book, there is something he is doing for them, just like Wike. Just like Wike, they are using them for certain purposes.
Oh, well, Barrister, because
meanwhile, it is to the detriment of Nigeria. You can see it.
Well, because of our time, really, Barrister, we need to go. I just want you, maybe in 10 seconds, the position of the National Association of Residence Doctors, claiming that the industrial action forthcoming, the planned one, is inevitable because government is clearly not talking to the MOU that is signed with her a couple of weeks ago.
Look, if they are going into national industrial action, and they are not ready to go the whole hog, they are not ready to make something out of it, they should sit down and manage the situation. How many times will they go on strike?
All right, then.
At the end of the day, nothing comes out of it. Are they serious at all?
All right,
if they want to down to, let them down to. Let the government know that, yes, I don't like this idea. Every time we are going on strike, at the end of the day, what happened? How many times will you go? The politicians go on strike. David, do they go on strike? Nigerians have not learned any lesson.
Because of our time, really, this is where we
all these unions, they should think. Do the government officials, those who stole our money, did they go on strike? Somebody is pocketing 210 trillion naira that we are looking for now. Mostly, some Nigerians have pocketed that money.
Oh, well.
You are telling me there's no money to
this is where
them.
we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. We really are pressed for time. I want to say a big thank you to Mr. Okpeoluwa Taiwo, who, of course, lent his voice on the analysis segment. Mr. Okpeoluwa is Executive Director of Africa Bridge Initiative and also Public and Political Affairs Analyst. And also we have in the studio with us, we had in the studio as well, Barrister Darlington Agomo, who is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria, and of course, Public and Political Affairs commentator. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
It's my pleasure.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, the rest of the news will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. Let's go straight to talking business. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the MASA, has granted stakeholders a 30-day window from January the 5th, 2026 for self-audit and voluntary compliance as it begins a special operational enforcement against non-compliant operators on the Nigerian maritime domain. The requirements include proper vessel registration, valid certification, updated ownership documentation, adherence to cabotage provision relating to vessel ownership, registration, manning, and build. It also emphasized the importance of timely payments and remittance of all statutory levies and fees as prescribed by law. Codename Operation Zero Tolerance and Non-Compliance. The Marine Notice was pursuant to the agency's statutory mandate under the NIMASA Act 2007, the Coastal Inland Shipping Act 2003, the Merchant Shipping Act 2007, and other applicable regulations. Consequently, all ship and vessel owners, operators, international and national oil companies, masters of merchant ships, shipping companies, and vessel operators at the free trade zone, among other stakeholders operating or intending to operate within Nigerian waters, are required to ensure full compliance with statutory requirements. Meanwhile, the NIMASA Director General, Dr. Dayo Moberola, has reassured all stakeholders of the agency's commitment to promoting indigenous shipping development, enhancing maritime safety and security, protecting the marine environment, and ensuring strict compliance with Nigeria's maritime laws. And from business, we move straight to talking sports. Manchester United winger Amad Diallo stirred at Côte d'Ivoire beat Burkina Faso 3-0 to become the first African Cup of Nations defending champion to reach the quarterfinals since 2010. Diallo struck the opening goal and created the second for Yan Domani before halftime. Substitute Zoumana Traoré completed the scoring in the closing minutes in Marrakesh. Côte d'Ivoire will now travel south to the Moroccan coastal city Agadir, where they will face record 7-time champion Egypt on Saturday for a semi-final place. Since Egypt successfully defended the title in Angola 16 years ago, 7 title holders have failed to reach the last 8. Cameroon and Senegal made the last 16, and Zambia, Côte d'Ivoire, and Algeria were eliminated after the group stage, while Egypt and Nigeria failed to qualify for the tournament that year. And to wrap up the media news, we go straight talking entertainment. The National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, is set to collaborate with Future Map Foundation to transform creative and digital industry in northern Nigeria by providing technology capacity building and establishing a world-class film studio. The public-private initiative is designed to align the northern region's creative operations with global best practices, leveraging the power of the digital economy to drive national growth. Announcing the intervention during a roundtable with tech innovators and Kannywood stakeholders at the PR Nigeria Center for Research and Development in Kano, NITDA Director General Kashifu Inua noted that filmmakers often wield more power in shaping public perception and behavioral change than political actors. He urged producers to move beyond profit-seeking and create content that inspires the next generation of tech builders. He further pledged that the agency would provide advanced infrastructure through a modern studio, incubation center for emerging technologies, and training to enhance content quality. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Up next, top of the hour, is Spotlights with Precious Agumano. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and your voice matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. It's a beautiful day, yes, to stay positive and inspired. And trust me, today is a beautiful day. I'm feeling already excited, and I'm sure you are too. And don't forget, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, please get ready, everyone, because we're about to write together true stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. So we're going to talk about a lot of things today. And first on our list today, we're going to talk about popular Nigerian singer Tiwa Savage has sparked widespread reactions on social media after she publicly warned media personality and influencer Dami, Foreign, over comments involving her son, Jamil, and the singer, who did not mince word, called out the influencer on X, formerly Twitter, stating that mentioning her child in online conversations was unacceptable. So Tiwa Savage stressed that while she can tolerate criticism directed at her, bringing her son into public discourse crossed a red line and warned that further actions would go beyond social media if it continued. So following the backlash and Tiwa Savage's firm warning, Dami responded with a public apology, acknowledged that his comments were inappropriate and not well thought out. So he explained that he never intended to disrespect Tiwa Savage or her son and expressed regret for any distress his remarks may have caused. So the incident has since ignited conversations online about respecting boundaries, especially when it comes to children of public figures. So Tiwa Savage stands on protecting her family from online scrutiny. And this brought me to talk about the things people do. I say this all the time, that Nigerians, sometimes we react to things too quickly. In as much as we all know Tiwa Savage and, her family and the rest of them, I think there should be boundaries to some things. You don't just come out to say things concerning someone's personal life and family and stuff like that. You cannot come and speak wrongly to me or talk bad about my parents or anything. It's wrong. I think there should be boundaries. It's supposed to get a limit. Yes, seriously, because a lot of Nigerians, a lot of people do this, and I don't know why. Maybe because we feel so free and we are free to talk the way we want to speak, freedom of speech and the rest of them. But then, please, there should be boundaries. I think what Tiwa Savage came out to say then was, it's the best. There's a line to all those things. Yes, you can talk about her, the backlash and everything. You can direct it to her, but not her son. I think she holds the son so dear to her. So likewise, even Dami too also want to hold his child so dear to him. So nobody will want to come out to speak wrong or, say wrong things about the child. So yes, let's, a lot of people talked about this and, give their own experience and said, this is really not nice. Speaking about, especially people that come out to say, I want to talk to you, and you are not directing the thing to the person's mother or parent or anything. It's really wrong. I think people should learn how to speak, learn how to talk, know how to put words. Every time you come out, you just open your mouth and you feel that, because it's freedom of speech, you can say anything you want to say. You just have to be very careful. This is 2026. Please don't carry that character back into 2026. The old character, old things are passed away, and yes, old things has become new. So a lot of people have actually come out to state their own experience on the issues and the matters. So please, let's take some comments of what people have actually come to say. So yes, somebody said, I don't get how people troll someone and their children publicly. Who trolls children? Yes, because it's something else. You want to talk bad about somebody, you don't bring the person's, family members into the issue. It's not right. And yes, another person said, if them lock this one up for months, gullible people will come out saying abuse of power. And this kind of worry them, they slam lawsuit. Seriously, because see, we don't do for this country where we did. We don't do. I think when they don't use person as scapegoats, every other person go learn. Yes, because you can't just come out and be saying plenty things. You guys calm down this 2026. So nobody is smiling with you. I'm telling you, just for your own, it's just a simple advice. I'm giving you the advice now. This year, I've told you before, I've said it before, that if you're going to be speaking or talking about anything, please watch your words and be nice. You don't talk like, all those, talk like a child or speak wrongly to people. You should know how to speak. You should know how to put your words. It's very, very necessary. And yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are coming out to say concerning this. And another person said, social media is a leveler. Okay. And another person said, at this point, I hope Tiwa actually deal with this one. A lot of people, our celebrities, they really try. I'm telling you, because they get to talk a lot about them. And even the ones where they do, the ones where they don't do, everybody go just join the team together. They give them back to back. But it's how some people, tend to deal with this kind of things, that all these things come to them, but then they don't allow it, get to them. You even see them, freestyling, doing their thing. If you like talk from here to heaven and earth, it doesn't teach it. Waiting go stay up. Yes. I don't know. Some people go just do talk this one, you do this one, you do. See you. Waiting go stay up. They will still be moving. They will still be happy. See, you cannot come and it's not them that you want to pressure. I'm telling you, not allow anybody pressure you, because these Nigerians, they can do a lot of things. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. And Latasha Lagos said, why are children never off limits when people want to get nasty online? Like, why? What is wrong with humanity? Actually, that's the same question I would even ask. So another person said, the major reason why someone would do something like this is because people are not making use of the Cyber Act law and the court enough. So another person said, what do people really gain from causing other people pain? Like, do you get? You will feel so comfortable to say that you want to see this person cry, you want to see this person mad, what do you really gain? Do you feel so happy? Because this is a question I need to ask. Yes. Why do you then, inflict pain on somebody else? You can't just say you just, in any way. You could say you want to hurt that person, maybe by physically hurting the person. But do you know that words really goes a long way? You could say you're not doing anything wrong to the person, you're just talking to the person. But how do you speak to those people? It's really wrong. I think we Nigerians, we see this recently, we just need to start doing better. We just need to start doing better. Know how we talk to people, because a lot of people are going through a lot of things, and you're putting more pressure, putting more pain. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of things. Seriously, I'm just saying to all those people that do those things, I think you should, reduce, you should stop it totally. It's very wrong. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, people are also bringing up their own ideas and saying their own experience. Someone said, that you talked about my mother. They feel so sad about that. You don't even, when you're having issues with somebody, you don't bring the person's family members into your discussion. Deal with it with the person and let it go. All right. Yes. Another person said, Banga boys. All right. And somebody said, as rent they increase, many of you go like relocate to Kirikiri. God, I beg go. It be like saying that place they're supposed to keep some of them. All right. Kako's hair said, I am so angry right now. I wish Tiwa would ignore him and take actions outside X. All right. Replying him is like giving him relevance. What is Dami? Where is Tiwa? What is Dami where Tiwa is actually? The level is, he needs to level up. And trust me, he needs to level up. Dami needs to level up, because it's a lot of things. Because why you go come out and talk plenty things, it even shows the level of. See, I just feel that there are some things you need to reply to, and there are some things you just need to, overlook. But this particular one, I don't think they should overlook it, because why would you come out? I know you want to say a lot of things, but you're not meant to say things concerning people's family members. People's family, you just keep it out of your mouth. You could say any other thing, but don't bring people's family into your discussion or your heated arguments with them. Yes. Anything where you feel do person do and back to you, reverse. Just take on like that. You don't need to say those kind of things to somebody. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. And Soft Bo Girl said mention her son. So if them bomb your papa well, mention her son again. Silly guy. All right. Kelechi Kasmia said, my brother, if you get mind, do you go see signs and wonders. Don't be small signs and wonders. So. All right. Blair said, they said you should tweet about her son, not on a mother face. Oh, there. Okay. And Miss Ake said he should write any of those nonsense about her again now. Okay. The real J Dan said, Kirikiri down full, but space, they Sokoto prison. God, I beg you. And Ambi Jen said, sometimes when you see people suffering, leave them. Don't interrupt people's karma. All right. And Sweet Julie said, at this point, this dummy of a sweet boy needs to be dealt with like you really lack home training. And yes, I want to bring this story back to our mothers. The way your child actually behaves right now, you will see a full-grown man, behaving the way he's behaving. I think basically part of all these things are home training. Yes, maybe he didn't get a better home training that he speaks, wildly of some people, and it's wrong. So to my mothers, I'm still gonna say this. Yes, please train your children well. So that when they go out, they will give you that, they would also give you that respect. And you will also be proud of them, because a lot of mothers right now don't really, take care of their son the right way they should. A lot of people talk about, train a woman, train a woman, train a woman. Yes, the man also needs to be trained well. You don't carry somebody's daughter and say you want to go and marry the person's daughter and behave, like a rascal, if I would call that. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments. And Njem Food Place said, for this one, I am sad. It be great to take it beyond Twitter. All right, Holy Life Girl 96 said, if them born you well, tweet about her son. Okay, Afobaje 90 said, hand go touch him, he go get sense. And Mario Make said, now that social media has monetization, since they think being nasty and making fun of people is content, newsflash, is not funny. And actually, it's not funny. You'd want to, make those things or say those things, maybe just such to get followers and likes and all the rest of them. But I think that is not the best way to go about that. Yes, if you want to talk about something, don't bring the person's child, mother, father into your conversation. You could just do your conversation and say, maybe you want to, create that hate. Let it be between you and the person. You don't bring, see, a lot of people are so calm. And I see you as a calm person. Yes, she's actually so humble. Even after everything has been said about her, she's still, she carries herself with pride, ego and the rest of them, and she still stands. So, and there's nothing that you would say right now that would even want to hurt her or anything. So why then do it? Yes. Why then stress yourself, go to those stress, and still collect what's on top? All right, that's it for that. But my advice, thank God he said you don't apologize, but it's better for you too, because you don't need to, bring up people's family into your conversation. It's very wrong. And I just hope that it won't happen again, because anything that comes up when next time you do it, it's on you. Okay, and yes, let's take more and more gist. And next on our list, we've been talking about a lot of things. And yes, next on our list, we're talking about Nigerian actor Timi Eguson and Dakore Eguson Akande are in mourning following the death of their father, so Samuel Eguson. So Timini shared the heartbreaking news on his official Instagram page, posting a heartfelt tribute that expressed his grief and the sense of loss he feels. So in his post, he reflected on the unfinished conversation and memories with his father, writing, didn't think I'll start the year saying this, and rest in peace, Dad. So much left unsaid, but I'll keep making you proud. So the announcement quickly drew an outpouring of condolence and support from fans, colleagues, and fellow celebrities across Nigeria's entertainment industry. So the Eguson family has received messages of sympathy from all corners of the world and corners of Nollywood too, community, highlighting the impact Samuel Eguson had on those around him. So Dakore Akande, a prominent Nollywood actress, has joined her brother in mourning, sharing memories and tributes to their sober moments for the family. And many fans and admirers continue to celebrate Samuel's life and legacy while offering prayers for the bereaved siblings. Oh, it's a lot to Timini and Dakore. I really wish that God gives them the grace and the strength to bear this loss, because trust me, losing a close one is really painful, and it's not something you could just wake up one day and say, I'm gonna be fine. A lot of times you want to act strong, act better, but something within yourself that inside your heart you're not okay. So sometimes at this moment, basically they need all the care, they need all the love to be shown, because it's a lot. A lot of people during 2025 that has just gone, a lot of people will lost actually a lot of people, and it has never been an easy one and a happy moment for the families. But right now, this is January, and this is a new month and a new year where everybody wants to, move ahead and be happy. But this is actually a sad news. And I just pray that God continues to strengthen them. It's not easy, but trust me, it will be fine. All right, a lot of people have actually come out to say they're sorry and pray for the family of Timini and Dakore. So let's take some tweets from what people have actually come out to say. So TBOD said, I have always known that they are siblings. Those screaming that they didn't know, how will you know when you are busy trolling on the internet? it's well. All right, Timini and Dakore are actually siblings, and it's a lot for them this period. So Cherry Gelly 001 said, where I day bad things no dey sup. All right, visit my side and be saved. I don't get that. If you visit your side, what will happen? It's well with you. Life happens, and yes, life will also move on and go on. So Way of Life said, all right, another person said, great Benzema said, what a handsome man. Rest in peace, sir. Yes. And we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and it's a lot of things. I just feel that losing a loved one, the mother, the father, it's really painful. It's not as easy as we say. I have had such experience, and I know how it feels actually. Yes, losing someone that is so dear to you, you might feel that you are very strong to overcome all those fears, to overcome all those situations, but it's not easy. So at this moment, these people need the care, they need the love, they need the calls, they need people, around them to, to cheer them up and the rest of all those things. So it's not really easy. So where they come out, say, it's people that has never experienced this kind of thing that would want to come out and say a lot of things about this and be like, you move on, don't worry. It's not easy. Even as we are saying it, it is not. All right, yes, let's take more and more comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. We have a lot of comments. And yes, somebody said, now I come to see the resemblance. Okay, and Black Heritage said, human being know they live long again. It's well. And I am Clara Chick said, I didn't know they were related. Child. Okay, we have a lot of comments, and let's take more. And Chrisabel said, men die too much, I beg, and we don't stop dragging them. Their lives always in a roller coaster. It's well. All right, and Pretty Tamara said, siblings, wow, okay. And Lage Me said, be strong, it is well. Yes, it is well. And Jamorita said, may God grant you and your family the fortitude to bear this loss. Amen to that. We have a lot of comments. And Queen Blackzin said, my condolence, losing a parent isn't easy at all. So yes, Teresa Mafe said, my condolence. All right, and Pride of Africa said, so they are blood siblings. I think, yes, they are. You people haven't seen the resemblance. The resemblance is there, actually. And Skincare Junkie 4 said they are sieves. Okay, and for Nancy said, may God console them. Amen to that. And Adobe Perfumes said, wow, I never knew. We have a lot of comments, and let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And Jaff 143 said, where do we go after death? It's only the dead that actually knows that question. So another person said, so sad. And Ohis Apoka said, rest in peace, sir. And the Bookie Berry said, so sorry. Let's take more comments. And Slim Shady for 94801 said, rest on daddy. And Dazzly Golden said, fine man like this guy. The Excel Dish said, condolences. It's not about how fine. I think that doesn't see how beautiful you are. Yes, it doesn't. If it comes, it comes. It's something that you cannot hold. So the truth is, when we have the life on earth, we should live it well. That is the most important thing. We should live our life here on earth well. And yes, one day, because definitely everybody will someday, be under the ground 6 feet. That is just something you cannot deal with. So it is what it is. I just keep praying that God gives Timini's family the grace and the strength to bear this loss. And yes, let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about this. And Sweet Julie said, rest in peace to their dad. So many people asking if they are related. Dakore is his elder sister, same blood. And Bin Saleh said, to everyone who has lost a parent, may the Lord comfort you. Amen. And Fragrance Express said, the loss of a loved one hurts so bad. May God comfort them. Amen to that. And Goodness, Henry Williams said, not me just knowing their siblings. Wow, so sorry for their loss. Okay, and Tammy Pearl Touch said, lost my dad on 30th of December. Still feels like a dream. I can't believe my dad is gone. Oh, sorry about that. And I pray that God gives you the strength too. And Super Taura said, Handsome in your man. It's well. And T first said, life is so fickle. And Becky said, RIP. And somebody else said, sorry for your loss. I am Peggy Agbe said, Chai, may God give the family the fortitude to bear this loss. And yes, amen to that. And that's it for that. We have a lot of comments, but we'll have to go to our next story. And yes, our next story we're going to talk about a self-described baddie has actually sparked conversations online after recounting how she abruptly walked out on her date when the man allegedly began chatting up another woman during their outing. So according to the viral social media post, the situation became more awkward when the other lady he was engaged reportedly paid for their lunch or dessert bill. So feeling disrespected and uncomfortable by the man's actions, the lady said she chose to leave immediately rather than continue the date. So the story has, which has gained traction across social media platforms, has triggered mixed reactions with many users applauding her decision while others debated dating etiquette and boundaries. So while the account remains a personal experience shared online and not actually officially, it has reignited discussions about respect, loyalty, and expectations during dates in today's social sense. So my question is, why would you, take out a lady and in your head you have somebody else? You take out this lady and the lady that you have will now pay for the lunch which you have already taken. Like, how do you, hey, God. My men, I don't know how you people do this thing. Like, how do people come up with all this kind of thing? You don't even have the money to ask a lady out. So why would you then ask a lady out? Cuckoo there where you did, don't ask anybody out. You want to come and be, like see the disgrace. Like, you ask a lady out when you know that you don't have money in your pocket. You see, later that they will say, Precious, you still like money, you are too vain. Please, nobody should just come for me. There are some things that need, see, this is 2026. To all my ladies that are still accepting rubbish this 2026, I pity you. I'm telling you the gospel truth. You see this year, more na change. Any person wey say go just dey where, shift am. Don't need to talk plenty. Like, I really love this step this lady took, because why? Why would you ask a lady out and you will take her out stating that you want it, and another lady will send you bills? My ladies, now don't see shege. It's well with you. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So we'll take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And people have brought out their own experience, and they have a lot to say. So let's go to the comment section and see what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said this is exactly why self-respect matters. If a guy is already chatting up someone else while on a date, and that someone even paid for a dessert, he's showing exactly what kind of person he is. Yes. Why your person? Not trustworthy. And yes, he said walking out wasn't just justified. It was necessary. Yes, thank you. Women shouldn't settle for being treated as an option or afterthought. Yes, because why would you treat a lady like that? If you have someone else that paid for your bills while you took somebody else out, that is crazy. My men will not do. God will help you. And I pray, say, may God not bring, to all my ladies, may you meet right people. Not people that will come and, do anyhow. It's something else. Let's take more comments of what people are actually saying. And somebody said, you lost me at the comparison. Okay. And Piper Royalty said, don't allow any girl stop you from meeting your wife. Like, I don't understand. Who from you? Where are you coming from? Piper Royalty, I don't understand. Please, which one is don't allow any girl stop you from meeting your wife? With all this bad character you are fronting up and down, is well. All right, so Olamide Dark Skin said, there's no way I would be on a date and think another random girl is prettier than me. Like, do you get it? That's where the problem started from, Lord. And actually it is. If you don't want to go out with this person, don't. Like, I saw a story where someone said, would you accept gifts from your ex while you're dating somebody else? Please, don't come and be deceiving yourself. Don't even bring out your own wife. Come and start deceiving yourself. Don't collect. It is as simple as that. If you want to collect the gifts, Kuku just go back to that person. Then we know that you're with that person. You can't just say, oh, you are with somebody else and you're collecting gifts from your ex. Even if it's me, I'm not going to even be happy with you. So it is normal. So why would you take a lady out while you have somebody else? And the lady that you have is even the one paying your bills for the outing you guys went for. It's funny. You will do things that really make us laugh. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, Goodness said, after crying, work harder on your self-esteem. Don't compare yourself to anyone, thereby feeling less. Don't do that. Okay. And Universal Sound Academy said, oh, sweet hugs, girl. Okay. And You Found Favor said, you'll be fine, love. Okay. And Wankwo Naza said, thank God he showed you signs. All right. If not, you foresee wonders later. And not be small wonders. All right. And Kelechi Kasmia said, you honored yourself living that. Okay, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are saying. And somebody said, the block icon isn't for fancy too. Yes. Please, the block icon is not for fancy. Once you leave that place, just straight and fast, just press your block button. Don't stress for plenty talk. Because I don't know why that kind of person, even that kind of person is not supposed to be around you. Yes. So Charles Daniel said, how do you know if the girl was interested in both of you? Hey, you didn't even wait for feedback. She's most likely wanted. At Daniels, I don't understand what you mean by, hey, God, I beg you. So Tim Tommy said, you told him to go introduce himself. Now someone cuter and hotter and obviously has more money in between. Okay, it's well with people in your head. You by imagining things right now, Abi. Okay. And Maxwell Gozier said, what he did was wrong and definitely not manly. Even the girl he went to meet won't rate him much for doing that. The girl dodged a bullet, so no need to feel sad. And another person said, oh, Chim, where we want to start the motivation speech from now. And another person said, men in female-dominated field. Hey, God. And Luchi Abba said, girl, leave this OS, bro is for the street, clearly. It's how people say that men are polygamous in nature. See, I don't want to say this thing because if I start, a lot of people will come for me and say, Precious, you have started saying things about men. But see example now. You go there with another babe, another person, they pay your bills. Where this one won't lead to now? It is actually funny. Where? I see men doing this, and it's really not, it's just not called for. Because I don't know why would you be in a relationship and you also want to, that means in different relationships, and one day all of them will just face you once at a time. He's well with you. And we have more comments. Let's see what people are still coming out to say. And trust me, it is a lot. It's how people, cheat comfortably. And see, you cheat in your relationship and you cheat so comfortably and you feel so relaxed about it and you're doing things. So our men, President General, I hail you. See, this year, I don't tell all my ladies, but when I shine on my eyes for waiting on one day too. Yes, please, if I tell you, shine your eyes, shine it wherever you so use soap and water, wash your eyes, so that when it comes to that time, choosing a partner, you have to open your eyes very well to make sure you're not making the mistake. If you mustn't make mistake before you know that you're doing the right thing. Yes, please. So a lot of you don't make mistakes again. So don't bother saying, if maybe when I've done a mistake, I don't think I will do it again. They're just telling yourself that lie, and you're not going to enter a relationship that will be giving you blows and beating you every day. And you're not that, I'm in a violent relationship. See, this year, I don't even look anybody first. If you say, now violent relationship in one day, dear daughter of Zion, continue. I go even the hell yourself where you are today. All right, let's see what more people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said men in female-dominated field. And Luchi Abba said, girl, leave the OS. Bro is for street, clearly. See, this year, see out to our men, please be intentional. Be intentional, yo. And to our ladies, open your eye. Don't go and see, you got the trust man. Oh God, you got the trust man. They play. See, this year, better open your eyes. You'll get sense in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. And we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still have a lot of gist and juicy topics to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put. Don't move.
Here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
It is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I mean, like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight. I'm your baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, I'm so excited because we have been talking about a lot of things. Yes, we don't talk plenty things about life. And yes, we still talk about a guy who don't carry one woman come out. Still get another babe one side. They collect money from that one, take they fund the bills of the one wey carry come out. But come to think of it, una men una to do. Hey God, see. Anything concerning relationship this year, may una just try. So all my ladies, may una they try the get sense this year, because if you not try, they go now men now go they do it. I don't want to generalize. I don't want to specifically talk about the guys, but I'm saying this basically generally because see some ladies still they do the same thing. They follow one man like this. The man not tell them say and they don't they show interest and all those kind. And you know say you don't want this person, but then you still get another person from one side. Like why all this stress? I see this thing as stress. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You want to call this person, all this cheating and all these things. It's not stress, me. Why don't you give yourself peace of mind? So we still talk about this matter, and a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things. Say, this one, the kind of person, the kind of men where we get this time around are Gen Z men. So God go help us. All right, let's take more comments of what people are still saying about this. And somebody said, woman, where get money, don't collect your date. Ew, blood of Jesus. God, I beg, go. Now, hey, woman, where get money, don't collect. You see, it come to think about it. To all my ladies, I always tell you people this thing. When they shout, I want to marry Odogu, I want to marry Odogu. Is that about, the problem is not about getting married to Odogu. It's you yourself, put value on yourself. Because Odogu no go bring one married person when they not even fit phone bills. You understand? You self suppose don't day your own. Get value. Then the Odogu will come rushing to you. I'm telling you. You want to sit down one side, they say, Odogu must come. Okay, this is 2026. They play, oh. Let's take more comments and see what people are saying. And somebody said, glad you left. Nah, don't cry. You did yourself good. And guess what? You are unique in your own way. All right. Another person said, lol, woman like you intimidated you. Look at self-esteem on the floor. Ew, Jesus. And Ambry told me, said that was disrespectful and good you left. He found his missing rib. Sorry, actually. And Lizzie of Failure said intentional woman don't collect man. So, all right. Tonya Graham said I don't write and erase comments tire. Whoa, pawpaw is a kind of fruit. Fruit. And Lee Ma said person asked you what he should do and you told him to go and introduce himself. Girl, you gave him no. See, this year, any person will go try give you stress, better push on one side. I think God beg you, because Why would you want to go out with somebody? And come to think of it, I think ladies has to start, paying bills when a man takes you out, actually. I know it's not appropriate, but basically it doesn't mean that when someone takes you out or you go out with someone, you cannot, pay bills. Yeah, you can also, put in your own money. Make the man know they look like, say, you be one kind person where they don't speak for. See, give us some respect. At least when you portray we ladies way there outside, you gonna give us some respect. Don't be just come out like that. You just come out, hey, my guy, they take me out. At least all money for pocket in case they leave you outside. But it's well. Yes, to all my ladies, please get sense, and to all the men too, get sense this year. This is 2026, no dull moment. All right, let's take more comments, and we have one more comment. And before we go into the next topic, and yes, another person said, Chimo, I love those swings. It's well. All right, it's well, oh, but I don't talk am. Say you will one day date. Shall open your eyes. And yes, to our next topic, we'll be talking about a lot of things. And yes, to our next topic, we're still talking about dating. And guess what? So popular Nollywood actor Maurice Sam has stirred reactions online after celebrating Pearl Watts on her birthday. So sparking fresh conversations about their relationship, the actor took to social media to share a heartfelt Pearl Watts message in honor of Pearl Watts, describing her in a warm term and wishing her a joyful new year. The post, which quickly gained attention from fans and followers, featured affectionate words that further fueled speculations about their romantic connection. So clips and screenshots of the post have continued to circulate widely across social media platforms, with fans have since flooded the comment sections with congratulatory messages, while others express excitement over the pair's apparent closeness. So the gesture has once again placed Maurice Sam and Pearl Watts in the spotlight as admirers eagerly follow developments surrounding their relationship. What is this screaming? Let me know. Is this screaming wedding or engagement or what? I don't know, but then this is actually beautiful to see. People, line up, you don't reach. But trust me, this is actually beautiful. And I think this will, they actually sit together and, celebrating someone on your special day. See, and they tell all those men, man, they try, they get all this, see all these intentional men, they very intentional. They don't know they hide. If they like something, they go for it. They try to get this person gifts, make the person happy. Don't be the one where go come say, no, I don't want to make the person chop my money. Blah, blah. Well, see, this year, any rubbish for any kind of dating, I push it aside. This year, we are going to be intentional. In fact, that is the logo for this year. That's the team. Be intentional. I'm telling you. All right. A lot of people don't come out talk plenty things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, Tiki Koff said, thank God say I get man, I for cry. Oh, sorry there. This is beautiful. I love intentional men. Yes, so may they continue to grow and find happiness in each other's hearts. And it's Rookie said, you don't watch finish. Oh yeah, try close your teeth. God. So you are actually smiling when you are watching this. God, I beg, God of this. See, all these single people this year, just a pray, say, God, please. Anything when you feel, you just pray. When God come out to you, because this life, you go see, this is you go see things where you never tire finish. All right, I am Norma said, sending rapper from Admiralty. Okay, and we have a lot of comments. A lot of people are talking about this. People way too love. I go say I love, but not be the way all this my comment section people dey. All right, and somebody said they've been dating way before they both came into the limelight. So check Maurice Sam's social media pictures from as far as 2017. You'll see them together. Okay, Blissful Henrietta said, where I see as you they smile. Do not forget that you're single. It's a bus for me. God. God. Don't worry. Don't pressure us. At Blissful, don't try it. Don't pressure us this year. We are going... Everybody where they're single, where desire to get their own, God will find you in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody said, which girlfriend? Is well, though. And somebody said, Imo girls are winning. Oh, see as Maurice don't learn Igbo finish. Oh, God, I beg. So, Tiki Koff, we have a lot of comments, trust me. And Happiness Ibonusia said, And I get like her dress for coffee brown color. Love, where are you, child? Now only clothes you can't get. You know, can't get the man. God will help you. And somebody else said, this is how we like it in town. Ooh, okay. And Rebecca said, so beautiful. And somebody else said, they are so cute. And Lisa Duke once said, see the way I they shine teeth as if. Please close the teeth in Jesus' name. No bring your mouth. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments and people that actually love to see them together. And somebody said, sadly, after showcasing and doing all these beautiful things for you, when they are ready to marry, they will look for innocent and good ladies. Blood of Jesus. I know people will insult me, but this is the bitter truth about the male celebrities in Nigeria. Come to think about it, me, I cannot say much on this because I've seen, people that really don't, fancy the Nigerian lady. But trust me, a lot of Nigerian ladies, we are all beautiful, no matter where we're from. So if they decide not to like us, do you get? Please, the people that will like us will still come. Don't stress. Don't pressure yourself. All this words that they're saying is plenty talk. All right, let's take more comments and we're up for today. And somebody said, see me blushing over the last side. I love this. And somebody is sending hit. Why you scatty? What is going on? Please hold your cover and kata at one side. All right. And this is so sweet. God bless them. And Kamsi Chuli said, what's the title of the movie? You can't be assisting a movie. God, I beg you. Then the Davis said, now this make leave Sonia. Please, una don't come again. See, Nigerians, na too they quick to the talk plenty things. More na they calm down. Shebi that love they show you. Continue like that. No just go anywhere. Relax. Una too they do for this our comment section. Let's take more comments because we have a lot of people talking about this. And trust me, it's actually beautiful, talking about love and the rest of them. See, I love love. When you see the right man, I'm telling you, you not even know the time you'll be smiling from ear to ear and you'll be so happy. I pray you meet that love because for those that I say, I'm in a violent relationship, see, in as much as we have people that are bad, we still have good people that would love you the way you want to be loved. So this year, it's just a reminder for you to know that you don't need to rush into anything. Calm down. The person will go still love you right, will still come. And definitely you go there happy too. All right. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for today. Trust me, I enjoyed myself because all the laughs and all the, everything that has happened. To all my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And don't forget, till next time, I'm Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now and see you next time.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP
TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage, as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all drink in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our site. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from Burkina Faso, where the government has said it thwarted an alleged coup attempt against President Captain Ibrahim Traore, accusing the former transitional president, Lieutenant Colonel Paul Henry Damiba, of orchestrating the plot. Security Minister Mahamadou Sana disclosed that the plot, which had been planned for late Saturday, was foiled thanks to the professionalism of the intelligence services. He said the plan involved a series of targeted assassinations of military and civilian officials, starting with an attempt to kill Traore, either at close range or by planting explosives at his residence. He added that after the actions, there was the was to follow an operation to put the drone based out of service and a ground military intervention by external forces. Sana said authorities would name only the main suspect for confidentiality reasons, identifying him as Damiba, whom he said was responsible for planning the operation, raising funds and recruiting both civilians and soldiers. Away from that, China's top diplomat Wang Ying began his annual New Year tour of Africa on Wednesday, with a focus on the strategically important East as the world's #2 economy seeks to reinforce its influence on the continent. Foreign Minister Wang will travel to Ethiopia, Somalia, Tanzania, and Lesotho on this year's trip. Wang's visit to Somalia, the first by a Chinese foreign minister since the 1980s, is likely to provide Mogadishu with a diplomatic boost after Israel last month became the first country to formally recognize the breakaway Republic of Somaliland, a northern region that declared itself independent in 1991. Beijing, which reiterated its support for Somalia after the Israeli announcement, is keen to buttress its influence around the Gulf of Aden, the entry of the Red Sea, and a crucial corridor for Chinese trade heading through the Suez Canal to European markets. Further south, Tanzania is central to Beijing's push to secure access to Africa's vast copper deposits. Chinese firms are refurbishing the Tazara Railway that runs through the country into Zambia. In the meantime, there are reports that say that Russia said the newly re-elected president of the Central African Republic, Faustin Archange Touadera, has invited President Vladimir Putin to visit his country. Moscow has been a key ally of Touadera in recent years, with CAR in 2018 becoming the first West and Central African nation to bring in Russia's Wagner machineries as the chronically unstable nation sought to fend off several rebel groups. Touadera, in power since 2016, won a third term in office, according to provincial results this week, securing an outright majority in the presidential election held on December the 28th. In a video interview with TASS, Touadera called Putin a great leader, saying the Kremlin chief was even attentive to relations with Bangui. Touadera's victory is likely to further Russia's interest in the country, including gold and diamond mining. Moving on, Somalia has condemned what it called unauthorized incursion into Somaliland by Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Saar, calling on Tel Aviv to immediately cease all actions undermining Somalia's sovereignty and territorial integrity. A foreign ministry statement said Saar's visit represents an unacceptable interference in the internal affairs of a sovereign UN member. According to Somalia, such actions violate the UN Charter, the African Union Constitutive Act, and established norms of international relations, including sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and non-interference. It added that Somaliland is an integral and inseparable part of Somalia. Mogadishu said any official presence, contact, or engagement on its territory without the federal government's explicit consent is illegal, null, and carries no legal effect. Away from that, Amnesty International says Uganda's opposition is being subjected to a brutal campaign of repression ahead of the country's January 15th general elections. The Ugandan presidential candidate, Bobi Wine, is challenging President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who has ruled Uganda since 1986 by repeatedly rewriting the rules to stay in power. Term and age limits have been scrapped, rivals jailed or sidelined, and state security forces are in constant presence at opposition rallies as Museveni seeks a 7th term. Wine had said recently that this time the military has largely taken over the election and that at least 3 of his supporters have been killed in violent campaign events. According to him, the police has conducted itself as the most illegal and unprofessional manner, to the extent that they have come out to warn citizens against carrying the national flag. According to the human rights group, the use of tear gas, pepper spray, beating, and other acts of violence amount to a brutal campaign of repression ahead of the vote. Meanwhile, in Kenya, a Kenyan teacher and mother, Faza Kaisha, is reportedly quietly transforming lives in Vihiga by setting aside part of her monthly salary to feed school children. According to reports, what began as a childhood promise has grown into a foundation providing daily needs and keeping learners in class, with many families in Vihiga saying her act of compassion has become the difference between hunger and hope. Kaisha grew up in a part of Vihiga County where poverty levels have plagued the population for decades and often affects school-going children. While she was raised in a well-to-do family, her parents who paid bills and fed them comfortably, she was not averse to the happenings around her. According to reports, seeing the struggles, she made a quiet promise to herself that she would one day be the source of hope for her people, having seen children miss schools simply because there was no meal waiting for them at home. In 2018, she fulfilled that promise by starting a lunch program at Masana AIC Primary School for the disadvantaged children, which has now grown beyond her wildest imaginations. But still in Kenya, Riley Odinga's 2022 presidential chief agent, Saibatao Kanchore, has made scorching attacks on some of the late leader's closest allies, claiming that if Odinga were alive today, he would immediately fire them. The lawyer alleged that ODM leaders, including Suna East Member of Parliament Junit Mohammed, Energy Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi, and John Mbadi, have prioritized personal gains over the nation and party unity, betraying the principles that Odinga championed. His remarks came as the nation marked what would have been Odinga's 81st birthday, a moment that Kanchori described as bittersweet. While he acknowledged the importance of celebrating the late leader's legacy, he said the behavior of certain politicians since his passing has been deeply troubling. In spite of the criticism, however, Kanchori emphasized his lifelong commitment to the ODM. Moving on, civil society organizations, Kochokoro says that 36 persons have died in clashes between artisan miners and the police in Mozambique's district of Mogovolas, and a further 13 persons have been injured. A claim by the Nampula-based group is radically contradicting the version given by the police last week, which claimed that the clashes in the Mogovolas administrative post of Luluti were between the police and members of the peasant militia known as the Naparamas. The police initially claimed that only 7 persons had died, but Korunchuru told Newsbed in Nampula that the death toll was 38. According to media reports, Kochonkuru also denied the police claims that the victims included members of political parties, notably the National Alliance for a Free and Autonomous Mozambique, which was set up by former presidential candidate Venancio Mondlane. It stated that none of the dead were carrying party members.
Those people wouldn't have died. Moses, David, how can people die looking for what to eat in their own country?
Quite unfortunate, really.
Can you just imagine?
Because this is becoming one too many.
And natural resources that God gave them, and they want to make use of it to live and yet the government and their police went to kill them with all manner of excuses.
All right, then, Barrister, let's take this conversation to Kenya, where Honorable Mercy Ngota has joined this conversation. Honorable, first off, on the path of government, what do you think can be done right with the miners in Mozambique? Clearly, because as it stands, police operatives have no, I don't want to use the word training enough to manage these kind of protests by individuals across Africa. We're seeing this happen over time, and the rules of engagement are not being adhered to. What do you think can be done moving forward in a country like Mozambique?
Thank you so much, David. It's an honor and it's a pleasure to be with you here. And it really is sad to see how much our democracy in Africa is not maturing any fast. Our democracy has refused to grow. So this kind of incidents, unfortunate incidents, will keep on repeating itself as long as we do not know our rights, as long as the constitution that we have, different nations have different constitutions. But it's very unfortunate that some of our constitutions do not protect its citizens, do not protect the business environment, does not protect the people and the things that they do. So it's quite unfortunate that one of the things that is really tying us down is our constitution and the respect to the rule of law and our democracy. Because if people will be dying, if people will be going out to protest over their basic rights, over things that are supposed to be laws that are supposed to be written down, and the moment they are written down, they give it a safe environment for people to work. If things are simple like that, we in Africa and in our governments, they are not able to fulfill, then it becomes a problem. So the main problem that we have, David, that I can tell you today for sure, is for the fact that it has become extremely hard for us to implement the laws that we have set and for us to respect our rule of law. That has been the problem. And this is both ends. You find both on the side of the government and both on the side of the citizens. Everybody wants to fight for their right, for their space. And this is making us to be in an, how can I call it? It's like a shambolic environment because everybody is fighting for their own space. So it's very unfortunately what happened in Mozambique, and we are praying for the people.
All right, then. Well, I'm still going to stay with you. Interestingly, a lot of persons have said that this particular situation in Mozambique is long coming because there is that trust deficit, particularly on the part of the government and the people, because the government is ruling out just 7 persons as dead, while the civil organization is saying over 38 were killed in that particular situation. But then again, concerns are being raised about transparency on how these documents come out to the public. What do you make of documentation, particularly knowing for a fact that the miners truly want to be documented with the government, but the way at which it's going, because according to reports, some oppositions are saying that this is the government trying to throw out the miners who are doing their legal job.
So David, you see, what you're talking about is something that it's a crisis in Africa. And not only in Africa, any other country that is privileged enough to have minerals. This is a conversation that we are going to have for a very long time, as long as our leaders are not able to capitalize on the natural resources that God has given unto us to create wealth for its citizens. So the problem that you are seeing in Mozambique, it is because of that interest. It's because of the goodwill from the government. People want things to be done the right way, they are willing to even give out all the documentations. But yet again, do you know what it entails for people to give out these documentations? You find the the local government, from the main government, you find the process, the bureaucracy is just too much. So people are forced to go out and try to make a living. They will do everything possible to go and take whatever they can take and be able to sell to just make an ends meet. But this is the main issue. The bureaucracy in getting the documents. It's extremely expensive. The documentations are there, but it's extremely expensive for people to get all of the right documents. For example, they can even ask for documents that are not even enshrined in the Constitution, something that is not enshrined in the business sector or in the business panel of the Penal Code of the Constitution. You find it's a document that has not even been written down. They go from one local place to another and they still are not able to get it. So we must ask ourselves, where exactly is this problem coming from? The bureaucracy of getting the right documentations, and number two, the laxity from the part of the government. Why should they allow people to mine in dangerous zones, knowing very well that there is risk of casualties? It's extremely sad, David. It's sad.
All right, then. Let me bring back this conversation to the studio here with Barrister. Barrister, Honorable Mesidi speak about the bureaucracy found in documentation in some of these countries. Let's use Nigeria as a case study. Nigerians have consistently been talking about the e-passport, plus some other documentation that have really been very, very vital for Nigerians to get. And of course, still talking about elections now. INEC has said that they've started the registration again. What's your position with the fact that bureaucracy hinders a lot of this registration being done right? And why do you think the government is not looking at it directly to cover it clearly?
Look, government is exploitative against the people. Most governments in Africa, they are very exploitative against their own people because they believe they are mostly illiterate. That's why they create all this bottleneck and all that. Knowing fully well that the downtrodden, the illiterate, the uninformed will not cross that hurdle. And so they want to exploit them. In fact, whenever they come together, some civil society group organize them to protest and they shoot them. Like in Mozambique. This is what is going on. Exploitation. Government want to take maximum advantage of their people, especially in Africa. That is why they are poor. David, that is why they are poor. Meanwhile, these mineral resources, the proceeds are going into the pocket of these African leaders. They use it to live large to the detriment of their people. Why do you think Africa is poor? Because their leader made them poor. One man may be richer than the whole country. Ask yourself, where did the money come from? From the resources of the same country that should have gone round the people. One man decided to take it. And so when the people say, look, let us make this thing go round, they say, no, you are not worthy to have a share. Why should you even talk? They will shoot you. That is just the modus operandi of most evil leaders in Africa. They don't want their people to have a breathing space. Oh, well. And if we are not careful, this thing will cause revolution in Africa. It's Africa that have not had revolution. Europe have had their own. America have had their own. I hope you know. It is only Africa. And they are calling for it. It will come. David, it will come. Because this evil will not continue forever.
Oh, well, Barrister, that again is another conversation that we will be looking at pretty soon. But let me take this conversation back to Honorable Messi. Well, I want to come to you because in your country, and I'm talking about Kenya, Riley Odinga's chief agent, Saibato Kanchori, has made scouting attacks on some of the late leader's closest ally, claiming that if, of course, Riley Odinga were alive today, he would immediately fire them. Do you think at this point the lawyer alleged that the ODM leaders, including the Suna East member, I'm talking about Member of Parliament Junet Mohammed, Energy Cabinet Member Secretary of PEO Wandai, and of course John Mbadi, all prioritize personal gains over the nation? Well, I want to use that word, as a political figure that you are as well in your country, do you think that this statement by the chief ally of Raila Odinga is coming at a time that Kenyans truly need to know the reality of where the party that the late Raila Odinga left behind is heading to?
What is in the public domain is before the man died, he was very particular that he wanted the people of ODM, for many years, he wanted them to be part of the government. So this is the truth, and nothing can be far from that truth, that was his own wish. But again, we know that the previous government, President Uhuru Kenyatta, he campaigned fully for Raila Odinga. He campaigned for his presidency. But eventually Raila Odinga was not able to win. There is a question there. And you know, in a mature democracy like Kenya, the truth is that it is extremely, or let me say in some democracies in Africa, it's extremely hard or rare to see a candidate backed by the president fail at the last point. So whatever the chief agent is talking about, Konchari, whatever he's talking about, he's trying to defend himself. And I can tell that I have a feeling that what he's saying is the truth. Because if Raila Odinga had all the machineries, he had the agents, he had everybody on his side, he has the government on his side, and every other thing was in his side, and he still failed. Who failed him? They are all there who ensured that the man failed. But the will of the people prevailed. That is what I can say. But it's very rare to see a situation whereby a leader who's been backed by the president eventually comes to fail. Meaning that there are people who ate the agent's fee, or they were not able to really observe and protect the votes well. And that is why you see this man failed.
All right,
but what I know, what I know, David, what I know is this. If people go out to vote, it's extremely hard to steal votes in Kenya. There is a lady who vied in Kenya. Her name is Lynette Toto. She's just a young lady. She just vied for women rep of one county, Nandi something. Yes, she did not have anything. She went door to door. But at the end of the day, she beat some of the wealthiest women who were vying for the same seat. So this tells you that no matter the conversation that is going around, whoever that won the seat, fair and square.
Well,
we are supposed to face.
I'm still going to stay with you. Concerns are being raised about the fact that, yes, should Raila Odinga be alive, according to the chief agent, he would have fired these people. But would firing the named leaders fix anything without party financing, transparency, and of course, digital primaries like what we see presently in Kenya? Or does the ODM risk swapping faces, like, of course, while keeping the same patronage machine that has helped these people get into power?
What I can say, David, is this. The man left his people, you know. He died, and by the time he was dying, he had put in machineries, he had put in his own people in the government, in the cabinet, he had put in Mbadi there, he had put in Opiyo Wandayi there, he had put all of them. He is the one who went into an agreement with the government, and then the government decided to place his own people. And now it seems that as the party proceeded, and as the more we were nearing the general elections, some of them felt that no, how comes it is only a few people who are benefiting from this broad-based agreement of Raila Odinga and President Ruto? So there are some who began to feel that no, it seems they are not being factored in. Now this is where this is where now the conversation takes a different direction. Now some of this group, they began to claim that the former president, they began to go back to the former president because they need his support. You know, politics is more about interest.
Right.
So the people who were not able to fit into the government, to fit into the plan, now they also want a piece of the share. If they're not going to be given a piece of the cake, then they are going to form the next government. So this is all about interest.
All right, then.
It's personal interest, sir.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation back to the studio here. Barrister, interestingly, you are very aware of this situation. In fact, before the late Raila Odinga died, there were conversations about the fact that the present president, I'm talking about Mr. Ruto, William Ruto, carefully is going to align with Raila Odinga for his next election. That, of course, was not substantiated enough. But from your position, Barrister, the person of Raila Odinga, knowing that the legendary Uhuru Kenyatta also gave this man that level of support, do you think having these kind of men in the ODM is an indication of the fact that politicians will always be politicians in the end because they would go their way and not the way of the people? Like, of course, opposition is saying right now.
African democracy thrives on corruption. If you are not corrupt, you will not make any headway. The reason why Raila Odinga could not make it is because that man was not corrupt. At least to the extent of what we are seeing today. The last assessment of corruption index worldwide, Ruto came first. Is that not true?
Right.
Good. What does that tell you? That the man is sitting on corruption. And so, corrupt people will rally around him. You saw how the youth of Kenya rally around to stop him and his corrupt cabinet. And so, what is happening in Kenya is like a failed dream. Seriously. It was a failed dream because Raila Odinga couldn't make it to reposition Kenya. He couldn't because of age and all that. And now the guys he left behind could not continue his dream. That's what happened with your disciples. The moment you are not there, they will go their way and start looking for crumbs from the master's table. Just ask yourself, how come that Ruto is the most corrupt person in the whole world from the assessment of this corruption index? It will not tell you what is going on at home. So I'm not surprised. When Odinga is no longer there, who will put his boys in line? Who will put them in check? Nobody. Nobody. And so they too want to have a piece of the cake. And that means corruption galore.
Oh, well, we definitely will keep our eyes on this conversation as it progresses in Kenya. But Barrister, let's move from there to Uganda, where Amnesty International says Uganda's opposition is being subject to a brutal campaign of repression ahead of the country's January 15th general election. Now, it's no more news that the head of military operations in Uganda is the son of the sitting president. I'm talking about President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Just yesterday, one of the analysts from Uganda did say that as it stands, internet has been shut down in the country. Barrister, looking at the fact that in a couple of days, Ugandans will be going to the polls, what is expected of the election come January the 15th? That is, you see, I have been warning these African leaders. They think I'm joking. With the interest of Donald Trump in Africa now, they should be very careful. It will not take the man anything to kidnap all of them since they don't want to hear. How can you be doing an election because you're on seat, you're in power? You now want to suppress opposition. Donald Trump, with all the power he has in America, can he do that, David? Be sincere to yourself. Can a Donald Trump do that to American opposition? He dare not. The institution in America will catch him. They will deal with him. But look at Africa, small Africa, with local champions. So in other words, Barrister, are you saying that the institutions are the problem, not the people? Who created the institutions? Is it not a human being? If this man were to say, look, I don't want this nonsense, will he not stand? Hold on. Will he not stand? A president of this country once said that
the blood of one Nigeria is not what is the election, and he kept to it. So why can't we have leaders who are very futuristic, who have vision? David, the vision for Africa, it is not on their mind. When they get in there, they want to play God. The other woman has even copied it from Tanzania. In her case, she went a bit further. You know, she took it a notch, higher. Rounded up all the opposition and put them in detention until after the election. David, is that democracy? Tomorrow now, you come and tell me how the Western world colonized you. How they did. Was it the fault of America and Europe that you are doing all these things? Is that the democracy you copy from them? It's like African leaders, they went into a meeting, into a coalition, and said, look, this is how we are going to do this thing. Since in the 60s, all of them, if you check what happened in the DR Congo now, that was there. When Mobutu Sese Seko was there, he said, before me, there is no Zaire, and after me, there will be no Zaire. Is that not what happened? This man plundered his country. At the end of the day, what happened? He died miserably. Do you know what even surprises me? When they want to die, they die in such a way that, in fact, you don't even want to drop a tear or one for them because of what they have done in their country.
All right,
this same Uganda now, look at what Idi Amin did there. Did he not die in exile? This particular man, this Yoweri Muslim, he should be very careful.
Oh, well, Barrister,
you should look at the history of Uganda. You should be very, very, very careful.
I'm still going to come back to you, Barrister. Let's take this conversation to Kenya. Honorable Messi, interestingly, this conversation about the fact that opposition have been totally suppressed in Uganda is a concern to the point that Amnesty International is reading out a statement. But concerns have been raised about the fact that terms and age limits have been scrapped from the constitution in Uganda, and of course rivals jailed or sidelined, and of course state security forces are a constant presence at opposition rally. What is your take about the fact that not just internet shutdown is what's been experienced in Uganda, but the fact that oppositions are being suppressed? In fact, a record of 550 persons from oppositions are either arrested or killed, according to a report that came out just last week from Uganda.
The main problem of Uganda is lack of patriotism. I've been in Uganda. Lack of patriotism, the sense of patriotism in a way that judges, parliamentarians, they're not willing to come out and fight for their rights. This has been the main problem in Uganda. How can a man be in power for more than 40 years? I've heard Barrister talking about history. What other history does Uganda know apart from the history that has been written down by Yoweri Museveni? It's all about the people refusing a revolution. What Uganda needs now is revolution. How can a man sit down and decide to shut down the whole internet? I was there recently. Facebook is not working. You're not able to access. You're not able to access international communication. It's hard. Sometimes they are monitoring you. Is extremely hard. Why? Because people have refused to fight for their rights. There is no democracy that is just found like that. Democracy is found when people go out and refuse repression. They go and they fight for their right. Lack of patriotism is the main problem with Uganda. Everyone is afraid to face the president. They think if they face the president, they will die. But if a people speak in one language, there is a time that we had the End SARS movement. In as much as it was not as successful as we wanted, but the world got to hear about the genesis of Nigeria. So the same thing we are talking about here today, that Uganda has refused to become some of the people have refused to become patriotic, to fight for their rights, go to the State House and demand for their rights. It doesn't matter what the government will do. We can decide to fight for our rights, and eventually we will win. The oppressor will not always win. Eventually the victory is in the people.
All right, then. Well, because of our time, really, let me just come back to the studio. Barrister, in less than 30 seconds, the elections in Uganda is a few days away, and as it stands, repression and oppression of opposition is clearly seen, because opposition figure, I'm talking about Bobby Wine, is saying that almost half of his supporters are either in detention or are being killed by military forces, as led by the son of the Ugandan president. What is expected of election in January the 15th in Uganda?
In the first place, there's no election in Uganda. What we have in Uganda is selection. Like every other African states where dictators are in charge. There is no election. Make no mistake about it. With what is happening now, there is no election. And so, the result is already out there, David. We are just waiting for the announcement.
All right then.
Like it happened in Cameroon.
All right then. Well, we definitely will be keeping our eyes on that. And of course, we're hoping that our Ugandan analysts also will be giving us insight on what is happening in that country as the days go by. I want to say a big thank you to Barrister Darlington Agumo, who lent his voice on the analysis segment of the African News. Barrister Darlington is a legal practitioner right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst. Barrister, thank you so very much for being here.
It's my pleasure.
Also, Honorable Mercy Ngota, candidate for Nairobi Women Representative seat, and also a cleric, and of course a political and public affairs commentator. Thank you so very much for lending your voice on the analysis segment of the African News.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Several civil society organizations in South Africa have held nationwide protests in solidarity with pro-Palestinian hunger strikes being held in UK jails, urging the British government to release them. The protests were held outside the British Council offices in Johannesburg, the British Consulate in Cape Town, and the Durban City Hall, where protest leaders handed over their list of demands to officials. According to Madison Bannon of the Palestinian Solidarity Alliance, the hunger strikers, are on the verge of death, with some going without food for over 60 days. She said that they have been held without bail and are now really on death's door. The hunger strikers have been held for over a year on accusation of allegedly breaking into Elbit System, a UK subsidiary of the Israeli Defense Company in Bristol and the Royal Air Force based in Oxfordshire. Moving on to other stories, Guinea's Public Prosecutor's Office has announced the death in detention of former Presidential Security Chief Claude Peavy, who was convicted of crimes against humanity over the 2009 Conakry Stadium massacre. Prosecutor General Faliu Doumbouya said in a statement that Peavy, aged around 66, died from a hypoglycemic coma linked to chronic diabetes despite emergency treatment at a military hospital. According to him, a forensic autopsy has been ordered to confirm the cause and death circumstances of his death, and its results will be communicated in due course. And from that story, we'll move straight to talking African business. Ghana Statistics Services said the country's consumer inflation slowed for the 12th consecutive month, falling to a 5.4% year-on-year in December 2025 from 6.3% in November. According to government statistician Al-Hassan Idrisu, while inflation pressures were coming down across most major components, the drop was mostly driven by a slowdown in food and non-alcoholic beverages prices. Idrisu told newsmen that this steady decline signals a sustained shift towards price stability and improving macroeconomic conditions, adding that last month's inflation reached its lowest level since a rebasing exercise in 2021. Still talking business, in Kenya, Kenneth Kiplagat, representing a beer distribution firm by Tosha, has filed a case at the country's high court seeking to block Diago's $2.3 billion sale of its local subsidiary, EABL, to Japan's Asahi Holdings over pending litigation. Diageo, the world's biggest spirits group, said last month it had agreed a deal with the Japanese brewer for a sale of its 65% stake in EABL as it responds to United States tariff and shifting consumer patterns. However, the deal faces a challenge by Kenyan distributor Tosha, which has asked the court to stop it until litigation against Diageo and EABL over a competition dispute is determined and settled. And to wrap up the Africa news, go straight talking sports. A fan of Democratic Republic of Congo's national team to the African Cup of Nations AFCON in Morocco, Michel Kuka Mboladinga, has achieved for himself and his country an exceptional fame by remaining motionless throughout his country's game till their round of 16 defeat to Algeria on Tuesday. Though his team was was knocked out in an agonizing fashion, a human statue colorfully dressed and looking towards the sky with his right arm raised and palm open will be remembered as the tourney's most remarkable supporter, with his eternal tribute to the country's independent leader and late Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba. Mboladinga's statue's pose was inspired by that of a statue of Lumumba in Kinshasa. Congolese fans at the AFCON have expressed pride at seeing his tribute to Lumumba. The 35-year-old Jared Bitobo, head of communication of the supporters group, to Mboladinga belongs. The pose was a sign of peace. And according to him, the fan was sending out a strong message both at local and international level with his open palm signifying peace, which the country needs most at this time in view of the ongoing conflict in its eastern border with Rwanda. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dili Utomi, and this is a Maritime Frontier Show. Today, we are discussing on the topic, corruption, the bane of optimum realization of the potentials in the maritime sector. It's a general belief that corruption has eaten deep into the fabric of this nation, and so something needs to be done urgently to take care of the things that the corruptible and corrupting issues, so that the country may realize its potentials in all facets of its national life. And today we have a man who has written a book titled The Toll of Corruption in Nigeria as our guest. He is in the person of Chief Basil Chudinwoli, sir. Chief, you're welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much, Dilly.
Chief, while we're talking before this program started, you were saying something about corruption being a dragon, sort of, in the lives of so many Nigerians because of the effect it has had in the level of development we should have had as compared to the level of development that we have now. Please, could you throw more light on that?
Thank you very much.
We're talking about the maritime sector here, sir.
Thank you very, very much, Dilly. In the maritime industry, it seems that the key to the maritime industry's business transactions and all that is corruption. Corruption is the objective. Corruption is the nature of most of the activities in the maritime industry. It is becoming as if it is a natural phenomenon to to act the other way around, to behave abnormally, to kind of leave the norms and do something else. In Nigeria, we have rules, we have regulation, we have extant laws. Nigeria is blessed with rules and regulation, but who dares to follow it up? Nobody. Almost 90% of activities in the port are corrupt.
Can you expatiate a little bit more on that?
Yes. For example, you see a shipping line that's supposed to collect charges for auction container at 25% rate of the cost of auctioning of that container, collecting 550% of what it's supposed to collect. For example,
how, sir?
You see, normally, if you get an auction paper, for example, from customs, you see that what is written on the paper is 25% of the cost of that goods, the auction value, should be paid to the shipping line.
And the terminal
25% will be paid to the terminal operators. You see some terminal operators and shipping companies collecting 500 to 550%.
Sir, do you have any evidence to buttress this?
Yes, I do.
You've experienced this?
I do. I experienced it physically. And a lot of people have been calling me to challenge this process, and they've been sending their documents with which they were extorted by these shipping lines. And I can assure you that I'll give you those documents because it's terrible, it's abnormal.
Which agency of government should take charge of that? I mean, should they take care of things like this?
Honestly speaking, if Nigerian Shippers Council are serious about anything, this is the first thing that they show their
competence.
Their competence and their strength. And then the Council for Regulation of Freight Forwarding in Nigeria must go forward to protect the freight forwarders, for which is their core mandate. That is their main responsibility, to protect the interests of freight forwarders and other people within the corridor. Example, the importers and the exporters, and also the transport logistic providers. You understand what I'm saying? So, but unfortunately, in Nigeria, we have a collaborator. People collaborate with criminals. Those that are invited to checkmate bad activities are also being built into the process. Take for example now. Yes, take example now. In those days, there used to be what they call escort in police. If the escort police was to fight corrupt police officers, and the escort or whatever was the name, or that monitors of police decides now to collaborate with those that are asked to go and
corrupt
checkmate,
officers.
are you getting what can they achieve? They can achieve nothing. Just if you collect 100,000, give us 50,000 and go with her. That's protecting them. This becomes a seal of protection. That means if you are duped, or if you are cheated, or you are extorted, and you go to the regulator to report, the regulator will even inflate the charge, because he will get some from the collection. So that is the problem we have.
So you are directly indicting now the shipping companies and the terminal operators with this example.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. They are not the only ones within the sector, operating within the sector. The Nigerian Customs Service that gives you the auction paper, which says, go and pay us, if you pay us a total value of the auction, you pay 25% to the terminal operators and 25% to the shipping companies. Is there no mechanism for ensuring that that's exactly what is paid and what is
I can assure you,
observed?
I can tell you for free that the customs board, that's those who are in charge of that auction, they have written the shipping company several times, telling them to redirect their steps. But what they do is that they deal with a particular case. Do you understand what I mean by particular case? If, for example, now
you take your case to them,
to customs, and custom write them, they will treat my case. They isolate it and treat it. Those other people that don't know what to do, what do they do? Okay. For example, now if I approach custom and customs in their magnanimity decide to write them or call them and they give me the supposed service, what about those that are being blinded to believe that that's the norm for them to collect that 500 to 550% or what they're supposed to collect? That's the problem we have.
Now, that goes back to the question of the regulators, in this case, the economic regulator of the maritime sector, the Nigerian Shippers Council. What are the steps being given people take to make them do their work?
The truth of the matter is that the regulators are doing nothing now, as far as I'm concerned. What they are doing is just a tip of the iceberg, maybe 5%, 10% of what they should do. When the shipping company, the terminal operators came up with escalation of the cost of services in the port, what did they do? The regulators did nothing. And there is no consummate improvement on services rendered. Things are getting worse. Tell me, how can I pay shipping company their charge today and not get TDO today? They will tell me that confirmation has not come from the bank where I paid. If I pay you money now into your account by transfer or by any system, don't you receive a alert?
Yeah, we do.
Why must you wait for for the bank to write you to tell you that I paid you? That is exactly what the shipping lines are doing, causing delay. That's That's payment you do, which is about will end up being between 1 million and 2 million. You plow it into the cost of your commodity. And then who takes the stress? It is you and I. It is the general public. It is the poor man, the poor woman.
Sir, as the president of the National Compliance Joint Task Force of Customs License Agents, that's a kind of anti-corruption crusader.
Yes, yes.
Now, in your capacity as the president or the coordinator, what do you people do to see that some of these sharp practices are curtailed or brought down to the barest minimum?
As we entered into the system, we found out that there's a conglomeration of corruption. Like I explained earlier, if a group or an organization, a federal government parastatal is given the mandate to regulate what is going on, and they are not doing it, and they are collecting kickbacks from the people that are supposed to be regulated, you see that the system will be absolutely that of confusion. And we found out that we that are asking for the right thing to be done, transparency, anti-corruption, integrity, we are being accountability. We are being isolated from the scheme of things. Isolated in the real sense of it is that if there is supposed to be a national program or an event where we can show up and ask pertinent questions, they will make sure that even if we come to that program, that they will not allow us to enter into the program to be able to talk for the Nigerian people, because we are not talking for them, we are talking for the people. And when you stand with the people, you are always a target of attack by criminals and corrupt officials.
Okay.
So we have not really done much with all our aggression, with all our intentions to make things work right. We've not been able to do much. You cannot do much in a situation whereby you are not even, if, for example, I push something forward to the press and they see it, they will be disturbing the journalists to pull it down. You can't achieve much.
That's usually the case anyway. Now, yours is not an association. It's just a pressure group.
It's a pressure group, an advocacy group.
Advocacy
We're advocating
group.
for change.
Yeah, advocacy group. But also, we know that some of the larger freight forwarders and the licensed customs agents associations also have units of that they call the compliance teams. Has there been any kind of cooperation between this compliance team for all of you guys to put resources together and fight the common enemy?
Yes.
Because
the
sharp practices, it does not favor you people so much. It does not favor the other people on the other side in so much, because of course it gets some troubles too from it, even though they make money out of it. So why can't you people come
we
to
have
the same
had
table and then try to take care of the issues?
Yes, we have had several progressive meetings with one of the groups, one of the anti-corruption group. In fact, they have lent their voice to our activities. We have had several meetings of collaboration, and we are still collaborating. And we believe that in the near future, we will come out with a better position on our relationship. But we know that there are so-called premier associations that they are in the top of the corruption table. They are the people sharing the corrupt fruits, and they can do anything within their means to make sure that the corruption continues. Look at now, we have an issue in Stemeboda. Can you believe that it was the Premier Association members that attacked our men?
Specifically, who are you talking about?
ANALCA,
How's that?
Association of Nigerian Licensed Clearing Agents. Our men were there on official duty when they found out that the vehicles that are bringing consignments to the Nigerian border, that their plate numbers, their number plate has been covered. We were shocked. What is really going on?
Vehicle bringing imported
items, goods into the country.
Their number plates were
They
covered.
started covering the number plates.
What they intend to achieve by doing
I
that?
don't know. But you know that will bring suspicion. If you start plying roads in Nigeria with the plate number covered, or even as a private car, it brings suspicion. There must be a hidden agenda. We decided to take steps to know what is going on. We were attacked by a group led by one Mr. Austin, the secretary of ANALCA at Semi-Border, and wounded our member.
What was the objective? Their objective?
Their own objective is to stop us from doing our job, from salvaging Nigeria from a very, very terrible, corruptible activities going on.
Okay, are you indirectly saying that it was their members that were bringing in those vehicles?
Yes,
vehicles,
they're involved. That is my
covered.
suspicion, because for you to start defending evil, you must be part of that evil. Okay. If you don't have stake in it, why should you attack our people?
And these are people that you're supposed to be cooperating with.
And make confounded lies to custom, and custom detained our members for 3 days, which ended up by negotiation and collection of money from our people before letting them go, from their family before letting them go.
You have a proof of that, sir?
I have a proof. Whatever I say, I will give you proof.
And what's...
And let me tell you, let the entire nation know that we know that if a shipload of rice bursts in Semi-Border, it will take only about 20 days for the rice to find itself, all the rice to find themselves in Nigeria, at locations in Ogun State, Oyo State, and what do you call it?
Lagos State, yeah.
If I will give you about 20 warehouses where you will see only foreign rice there. But there's a policy in Nigeria that said that rice is banned. I'm using this opportunity to ask Mr. President to remove a barrier on rice so that government can collect its revenue. Because right now, it is the officials that are sharing the revenue and allowing the goods to come in the wee hours of the night between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. Most of the time when we go out in the night, we see them, how they are using cultivated vehicles, these small cars that are built into truck to carry 50 to 80 bags of rice into the country. Some of them coming in with possibly, it is alleged that they are coming with even tramadol.
Hard drugs.
Hard drugs. And some of them are even have the temerity to bring in small arms and weapons into the country, which I have not been able to see that one. But I can tell you that from every rumors, there could be the truth there. What I'm using this opportunity to say is that let the agencies of government saddle with this, take responsibility, and make sure that these criminals that are doing all this are brought to book. You understand what I'm saying? Because how can you be allowing import to be coming to the country in drones of thousands of vehicles from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m.? What is the objective? I challenge the federal government officials of police, army, or national intelligence to go and check.
No, but sir, there's of course all these people that I've enumerated, including the Nigerian Customs Service, the immigration, and the rest of them. We have so many paramilitary and military agencies lining up across the border. How do these things come?
Some of them are colluding. They create a mafia group that collude and do this thing without even the knowledge of some of the people that are there on daily basis. Because when evening comes now, you go home. You don't know what happens behind the darkness. never anywhere near ECOWAS examination bay. Never anywhere. If they say they were there, recorded. Let them bring the camera. They recorded. Let them bring the evidence that they were there. They didn't come close to this place that they were talking about. They accused them unnecessarily and put them in jail. We have reported this to the Attorney General of the Federation and other people that should investigate this matter, because this is the highest act of irresponsibility and stupidity for citizens of Nigeria to tell you that there is a gross importation of contraband in the port in Nigeria from your border post where you are the helm, and all you can do to celebrate them is to imprison them.
What's the role? Did you involve any other sister agencies to the custom, police, any one of them?
Yes,
because they are also closely involved.
When they were arrested, when they were beaten up the previous day before they were arrested, the matter was reported to the DPO of Semeboda. I was told that the DPO told them that it was of that Semeboda that sent the people that beat them up, that is not even an alka that we brought to the station, because we reported an alka that were there, their men. They invited them. On coming there, the DPO told my men, we recorded, it's a recorded fact, I'll give you the audio, that look, this issue of beating of your men was not perpetuated by an alka. It was the DCA enforcement that set the top your men and collected their reflective, so throw the other one in a very huge to go and load my container sharp. I will move from being 150 number to come to the front. That's what I'm talking.
Okay. These are, although part of the problem, what causes the problem of, we know that part of what causes the problem of this traffic gridlock on the road is that we do not have the total amount of infrastructure we should have. I'm talking about a multimodal means of evacuating goods from the port. Aside the trucks, of course, the rail, the barges, and probably any other means that we.
Yes.
Why can't we have all this? Now, badges are springing up. People are acquiring badges now.
Yes.
The people that are supposed to register badges and then have them evacuate some of these goods. I think NPA is also involved.
Yes, of course.
NIWA is involved in that act. Well, don't you think that they should do more, look into the direction of evacuating goods through badges the more?
Yes, building infrastructure will help. Building infrastructures like rails, like barges, channels, and all that will help. It will, indeed. But who says that the Nigerian factor will not creep in even when they are built? And again, let me tell you something. You know, part of MPA's job is to also make sure that vehicles that are not in good working condition and are not allowed in the port.
To access the port.
To access the port to carry goods.
Okay.
And some of the time, breaking of these goods, of these vehicles, causes traffic jam.
Yeah.
But officials or people that are responsible for giving vehicles clean bill of health to enter port, they collect money in exchange of allowing dilapidated vehicles to enter inside.
You're sure about that?
Yes, we see vehicles that are not even supposed to carry granite, 10 bags of granite, going to the port to carry a container. You see their dilapidated tires and all that worn out vehicle without trafficators, you know. Some you see them without headlamp. They enter the port. This ought to be regulated. And I want to also talk about one thing again, which is very, very important for this country. Expatriates are taking over our ports. Foreigners are taking over the clearing and forwarding business from our people.
How do you think so?
If you go to the port, you see them. They are giving even what is called express services. That if their goods come, they can take it to their warehouse and examine it there. Who knows what these people are bringing in? The other day, I observed some containers carrying seal at a location in Jao Estate. Over 30 containers carrying seal on it, trying to enter a warehouse. I asked, they said that they have officers to examine the container there.
Not a bonded terminal.
It's not a bonded terminal.
Warehouse.
I don't think it's a bonded terminal. It's a warehouse.
Unregistered area.
It's a company. In fact, it's a company. It's a company. Maybe it's a company manufacturer. I don't have the details. But I saw this and I took note of them by recording the video of over 30 containers carrying seal. You know what is seal? Seal represents
it
that
has not been broken.
Was not broken. The container was not opened in the port before he left.
Examined.
That whole thing only happens when the consignments are going to the bonded terminal under escort of proper officers. For God's sake, do you know what those people are doing? Whether it's hard drugs or whether it's
it could be weapon, it could be bomb, it could be anything.
And we are talking about security issues in Nigeria. Who does that?
Now, but there are people who are supposed to be in charge, of course, the Nigerian Customs Service, in charge of every good that comes into the country. Where do you think the lacuna would have been?
You see, you just want me to be repeating myself. I told you that men and women or groups established to monitor what is going on. Most of the time, they are being compromised. And if there's a compromise,
of people complaining about goods being cleared, and then as they step out of the ports with the vehicles, conveying them out, the maritime police stops them and impounds the vehicle. Is this a general practice, or is this case is just isolated?
Honestly speaking, I don't have that kind of case of maritime police apprehending containers that have been cleared.
Okay.
I'm not aware, but I'm aware that Federal Operation Unit does that. And there is a missing container now that we don't know where it is. A pharmaceutical duly imported and brought to the country. They arrested after clearing, after a proper officer released it. They arrested it, and that container, they claim that they have sent it to NAFDAC. We went to NAFDAC. NAFDAC said they didn't see the container. And they too are denying that they don't know where the container is. Meanwhile, we saw the empty container in their office without the goods.
In customs office?
Yes, at Federal Operation Unit.
On their premises?
Yes. They said they transfer. Why didn't you transfer the goods with the container to NAFDAC?
Okay. Sir, please give us your parting shots on what we should do as a nation so that this issue of corruption should be tamed.
Yes. It is simple. As a nation, we don't have anything to do than to change. You cannot be walking, you want to go to Lagos Island. Then you looked at your face, you saw that you are going to Badagry. Will you get to Badagry before you start going to Lagos? It is never late to change your mind and do the right thing. It's never late to go another track to get what you want as a nation. We have seen that corruption does not improve the life of the people or that of the nation. Nigeria is a nation that is endowed with human and material resources. The resources in Nigeria is far above the resources in the entire Europe put together. But yet our people are suffering from poverty, bondage, diseases, hunger, and diseases. And yet, we are still believing that as we are going into that corruption, that things will be fine. Or maybe we continue praying, things will be fine. No, we must retract our step and get back to the reality and do the right thing. We can't continue this way. And the truth of the matter is that those that are corrupt, that are stealing our money, they are not enjoying the money. They are suffering the money. The moment they retire from service, before you know it, they have decapitated. They have changed color. The next thing you hear that they are dead with all the money they stole. And I think that is karma. Karma is a reality. So we should think about a national re-evolution.
A national rebirth.
Rebirth. Okay. Change our attitude completely and enjoy life.
Ethical revolution.
Ethical revolution instead of us.
And character information.
Instead of being selfish and steal the money meant to do road from Lagos to Badagry. Pocket it. One person eat it. We should do the road so that all of us, when we want to go to Badagry or anywhere around that place, we enjoy the road.
Thank you so very much, sir. We have been speaking with Chief Basil Chudimuli, sir, the author of The Toll of Corruption in Nigeria. He's been talking to us about the effect of corruption within the maritime sector, why we have not been able to fully realize the potentials within this sector. Well, like he suggests, we need an ethical revolution, character reformation within the nation as a whole, not just in the maritime sector. Let's hope that the people in authority will listen and do something so that this nation will move away from the path of underdevelopment to the path of development through the realization of all her potentials, her dreams, and using all the resources to make this nation better. It's been nice speaking with Dr. Chief Basil Nwoli, sir. Thank you so very much, sir. And this is the Maritime Frontier Show. We will see you again next week for another edition of the Maritime Frontier Show. Thank you. This is Delio Tommy. Have yourself a wonderful day ahead.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV, as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
It is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Alright, it's countdown to the quarterfinals of the African Cup of Nations, and of course the Super Eagles are preparing for the one against the Desert Foxes of Algeria. But that's supposed to be the major focus as far as the quarterfinals is concerned. But you know, the Super Eagles, the drama never ends. Mozambique, who won that game, was supposed to be celebrating and excited about that result, which was all about the side attractions with Victor Osimhen and his teammate. But now news coming from the camp that rather not so good. But we're focusing on that and more on the show this lovely afternoon. The locker room is the program, and it promises to be exciting. It's a full house, and it's with me, Jerry, High, and of course the guys with me making sure they serve you the hottest gist as far as football is concerned. Ikechukwu makes a return, and of course we'll be having Maiwa joining us virtually, and of course I will hit the ground running by starting with Ikechukwu because the feelers from the camp is that the players are refusing to train. They're refusing to travel to Marrakech for the game against Algeria. They say that all the bonuses from the African Cup of Nations must be paid up to the knockout stage before they will set a foot on the training pitch or even move to Marrakech. What is it about the players and lack of trust and communication with the NFF? Is it that these players have lost all decorum or respect for those who run our football? Because it only comes to this when they've lost respect for the NFF. This has become a reoccurring precedent. It happened